Chapter 51. Striking the Rope of Justice. The Yi family achieved victory in both battles, triumphing over the strongest representatives of both the Li family and the Tang family. This unparalleled success propelled their reputation to new heights. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Wasn't it customary for the mightiest warriors to make their grand entrance at the climax of the combat? Why had they revealed their trump cards so early, rendering the subsequent battles seemingly futile? However, the third combatant, Ye Suifeng, astoundingly reshaped their expectations. With an ethereal grace, she descended like a heavenly maiden, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Like her predecessors, she chose to initiate her challenge without revealing her intentions, inviting her opponents to select their champions at will. Previously, Ye Suifeng had demonstrated immense prowess, prompting the Li family to exercise caution in their selection. They dispatched the relatively weaker Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. Yet, Ye Suifeng entered the arena unleashing the full force of her cultivation, achieving total mastery in Qi transformation, an overwhelming presence that far surpassed that of Tang Xiaoqing. The audience was left in stunned disbelief. What was happening with the Yi family? They had anticipated that Yi Huang and Yi Long were their strongest assets. Yet here emerged an even mightier warrior. It was astonishing beyond measure. Unquestionably, under Ye Qinyo's relentless attack, Li Ming was unable to withstand even a single strike, sent hurtling off the platform in an instant. Subsequently, the Tang family, their expressions darkened, opted to forfeit the match, for they perceived no contender apart from Tang Xiaoqing that could hold a candle to Ye Suifeng. Swiftly, the fourth contest commenced. The Yi family's chosen combatant was Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the stage with deliberate, measured steps. Like Ye Suifeng before him, he fully unleashed his cultivation, standing at the 6th level of Qi transformation. The spectators breathed a sigh of relief. This seemed to conform to the expected flow of events. "Go, brother Yi Qian, Yi Master. We all believe in you." A duo of youthful voices resonated loudly from the crowd, which swelled with similar enthusiastic youths, faces flushed with excitement, all cheering fervently. Yi Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. "Elder Gu, I choose to challenge Li family's Li Xingge," he declared, naming his adversary. Instantly, the Li family erupted with joy. Yi Qian appeared to be the most assailable opponent, yet they had harbored concerns that he might select a weaker foe. Yet he audaciously opted for Li Xingge, the family's prodigy, second only to Li Qi. "Teach him a lesson." The Li family members clamored, their enthusiasm palpable. "Watch me," Li Xingge replied with a confident smile, elegantly leaping onto the stage to face Yi Qian directly. Thus, the fourth battle officially commenced. "Once again, we meet, defeated foe," Li Xingge quipped, brandishing a circular fan, laughter dancing lightly on his lips. His fair complexion and slightly slanted peach blossom eyes earned him the moniker of the legendary male fox spirit. "I warned you. I would bring you to justice," Yi Qian replied, his voice low yet determined. The audience was rife with curiosity. Did these two share a past enmity? "Yes," exclaimed a small girl, tearfully enraged amidst the assembled crowd. "Oh, what happened?" a curious bystander inquired. With sorrowful eyes, the girl recounted her tale. She hailed from the dominion overseen by the Li family in Qingxi town. Her parents were humble tailors, with an elder sister forming their joyful household. Though not wealthy, they enjoyed a simple life until 2 months ago, when their serenity was shattered by an unexpected visitor, Li Xingge. A core disciple of the Li family, her arrival in Qingxi town had stirred excitement, a golden opportunity for many. Li Xingge sought tailors of high caliber to commission a garment, but during his visits, he found another object of interest: the girl's older sister. When Li Xingge proposed to make the girl's sister his attendant, envy swept through the local populace. But her parents, grounded in humility, had never aspired to elevate their daughter into an affluent household, and thus declined his offer. Li Xingge accepted their refusal with a gracious compliment and bestowed upon them an expensive jade pendant as a parting gift. However, that very night, masked intruders invaded their home, seizing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl, hidden beneath her bed, witnessed the horror unfold. The next day, local authorities dismissed the incident as mere greed-inspired violence, leaving the girl to wander the streets, abandoned and forlorn. Eventually, she encountered Yi Qian, a comforting figure, the only person besides her family that made her feel secure. Upon learning of her tragic circumstances, Yi Qian resolved to locate the malevolent individuals and bring them to justice. Despite their expertise, the criminal faction was not elusive to Yi Qian, who gathered the clues and pursued the trail. However, it led to an undeniable truth: Li Xinge. Li Xinge dismissed Yi Qian entirely, even carelessly tossing out the girl's sister he had ruthlessly discarded. Yet the girl emerged battered and traumatized, nearly unrecognizable. In her final moments, the sister succumbed in Yi Qian's arms. Fury surged within him as he sought out Li Xinge. Yet at that time, the latter had already ascended to peak Qi transformation, while Yi Qian remained at the Qi refining stage. Unsurprisingly, he faced a brutal defeat, sustaining grievous injuries while suffering humiliating disdain. Though gravely weakened, Yi Qian's resolve crystallized like never before. "I shall see you brought to justice," he vowed to Li Xinge. "Ha! You'll never manage that in this lifetime," Li Xinge retorted, striding away with audacity. Having absorbed the girl's heartbreaking story, the audience bristled with fury. How despicable! Indeed, I've heard whispers of Li Sheng's exploits. He often preys upon young women, committing unspeakable acts. I never imagined it to be true. He's a notorious scoundrel. The spectators roared, fervently wishing for Yi Qian to deliver a deserved punishment to Li Xinge. Yi Qian regarded the smug expression on Li Sheng's face, slowly raising his chin. "Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have harmed." With that proclamation, he clenched his fist and surged toward Li Xinge. "Overestimating yourself." Li Xinge merely smirked, casually unfurling his fan to unleash his full Qi transformation prowess, colliding with Yi Qian's punch. Boom! The resounding impact sent Yi Qian hurtling 10 meters away, almost launching him off the platform. "In the past, you were nothing but a waste in my presence. Today, you remain the same," Li Xinge sneered. Yet the audience was stunned as Yi Qian did something entirely unexpected. He produced a brush. In astonishment, they watched as Yi Qian began to elegantly write in the air with the brush. With precision, he inscribed a simple character, "Mountain." Upon completing the stroke, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Though the onlookers gazed upward, their view remained unaltered. However, in Li Sheng's vision, a colossal black peak materialized, cascading down upon him with immense force. Li Xinge gasped, instinctively attempting to evade the weighty mountain. Yet, it descended with unrelenting velocity. Crash! It landed heavily upon Li Sheng's shoulder, bending his back, forcing him to buckle his knees and surrender. "What is this?" Li Sheng's expression morphed into panic. The illusory mountain, while not truly ominous, depleted every ounce of strength from him. He struggled fiercely, yet the pressing weight kept him at his limit, tormenting him to the brink of agony. "Do you see? This is the consequence of your misdeeds. Those you have wronged remain ever present, gazing upon you from above," Yi Qian declared coldly. As Li Xinge lifted his gaze, he was met with a chilling sight. The pressure atop his shoulder was transformed into familiar figures. Among them stood the girl's sister, her eyes brimming with tears of blood, silently pleading in wordless accusation of his crimes. "No, it cannot be!" Li Xinge shrieked, terror gripping him. "They're illusions. You cannot frighten me," he thundered defiantly, channeling all his power, striking the dark clouds above with his fan. Yet, he struck nothing but empty air. When he regained awareness, the skies were clear, and everything vanished, leaving behind a multitude of bewildered spectators. What just transpired with Li Xinge? No idea. He seemed to abruptly kneel before Yi Qian, then began attacking thin air, as if dueling with a phantom. "He looks like a fool. How amusing!" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gasping for breath, Li Sheng's expression darkened. He recognized that Yi Qian had enveloped him in an illusion. Anger surged within him, an inferno of rage aimed squarely at Yi Qian. Yet, at that moment, Yi Qian executed his next stroke, inscribing the character C. A gust of chilling wind rushed into Li Sheng's core. Not again! His fury ignited as he lunged forward. Before he could act, a tempest unleashed, nearly toppling him. The acrid scent of blood blended with a damp atmosphere drifted into his nostrils, while liquid flowed beneath his feet. "It's merely an illusion. Is that all you've got?" Li Xinge bellowed, opening his eyes wide. He beheld a vast ocean, tinted crimson the blood sea. Understanding the sensation at his feet, he realized the viscous warmth indeed felt like fluid. As the blood rose to his waist, he raised his hand, crimson dripping down his palm. You professed a passion for blood and reveled in it. Yi Qian's voice resonated all around him. Just illusions, nothing real. Once I escape, I will slay you. Li Xinge bellowed, closing his eyes to calm the rising tumult within. If he could subdue his thoughts, surely he could liberate himself from the confines of this mirage. Yet the blood continued to rise, soon enveloping his nose, a stifling sensation closing in on him. A potent scent mingled with his impending suffocation rushed over him. He struggled to compose himself, reminding himself it was but an illusion without lethal harm. But the suffocation grew ever more intense. If this continued, he truly would perish. Unable to contain himself, Li Xinge roared, releasing a torrent of bubbles, then thrusting himself towards the ocean's surface. Yet regardless of how hard he fought, he could not reach the top. Despair took root in the pit of his stomach, enveloping him completely. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, fear, each emotion intertwined until he caught the scent of death looming near. At last his consciousness began to fade. Splash! Li Xinge collapsed to the ground, gasping the long-sought fresh air. You once declared your desire to torment others to understand the essence of despair. Have you grasped it now? Yi Qian spoke coldly. Li Xinge lay on the ground, inhaling shallow breaths, utterly spent, incapable of uttering a word. Yet Yi Qian began to write again. This time, he inscribed 2 characters. I swore to bring you to justice. I think allowing you to perish among your favored substances may be the most fitting retribution. With a final stroke, Yi Qian completed the character Fox Spirit. No one could fathom the nightmarish vision parading before Li Xinge nevertheless. His demeanor sent shivers down spines. His countenance alternated between raucous laughter and heart-wrenching sobs, a mask of fear and beguiled ferocity. He laughed, shredding his garments with fervor, yet his fingers left crimson trails across his body. Weeping, while repeating apologies, he bent down to snap his own toes, shattering the very bones of his knees by his own hand. Enough! At long last, Li Lushu on the dais could no longer suppress his furious outburst. If this continued, it would not only spell doom for Li Xinge, but also disgrace the legacy of the Li family. Yet the officiating elder, Gu Wanxin, appeared to disregard his plea entirely. Ye Suifeng, this has gone on long enough. Li Liash's gaze turned to the elder with rising desperation. Elder Ye Suifeng, stroking his chin, contemplated. This young man has gleaned the path of death from the illustrated treatise of mountains and seas. That feels contrary to his philosophy. Not to worry, it's probably just a fleeting obsession. Elder Ye Suifeng mused. Ye Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Lushu seethed, rising from his seat in indignation. Listening, Ye Suifeng asserted as he raised his voice. Yi Qian ceased tormenting him. Upon receiving the order, Yi Qian nodded and dismissed the characters he had inscribed. Li Lushu followed suit with a relieved hum, settling back into his seat. Just eliminate him, Ye Suifeng stated curtly. Chapter 52. A change is due in the arena of the cloud-soaring duel. Yi Qian stood at the center, holding a bloody severed head in his grasp. Following Ye Suifeng's words, he charged forward and swiftly beheaded Li Xinge with a single stroke of his sword. He tilted his head back, exhaling a long breath, and casually discarded the head at his feet. Then, seizing the brush he had previously held, he snapped it in two with both hands and flashed a smile at the young girl on the stage. The little girl, her face streaked with tears, buried her head between her legs and began to sob. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Ye Suifeng observed the scene, nodding slightly that Yi Qian's slaying of Li Xinge represented the vanquishing of his own inner demons. The breaking of the brush symbolized a severance from the past, a return to his true self. This lad had contemplated his actions long before stepping onto the stage. How foolish he had been to worry whether Yi Qian had fallen into darkness. Thankfully. Yet, not everyone was at ease. Danel, Iliosu's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Ye Suifeng. You have gone too far, he growled softly. In battle, there are bound to be casualties. Yi Qian simply could not restrain himself. You are the head of your family. one of the three prominent figures in Yunshao City. Do not lose your composure. Ye Suifeng smiled widely, resembling a grand villain. Liu Su, seething with anger, had veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Nevertheless, he held his tongue. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today, he spat before returning to his seat, lapsing into silence. Ye Suifeng, uninterested, turned his gaze back to the arena. Ye Qian's defeat of Li Xinga had stirred a considerable fervor in the duel ground. He was the first of the illustrious young prodigies to perish. All present were cultivators, passionate souls. Such a battle was truly worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully grasp the intricacies of the fight. Ye Qian versus Li Xinga, and the victor is Ye Qian. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome of the battle. Next up was the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Ye Qian's bizarre and ruthless demeanor, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not challenge him. They chose to forfeit, drawing a chorus of boos from the crowd. Soon, it was time for the last contender from the Ye family. Let us welcome Ye Xiaoxiao. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, a petite figure leaped onto the stage. She had long, purplish-red hair that nearly brushed the ground. Yes, she bounced and swayed. She appeared utterly adorable. In her mouth, she chewed on a peculiar candy that could blow colorful bubbles. Isn't she just a little child? Someone remarked. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at him. Haven't the first four from the Ye family taught you a lesson? How could their combatant possibly be weak? Anticipation buzzed through the crowd as they wondered what abilities this seemingly adorable girl would possess. Ye Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin, grinning brightly. Sister Gu, you look so beautiful today, all fair and round. Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, smiling awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. It's just the attire for the event. Would you prefer to follow the usual rules? Or challenge someone else? She quickly redirected the conversation. Of course, I choose to challenge. Ye Xiaoxiao replied, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family. Lian. Iran's heart raced. The four members from his family had not fared well. However, Ye Xiaoxiao's gaze passed over him and settled on the Tang family's preparation area. Iran let out a sigh of relief. It's you, Tang Yingying. Ye Xiaoxiao selected her challenger. Tang Yingying paused for a moment, then huffed, swaying her curvaceous body as she approached. The two prepared for battle. Hey, why did you change your clothes? Just as Tang Yingying was about to attack, Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. Tang Yingying froze, and upon noticing the undergarment in Ye Xiaoxiao's hand, she was overcome with a mix of embarrassment and rage. How dare you? I just remembered, you were the one behind the incident at the Drunken Dream Assembly. Tang Yingying's realization sparked her fury. The embarrassment she had suffered at the assembly weighed heavily on her. Indeed, how would you like to thank me? Ye Xiaoxiao forcefully tossed the undergarment into the audience, inciting a frenzy of grabs from certain eager attendees. I'll kill you. Tang Yingying was consumed by rage, drawing her long sword and charging at her. A blue circle appeared beneath Ye Xiaoxiao's feet, and Tang Yingying's sword slashed through empty air. I'm right here. Ye Xiaoxiao's voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying, and in her hand appeared a pink undergarment. Return that to me. Tang Yingying rushed forward once more, desperate to avoid being exposed before thousands of onlookers. Yet, as blue light flashed, she again found nothing but air. Uncle Wen, what kind of trick is this? Mi Feng from Blackstone City asked, his face displaying shock. The middle-aged man beside him wore an awkward expression that he was Mi Feng's protector, tasked with ensuring his safety and providing guidance during this journey. The battle in Yunshao City was an excellent opportunity to observe the city's prodigies in action. However, this time was far too bizarre. First, there was Yi Huang, who had crushed the competition without lifting a finger. Aside from a single remark of strength, there was nothing further to elucidate that Yi Long and Yi Qinyu were more manageable. But Yi Qian's methods were enigmatic. He could not discern the type of cultivation technique Yi Qian employed. Now, with Ye Xiaoxiao, the situation was even more peculiar. Her movements resembled those of a gateway to the void. Such extraordinary abilities could not possibly be wielded by a mere girl in the Qi transformation stage. I am still assessing, the middle-aged man replied. Uncle Wen, did you not tell me that you know everything below the golden core stage? Mi Feng queried, glancing at him in confusion. The middle-aged man's eyelid twitched. That troublesome boy. Life is full of challenges. He fell silent, redirecting his attention to the stage. That Ye Suifeng continued to toy with Tang Yingying. With every leap, she produced another item. Sometimes it was clothing, other times it was adornments. Tang Yingying was rapidly running out of possessions. Ye Suifeng, you are going too far. Tang Yingying was on the brink of collapse. That Ye Suifeng pouted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Please don't be angry. As she spoke, a blue sphere suddenly appeared in her hand, which she tossed towards Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying dodged, but the sphere exploded beside her, enveloping her in a pale blue arc. Have a sweet dream, Ye Suifeng said. And with that, Tang Yingying rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the ground, sound asleep. The crowd was left dumbfounded. What was happening? She could make anyone sleep at will. How wonderful it would be to possess such a skill. Seeing her tactic succeed, Ye Suifeng hopped over to Tang Yingying's side, gazing at her slumbering face. Fairy Xiao, please show mercy. I concede on her behalf, Tang Xiaoqing implored from the audience below. Ye Suifeng huffed. Your words are rather sweet. Then it's settled. She rolled her eyes and produced a colorful pin from seemingly nowhere. Aiming it at Tang Yingying's face, creating an abstract painting. With a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying let out a soft moan and awoke from her deep slumber. Tang Xiaoqing hurried forward to help her up. What just happened? Tang Yingying asked. Confusion etched across her face. Nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon seeing Tang Yingying's face, he nearly burst out laughing. We lost. Let us depart. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his laughter. Remember, do not look up. After Tang Yingying left, Gu Wanxin announced Ye Suifeng as the victor. Finally, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the match could commence, he hastily opted to concede. There was no way around it. The Yi family's members had truly terrified him. Thus, the Battle of Yunshao City concluded in an entirely unexpected manner, with the Yi family achieving a perfect 10 victories. And since all 5 members of the Tang family remained, Li Ran was left as the sole fighter from the Li family, with the rest either dead or gravely injured. Consequently, the Tang family ranked second, while the Li family found themselves at the bottom. Esteemed family heads, let us discuss the resource distribution moving forward, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu's face darkened as he glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded slightly. Moments later, Li Liusu rose to his feet. Ye Suifeng, this battle of Yunshao City has been utterly absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 great families should be revised. Chapter 53. 2 choices at the highest viewing platform of the duel arena. Li Liusu's expression was grim, his eyes filled with malice as he fixed his gaze on Ye Suifeng. To allow a few inexperienced youths to determine the future development of our families for the next 2 years is incredibly foolish. Therefore, I propose that, starting today, this regulation be abolished. Brother Tang, do you agree? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, stating, It is indeed somewhat farcical. Our 3 great families govern Yunshao City and its surrounding areas for miles. The responsibility is immense. Thus, it would be prudent to consider each family's overall strength when delineating interests. He wore a serious, contemplative expression. Clearly, the 2 had reached an agreement long before. Even if today's battle had yielded a different outcome, they likely would have presented the same proposal. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. The initial purpose of establishing the duel in Yunshao City was to motivate the younger generation of the 3 great families to diligently cultivate and progress together. It was undeniably a clever strategy. However, it was evident that Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had forgotten that original intent. When they suggested using the family's collective strengths to divide resources, Ye Suifeng fell silent. Pondering, is this really to my advantage? Well, I also concur with your sentiments. Ye Suifeng replied. Li Liusu was taken aback, as he assumed that with Ye Suifeng's youthful temperament, he would surely be anxious. Are you certain? He could not help but ask once more. Indeed, Ye Suifeng replied. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Li Liusu's brows relaxed slightly, and he remarked, You certainly know your place. Very well, let us draft a preliminary proposal. In terms of strength, without a doubt, Brother Tang is the strongest, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Yi family. So, wait a moment. Ye Suifeng interrupted Li Liusu, tilting his head to look at him, and inquired, "Are you considering this so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Yi family ranks last?" Li Liusu's eyes twitched involuntarily. While he was indeed somewhat plump, he was far from being excessively so. "What? Do you have a question?" he glared. "Indeed. A significant one," Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. "Heh." Li Liusu suddenly laughed. "Ye Suifeng, do not think that just because you stumbled upon a stroke of luck and acquired some wealth, you can act with impunity in Yunxiao City. In this world, it has always been the strong who prevail. The rules are invariably set by the powerful." With that, he waved his hand, and three gaunt old men appeared on the highest platform, surrounding Ye Suifeng completely. Ye Suifeng glanced over and realized they were three terrifying cultivators at the nascent soul stage. How frightening. I was nearly startled. Then Li Liusu turned around to face the tens of thousands of spectators in the Tingyun arena. "Everyone, listen. All individuals not part of the three major families, leave the Tingyun arena immediately. We need to discuss some internal matters." His booming voice echoed throughout the arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the arena's center, preparing to swiftly drive everyone away. They were all from the Li and Tang families, with the weakest being at the golden body stage. The crowd gasped, bewildered by the sudden upheaval. Yet, under the pressure exerted by the opposing forces, they began to disperse one after another. "Oh no, they are targeting the Yi family," Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. "Uncle Wen, please think of a way." Uncle Wen's expression turned grave. The three individuals who had appeared on the highest platform exuded overwhelming might, their cultivation evidently above the golden core stage, that he himself was merely at the late golden core stage. How could he think of a solution? Upon seeing him remain silent, Mi Feng understood something. Suddenly, he dashed toward the outskirts of the crowd, shouting, "Fairy Huang, be careful!" Just as he uttered a word, a palm struck his shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Holding Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen glanced at the young figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. "Head of the Yi family, I wish you good fortune." In another direction of the arena, several young individuals clad in plain blue garments were also making their way out. "The Yi family seems to be in trouble. Senior Zhang Dong, please think of a way. Those few from the Yi family might have the qualifications to enter our academy." The tall Zhang Dong glanced toward the Yi family's direction. Yet in the end, he merely shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned around and departed slowly. Under the guidance of the hundreds of strong cultivators, the Tingyun arena soon became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the three major families and numerous powerful cultivators from the Li and Tang families, all glaring menacingly. "Ye Suifeng, do you now comprehend why I ranked the Yi family last?" Li Liusu turned around. Looking down at Ye Suifeng from his elevated position, he spread his arms wide and declared loudly, "These individuals represent less than a third of our combined strength. As for your Yi family, you have existed for less than a century, with no foundation whatsoever. What do you possess to contend with us? What do you have?" At this moment, Li Liusu was brimming with confidence and imposing presence that Ye Suifeng propped his chin up with one hand and suddenly smiled. "We have me." "You," Li Liusu laughed heartily. "You, a well-known waste just half a year ago, merely a nouveau riche who stumbled upon good fortune. I am quite fortunate that you do not understand humility, nor do you comprehend restraint after acquiring wealth. All you know is endless extravagance. Do you realize what this signifies? It means that heaven does not intend for you to possess this wealth alone." Li Liusu wore a triumphant smile that moment. Tang Jing also stood up, speaking in a solemn tone. "Ye Suifeng, the situation in Yunxiao City has remained stable for a long time. Everyone has been developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have disrupted a century-long peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person has not made mistakes? But your error lies in having acquired wealth beyond your control. Such things inflate egos and drive people to madness. They make you forget that in this world, wealth is merely an accessory. Only strength is paramount." Tang Jing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage steeped in wisdom that Ye Suifeng understood. Ultimately, you two are merely coveting my little bit of spirit stones. Just say it directly. Look at how uncomfortable you both are, scheming this and that. Aren't you tired? You are both entirely correct, Ye Suifeng said as he rose, leisurely walking to the railing of the viewing platform. His gaze fixed on the distance. In truth, I have always understood that every world is fundamentally one of the survival of the fittest, where big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp consume microorganisms. I do not particularly favor such a world. But how should I put it? Everyone is different. With differences come comparisons. With comparisons come conflicts. With conflicts come the strong and the weak. The best scenario is for the strong to establish the rules while the weak abide by them. In this way, both the strong and the weak can coexist. Ye Suifeng turned around. You are indeed very correct. Li Liusu's face contorted into a cold smile. So, does this mean you agree with our resolution? Yes, Ye Suifeng nodded. Yunshao City should indeed welcome new rules and a new order. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. Then how do you plan to handle this matter? Ye Suifeng looked at them and said, I have devised a plan. 2 options. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunshao City. Then take your people and depart far from the jurisdiction of Yunshao City, never to return. Out of respect for our shared existence over the past century, I will generously grant each of you 100 million low-grade spirit stones as fare. If you do not agree, then let total annihilation ensue. Chapter 54. A change in the wind. When Ye Suifeng uttered these words, a brief silence fell upon the high platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng frowned, seemingly unable to believe what they had just heard. They thought Ye Suifeng was joking. However, upon seeing his indifferent expression, they realized he was serious. Ye Suifeng, Li Liusu's fury surged. You are truly courting death. We currently have 3. Enough. Bang! Li Liusu suddenly felt an immense pressure descending from above, crushing his arms and bending his legs, forcing him to kneel heavily on the ground. The reinforced high platform cracked with alarming fissures. You have said enough, Ye Suifeng stated coldly, his eyes icy. Tang Zheng and the 3 nascent soul elders surrounding him momentarily seemed taken aback. They looked at Li Liusu and found that the once confident individual was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he supported himself on the ground. Ancestor, kill him quickly, Li Liusu nearly shrieked, his voice laden with the unbearable pressure and pain he was enduring. The fool seeks death. The 3 nascent soul elders acted almost in unison. They were clearly ancient beings who had lived for hundreds of years. Their strikes unleashed formidable high-level techniques, overwhelming in power, all directed at Ye Suifeng. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust rising skyward in the arena. The spectators who had just left the arena had not strayed far and gathered at the periphery, anxiously awaiting the outcome inside. Upon hearing the commotion, they craned their necks to look up. They have made their move, someone exclaimed. The head of the Ye family is still too young. He should not be so ostentatious, another sighed. Damn it, if anything happens to Fairy Huang and the others, I swear I will not rest until the Li and Tang families are annihilated. Some young cultivators seethed with indignation. Uncle Wen gazed at the billowing dust and felt the ground tremble, letting out a slight sigh. There is no doubt, it is the action of a nascent soul expert. The head of the Yi family is in grave danger. Far in the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern that he had distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the previous disturbance. Such power should not exist in Yunshao City. What has become of the head of the Yi family? In the Tingyun Arena, the highest viewing platform was crumbling inch by inch, barely held together by the participating formations to prevent it from collapsing entirely. Li Liusu lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and on the verge of death. The 3 nascent soul cultivators who had just acted were scattered around the edges of the platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly devoid of breath. Yet Ye Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his hairstyle unaffected. As for Tang Zheng, he had already sat down, his complexion drastically altered. Impossible, you! How could this be? He muttered to himself, the previous scene far exceeding his comprehension. Faced with the full-force assault of three nascent soul experts, Ye Suifeng had merely waved his hand and killed them all. How terrifying! If this is but a nightmare, Tang Zheng can only wish to awaken swiftly. In the distance, at the Ye family seat, Yi Huang gazes at her father on the high platform, her face radiating with longing and pride. That is her father. I am the daughter of Ye Suifeng. The others around her are equally electrified, the why Ye Suifeng is the unwavering anchor in their hearts. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those formidable beings above the Golden Body realm, they are all rooted to the spot, frozen in place. Their expressions are filled with dread, yet they find themselves incapable of moving a muscle. You yourselves proclaimed that this is a world where strength reigns supreme, Ye Suifeng asserts. Straightening his posture as he strides slowly toward Li Lushu, casting a downward glance upon him, Li Lushu is not yet deceased. He struggles to turn his head, gazing at Ye Suifeng, who blocks the sunlight. His eyes brimming with unending terror. Why? How can he be so powerful? Regret floods Li Liushu's mind. He laments ever having targeted Ye Suifeng. Such an entity is far beyond what the Li family can contend with. Spare! Spare! Li Liushu's lips quiver as he attempts to plead with Ye Suifeng, yet he struggles to articulate a coherent sentence. It's too late. Ye Suifeng replies coldly that he is capable of acts of mercy. But he is not a merciful man. The moment Li Lushu threatened him, using his daughter as leverage, the fate of the Li family was sealed. That why Ye Suifeng crouches down. If it were I lying on the ground today, consider this. Would you spare me? You've long wished to see me torn to shreds. Haven't you? He opens his palm, and suddenly, a drop of Li Liushu's blood floats forth, landing in Ye Suifeng's hand. The blood droplet spins gently, rising and falling as though it possesses life. With each breath, a hazy radiance envelopes it, ethereal and magnificent. It turns out you were not mistaken. The power here indeed comprises merely a third of the Li family, Ye Suifeng remarks. A flicker of red glinting in his pupils, sending a chill through Li Liushu's bones. What do you intend to do? Li Lushu finally exclaims. Would you like to see? Ye Suifeng brings his palm closer to Li Lushu, the droplet of blood magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Countless minuscule scenes come into sharp focus. He sees Li Qi, still unconscious, that he sees Li family members arguing in the streets, that he sees the two ancestors of the Li family, still in deep meditation underground, that he sees his own body lying on the ground, witnessing the entirety of the Li family's lineage. No. Li Lushu has never encountered such a method, yet he vaguely comprehends Ye Suifeng's intentions. I was wrong. Two streams of blood tears cascade from Li Liushu's eyes at this moment. He is consumed by boundless regret. Time and again, he had instructed his descendants to exercise caution, to be prudent, to ascertain the enemy's details before making plans, lest they commit an irrevocable error. Yet today, due to his underestimation of Ye Suifeng, he has made a mistake that may never be rectified. Li Lushu locks eyes with Ye Suifeng, his gaze filled solely with endless supplication. Farewell. Not all pleas yield the desired outcome. The blood droplet in Ye Suifeng's palm suddenly spirals wildly, radiating an infinite brilliance that Li Lushu watches in horror as it reaches a critical point and explodes. All scenes shatter like glass. On the streets of Yunshao City, a young Li family member wears a triumphant smile, while the person he had just argued with lies on the ground, coughing up blood. Undoubtedly, he has once again triumphed through the strength of his family. Yet suddenly his brow furrows, sensing something amiss within his body, that a slender blood vessel emerges on his face, that he stumbles and turns, surveying his surroundings. However, everything before him has transformed into a blood-red realm. He attempts to speak, but an abrupt wave of dizziness engulfs him, plunging him into darkness as he collapses, losing consciousness entirely. The crimson veins on his face deepen in hue until they vanish into utter darkness. The surrounding attendants rush forward to assist him, only to discover he has completely lost all vitality. Such scenes unfold across Yunshao City, within its jurisdiction, and even in distant towns. All those with ties to the Li family in Yunshao City perish within mere breaths. In the Tingyun Duel Arena, the Li family section lies in profound silence that on the high platform, Li Lushu watches as scene after scene crumbles before his eyes. Tears of blood glisten in his gaze as he looks skyward. Ah! With his last ounce of strength, he lets out a howl that remains unclear whether it is a lamentation directed at Ye Suifeng or a regret for his own choices. Shortly thereafter, life drains from him. Ye Suifeng observes his face, shaking his head slightly as he rises to his feet. The Li family boasts numerous bloodlines, many of whom hold significant positions within Yunshao City. Their sudden demise will undoubtedly impact the city's governance greatly. Suiyun, Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng calls out. Present! Both respond in unison. You shall personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunshao City, comprehensively take over all assets of the Li and Tang families. From this moment forth, Yunshao City shall belong solely to the Yi. Chapter 55. A new beginning. Yunshao City descends into chaos. Important figures suddenly perish in broad daylight that end their panic. People fear for their own safety. But upon investigation, they discover that the deceased are all members of the Li family. Bewildered, they ponder what has transpired. That on the streets, a horse-drawn carriage races forward. Miss, should we not wait outside the duel arena? After all, the Yi family is our most significant guest, a maid inquires. No need to wait. The outcome is predetermined. Gu Wanxin replies languidly, reclining upon the carriage's soft cushions. The figure of that man lingers in her mind. Refusing to fade, the powerful beings of the transformation realm kneel at his feet. The Li family, the Tang family, to him, they are but ants easily crushed at will. Yunshao City may descend into turmoil. We must prepare thoroughly, Gu Wanxin declares. Her personal maid nods in agreement. I hope the Yi family remains unscathed. That I truly admire Fairy Huang, and I also have great fondness for that bubble-blowing Yi Xiaoxiao. I sincerely wish no harm befalls them. Concern fills her face. Fear not. They will be fine, Gu Wanxin assures, patting her shoulder to Yi Huang. Yi Xiaoxiao and the other three have left a profound impression on her today, for they are simply extraordinary. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin has only encountered once in her life. His name was Shen Tianming, a core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who ascended to the heights of the transformation realm at the tender age of 27. Can the Yi family truly rival such an ancient force as the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet she understands that the transformations of Yi Huang and the others stem from one individual, Ye Suifeng. Perhaps I might attempt to introduce my little niece, Gu Wanxin ponders. Outside the Tingyun Duel Arena, many anxiously await the outcome of the negotiations among the three major families. Suddenly, several figures shoot forth from the duel arena, rapidly dispersing in every direction. It's Fairy Huang. Someone recognizes one of the leading figures. They're all safe. That's wonderful. I hope the head of the Yi family is unharmed as well. Of course, cheers erupt as the Yi family's methods and prowess have garnered the admiration of the majority. They do not wish to see such a family perish. To think it would result in this. How on earth did he achieve it? When Shu muses, unable to fathom how Ye Suifeng survived against the three nascent soul powerhouses, perhaps the Yi family possesses hidden strength as well. Kid, the goddess you admire may not be easily attainable, when Shu remarks, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to depart. Let us go. The victor has been determined. Zhang Dong observes the departing Yi family members and strides forward. Senior, who emerged victorious? It must be the Yi family. Several young individuals quickly follow suit. Zhang Dong nods. Prepare for our visit to the Yi family tomorrow. In the Tingyun Duel Arena, with a single command from Ye Suifeng, all core members of the Yi family depart, ready to quell the chaos in the city and assume control of Yunshao City. Standing on the high platform, Ye Suifeng turns his gaze toward Tang Zheng. At this moment, Tang Zheng has long since lost his former arrogance, slumped on the ground, utterly drained, his expression one of trepidation. Each death among the Li family members feels like a needle piercing his courage. That Ye Suifeng is a presence far beyond his imagination. When Ye Suifeng looks his way, Tang Zheng's heart leaps into his throat. Yi family head. I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembles. Where did you err? Ye Suifeng suddenly grins. Tang Jing falters for a moment before hastily continuing. I should not have believed Li Liushu's nonsense. I should not have been blinded by wealth. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me. Spare the descendants of the Tang family. Tang Jing kneels, his forehead knocking repeatedly against the ground, tears and snot nearly splattering onto Ye Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today seeking to harm the Ye family must die, Ye Suifeng states. Blood stains Tang Jing's forehead as he gazes at Ye Suifeng. He comprehends the meaning behind these words. The Tang family shall not meet the same grim fate as the Li family. However, the remaining members of the Tang family, the bloodline of the Tang family, shall forever be unable to cultivate. I shall grant you a moment to ponder, Ye Suifeng says. Tang Jing lowers his head, his expression one of confusion. The inability to cultivate is, to them, akin to death. His fists gradually clenched, but moments later, they fell dejectedly. Better than being dead, I suppose that Tio live as an ordinary person, distanced from the complexities and controversies of the cultivation world. Perhaps that is a form of happiness as well. Nonetheless, he wished to make one final effort. The head of the Yi family, Xiaoqing and the others, are unaware of today's plans. Ye Suifeng gazed intently at him and ultimately nodded. You have 10 spots. Decide for yourself. Tang Jing shuddered, then bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolence. In his eyes, murky tears flowed that in a short while, a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Ye Suifeng's hand, with Tang Xiaoqing prominently listed. However, what surprised Ye Suifeng slightly was that Tang Jing had not included his own name. The individuals named were all the most outstanding young members of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Ye Suifeng inhuited. I have, Tang Jing replied softly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He did not wish to say much, for he was now the villain, and no matter what he said, it would feel disingenuous. Since the decision to kill had been made, then kill it must be. He extended his hand. Tang Jing understood, biting his fingertip, trembling as he delivered his blood into Ye Suifeng's palm. Then he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young individuals seated at the Tang family's position could move. Their expressions filled with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, head of the family, Tang Xiaoqing and the others looked anxiously at Tang Jing on the high platform. Xiaoqing, return. Leave everything behind and lead our kin away from Yuntian City. Never to return, Tang Jing said in a soft voice. Sadness marred Tang Xiaoqing's face. Father, he rasped. Leave, Tang Jing bellowed. Tang Xiaoqing fell silent, kneeling and bowing 3 times heavily before the high platform that he then rose and, accompanied by the remaining members of the Tang family, left without looking back. Just as he stepped out of the arena, an explosive sound erupted behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the place where the Tang family had been, now a river of blood. Brother Xiaoqing, Tang Mengxian hesitated to speak. Return, Tang Xiaoqing growled, refusing to look back, striding forward, this moment. Only Ye Suifeng and Tang Jing remained in the arena. Ye Suifeng opened his palm, where a droplet of blood had already been inscribed with a black mark that was a bloodline curse, empowered by the will of the heavenly path, unsolvable in this world. The curse will manifest in 3 days. Those of the Tang family who survive will have ample time to endure the most perilous moments at the onset, Ye Suifeng stated. Tang Jing's decision to exclude himself from the list earned Ye Suifeng's admiration, which is why he had granted them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Jing lay motionless on the ground, having already severed his own ties. Thus, the Li and Tang families were utterly erased from Yuntian City, and why Ye Suifeng let out a faint sigh, rising into the sky. Below, Yuntian City slowly shrank in size. The arrangement of buildings within the city was laid bare to his gaze. The 3 major families firmly occupied the central position, with the Yi family being the smallest in area. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, fingers poised like a sword, and inscribed a colossal Yi character in the sky. As the final stroke was completed, an endless radiance emanated from the character, resonating with the grand Dao, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the heart of Yuntian City, where the 3 major families resided. From this day forth, This place belongs to the Ye family, a new beginning. Chapter 56. Chaos in the dim, narrow tunnel. A loud crash resounded as a heavy iron door was forcefully flung open from the outside. And a figure darted past. That was a young man, his face smeared with blood. Gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror, he sprinted frantically through the intricate underground passage, crashing through one heavy iron door after another. As he ran, he frequently glanced back, as if some monstrous flood or beast were pursuing him. Finally, he arrived at a smooth, blue stone wall. The young man threw himself against the wall, his hands and feet frantic as he retrieved a small, intricately crafted circular object from his pocket, pressing it against the surface and manipulating its mechanisms. With a series of clicks, a narrow crack appeared in the luminous blue stone, slowly widening. Suddenly, chilling footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting as he exerted every ounce of strength to squeeze through the gap before it could close. His ribs felt as though they might break. Ah! At last, he squeezed through. Collapsing onto the ground, he raised his head. Here was a vast underground chamber, brightly lit, filled with fragrant aromas. That in the center lay 3 ancient coffins, one of which on the left had already been opened. "Ancestor, please save me, save our family," the young man shouted, rolling and crawling toward the coffin, pounding desperately on the lid. Yet no one responded. "Ancestors, wake up!" He struck the coffin with all his might, blood oozing from his forehead, until finally the tightly shut lid cracked open slightly. That a wave of deathly energy wafted out. Still, there was no reply. The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and despair washed over the young man's face. He turned around, slowly leaning against the coffin, staring at the open blue stone door. As the footsteps approached, a figure clad in a purple cloak emerged into his view. "So this is the foundation of the Li family," Ye Huang remarked as she entered, surveying the surroundings, followed closely by a dozen followers. "No wonder it is called the foundation. This place must be at least dozens of zhang underground." She stepped forward, standing directly in front of the young man and the 3 coffins. "You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors?" Ye Huang leaned in, scrutinizing his face. The young man's gaze faltered as he spoke softly. "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd elder of the Li family." Ye Huang realized. So he was an outsider. When she and her second uncle, who was at the nascent soul stage, stormed into the Li family, only outsiders and a group of recruits remained. They were in disarray, unaware of what had transpired. Ye Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied assault. However, under the strength of her second uncle, none could withstand the Ye family's onslaught. In an instant, they were forced into retreat, turning the encounter into a cat-and-mouse game of pursuit. Ye Huang had followed this young man to the underground space in her relentless chase. "Spare me. I am merely clang." A flash of sword light swept through, and the young man's head was severed. Rolling to the ground, Ye Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of compassion. If the Li family ancestors were truly awakened, it would mean death for her and all those behind her. Ye Huang straightened, glancing once more at the artificially created space. "Detonated all with explosive talismans. Our Ye family does not require such buried foundations." Moments later, the ground trembled, accompanied by a resounding roar as the majority of the Li family's surface structures collapsed. Ye Huang and Ye Suifeng stood together, gazing at the unfolding scene. "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness the day of the Li family's downfall," Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Cousin Ye Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not hurry there?" Ye Huang inquired. "No need." Ye Suifeng lifted his gaze to the massive Ye character suspended in the sky, his jade pendant at his waist flickering with a soft glow. The moment that character appeared, he sensed that the pendant, which symbolized the family's endeavors, had transformed. It had become a treasure that could both attack and defend. Now, neither the Li family nor the Tang family possessed anyone capable of opposing them. The streets of Yintian City had descended into chaos. The sudden annihilation of the Li family sent the Tang family into instant turmoil, scattering in all directions. The shops that once belonged to the 2 families were shuttered, their owners hastily packing to flee in a lavish alchemy shop. A gaunt middle-aged man frantically activated his storage ring. causing bottles and jars to be sucked in. Just as he was about to leave after nearly emptying the shop, a loud crash reverberated as the shop's door was flung open, and several figures blocked his path. The leader was none other than Ye Qinyao. Master Du. Ye Qinyao hesitated upon seeing the man. This middle-aged figure was Du Haisheng, a fifth-grade alchemist who had previously taught at the Ye family for many years. Only to betray them in the end, he had secretly formed an alliance with the Li family, departing during the Ye family's most challenging times while taking a great number of exceptional disciples and many secrets with him. She had thought they would never cross paths again, yet here they were in a Li family shop. Ah, it's little Qinyao. Du Haisheng, upon seeing the group, did not seem particularly anxious, chuckling, "I never expected you to achieve such accomplishments. Nor did I expect you to align yourself with our enemies," Ye Qinyao retorted. The atmosphere grew tense. "I was never one of your Ye family." Du Haisheng suddenly grew agitated, exclaiming, "I was merely a guest invited by you. When someone offers better treatment, it is only natural for me to leave. People seek higher ground, just as water flows downward." Ye Qinyao coldly regarded him, her eyes devoid of any emotion. "That is not a justification for you to betray the Ye family's secrets to the Li family." At that moment, the three masters of the Ye family had simultaneously departed, and the losses incurred were not merely those of the teaching mentors. Most critically, they had divulged a multitude of internal secrets belonging to the Ye family. Du Haisheng fell silent, unable to refute these claims. Betrayal is indeed betrayal. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, as if they were on the brink of drawing their blades against each other. Sigh. Ye Qinyao let out a soft sigh. "Regardless of the circumstances, you were once my alchemy mentor. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Leave everything behind and depart from Yinshao City." With that, Ye Qinyao extended her hand. "From this day forth, any semblance of affection between us is severed." Du Haisheng, his expression dark, caressed the storage ring on his hand. Within it lay the wealth of an entire shop, sufficient for him to live extravagantly for a lifetime. Yet, in the face of the formidable Ye family, the likelihood of him taking anything with him was slim. Moments later, Du Haisheng also sighed, removing the storage ring that he then stepped forward and placed it in Ye Qinyao's palm. "Xiao Qian, you have always been my most astute student. Before I leave, I shall impart one last lesson. Never underestimate the treachery of the human heart." Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed across Du Haisheng's face as he curled his fingers into a claw. Lunging for Ye Qinyao's neck as a formidable master of the Golden Body realm, the distance was too short for the few individuals behind Ye Qinyao to intervene that if he could seize her, he would undoubtedly escape from Yinshao City with his riches. His movements were swift, and he was mere moments away from grasping Ye Qinyao's neck. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his motion. A mirror materialized in Ye Qinyao's hand. "I have never underestimated you. My apologies, Master Du." Once Ye Qinyao spoke, Du Haisheng, caught in the beam of the red dust mirror, visibly aged before their eyes. Ultimately, he transformed into a desiccated corpse, collapsing to the ground. Outside Yinshao City, a group of several dozen individuals were hastily fleeing into the distance. After running for many miles, they finally slowed their pace. "Did the Ye family not pursue us?" "No. It seems they have let us go, but now we are left with nothing. What should we do, Xiaoqing?" Tang Xiaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the fading outline of Yinshao City. "We must leave." He turned and continued onward step by step. Chapter 57. Rebuilding the Ye family. The family head study, down on the desk lay an octagonal formation plate, each corner adorned with a radiant high-grade spirit stone. Intricate patterns connecting the 8 stones that Ye Suifeng channeled a stream of spiritual energy. And the entire formation plate instantly illuminated that a familiar city materialized above the plate. Its outline clearly visible, that it was none other than Yinshao City. That Ye Suifeng executed a hand seal, causing the illusory Yinshao City to expand instantaneously, revealing all its buildings and streets, ultimately freezing upon the 3 major families' architectural complex. Why does this feel reminiscent of futuristic technology? Ye Suifeng marveled, the formation plate having been discovered in the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yinshao City, albeit a comprehensive three-dimensional representation. It was astonishing. Many similar trinkets had also been unearthed from the treasures of the two families, including hoverboards for travel, easily erected simple pavilions, and even mattresses for massage, as well as large iron pots that could automatically cook meals. Though they bore no utility for combat or cultivation, they significantly aided in various aspects of daily life. This truly refreshed Ye Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation world. Shouldn't the cultivation realm solely revolve around training and conflict? Yet he soon comprehended. The civilization of this world had existed for countless millennia. While the primary focus may be on cultivation and ascension, daily life certainly could not be neglected. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients yielded a staggering variety of culinary delights, incomparable to anything from his past life. Ye Suifeng's aspiration to savor the world's delicacies now seemed quite challenging to fulfill. Elder brother. At that moment, Sui Yin walked in from outside. How did it go? Ye Suifeng did not lift his gaze, casually inquiring. It has stabilized for the most part, Sui Yin replied. Initially, it was indeed quite chaotic. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were suddenly unattended, allowing numerous individuals to seize the opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. Thanks to that group of youngsters who brought back a multitude of cultivators a few months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Yunshao city would have been quite a challenge. The management of a city cannot function without personnel. The recently recruited rogue cultivators played a crucial role. Currently, only our Yi family remains in Yunshao city, and a great number of cultivators are clamoring to join our family. Many have already privately begun referring to Yunshao city as Yi city. Sui Yun's face was alight with excitement. This scene was something he had never even dreamed of. I reiterate, we must clearly delineate the hierarchy. Those who join now must be treated differently from the previous group. Do not employ that foolish notion of treating everyone equally. Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yun nodded. Having held a high position for long, he understood that treating everyone equally was merely a beautifully deceptive poison. By the way, elder brother, the Li and Tang families have finished plundering, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Especially the Li family. They blew up the underground space, nearly collapsing half of it. How should we handle that? Sui Yun inquired. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, fixing the formation plate map upon the architectural complex of the three families. The map had yet to be updated, so all the buildings on it still appeared intact. The three families were situated at the very center of Yunshao city, occupying a vast expanse. The Yi family comprised only about 1/5 of that area. Level it all and rebuild, Ye Suifeng declared. Sui Yin was momentarily taken aback. Elder brother, there are still many intact buildings within. I am aware. I simply find them displeasing. Ye Suifeng replied flatly. Sui Yin was taken aback. Additionally, after leveling them, construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family. Our household has grown quite crowded. Ye Suifeng's hand circled a large area on the map, its size exceeding that of the current Yi family by over 10-fold. Elder brother, isn't that a bit excessive? The number of people at home has not increased to that extent yet. Sui Yin felt it was somewhat exaggerated. It will undoubtedly continue to grow. Ye Suifeng glanced at him. I heard that your sister-in-law is recently with child. Sui Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Well, our family is flourishing lately, and I am quite pleased. A flourishing household is a good thing. Ye Suifeng remarqued. I sincerely hope you can spare some time to thoroughly explore the origins of life. Do you understand? Sui Yun, sweating profusely, repeatedly responded, I understand. Ye Suifeng shook his head. This world remained far from as open regarding matters of men and women as his previous life, that he then turned his attention back to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yunshao city appeared quite chaotic. It was crooked and irregular, with many dead-end roads that were visually displeasing. After a moment's thought, Ye Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, dividing the entire city into 4 sections centered around the Yi family. Construct 4 main roads radiating outward from here. Then find a highly skilled designer to properly arrange the buildings within the city. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and connectivity. Is that clear? Sui Yun's expression was utterly captivating. Elder brother, are you intending to completely overhaul the entire city? What is wrong with that? Ye Suifeng replied. This disarray is irksome to me. I want a complete redesign. As he spoke, he noticed that the position of the Ye family seemed not to be at the city's true center, slightly off to the left, resulting in the cross drawn from it not aligning with the four city gates. Sui Yun, look at this wall. It is large yet not circular. Let us demolish and rebuild it as well. It must be a perfect circle. Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly baffled. He had no idea what his elder brother intended to do. He did not dare to inquire further. However, his elder brother's actions must have their rationale, one that was surely beyond his comprehension. He would simply follow orders. All right, I will make the arrangements. After all, it was merely a circular city wall. Yunshao City would become the most unique one on the continent. Yet, what Sui Yun did not realize was that his elder brother was merely indulging his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. That will suffice for now. Ye Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, fearful that he might conceive yet another idea. By the way, how have the other factions within the city fared recently? In Yunshao City, aside from the three major families, there were three other factions of considerable influence. The first was the Wanbao Pavilion, a central hub for cultivators, bustling with countless visitors daily. The second was the Zue Meng Lu, the most prestigious tavern in Yunshao City, complete with the Zue Meng Garden. The third was the Shang Yun Courtyard, a place of ephemeral pleasures, requiring no further explanation. Has there been any movement from Wanbao Pavilion in the past few days? Ye Suifeng inquired. No movements, Sui Yun replied. Since the battle for Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained remarkably quiet, with its personnel scarcely venturing outside, exercising extreme caution. The leaves nodded gently in the wind that Ji Wanxin, a woman of considerable intellect, would certainly refrain from taking any unilateral actions unless prompted by me. Let Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow, I declared. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of Zue Meng Lu and Xiang Yun Yuan? Sui Yun responded. Xiang Yun Yuan has been quite restrained, but the owner of Zue Meng Lu seems to be growing increasingly restless. Reports from below indicate that he has begun purchasing land in the vicinity, likely with intentions to expand. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, deep in thought for a moment. Have them all summoned for tomorrow, he instructed. We shall discuss life. Chapter 58, Rectification upon learning of the Ye family's plans to reconstruct Yunshao City. Dong Tianji was filled with excitement. As a six-tier master of formations and a highly accomplished architect, he was determined to prove his worth following a prior disagreement with the head of the Ye family. I must demonstrate my capabilities in this endeavor, he resolved. Thus, he approached the second master, Ye Suiyun, to express his ideas. Suiyun, relieved to find someone willing to take on the task, gladly handed over the basic blueprints and requirements. Dong Tianji was brimming with confidence. However, upon opening the blueprints, he was instantly taken aback. Whose brilliant mind conceived these designs, he muttered, completely stunned by the unconventional layout. While placing his family at the heart of the city posed no issue. Constructing 4 direct roads leading straight to the family residence seemed excessively ostentatious, and the so-called requirements for cleanliness and orderliness felt more suited to a backyard than a city. Shouldn't the initial consideration for a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What truly left him aghast was a circular city wall. Good heavens, are you attempting to create the most bizarre city on the continent? Dong Tianji's head was spinning. This task was indeed daunting. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow 6-tier master of weapon forging. This individual, well-traveled and knowledgeable, might have encountered such peculiar architecture before. It seems the designer of this city has not considered the safety of the family, Hu Chuang remarked upon examining the blueprints. His brow furrowed. Like Dong Tianji, he perceived the placement of the family as overly conspicuous. Should a crisis arise, escape would become exceedingly challenging. Then we must begin from the underground, he suggested. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, and together, the two of them began to exert every effort to realign this fantastical design into a more feasible concept. Meanwhile, the instigator of their headaches was leisurely enjoying tea in the reception hall. "Brother, they have all arrived," Sui Yun announced as he entered. "Then let us proceed one by one." Ye Suifeng replied that I in the reception hall. 3 individuals awaited Ye Suifeng's summons. One of them was Gu Wanxin, who seemed quite at ease, having visited numerous times before. Another was a slightly portly middle-aged man, fair-skinned and dressed in extravagantly luxurious attire, exuding confidence. He was Feng He, the owner of Ziming Lu. The last was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was the creator of Xiang Yun Yuan, Granny Hua. "Master Gu, it is a pleasure to see you," Feng He began after a brief wait. "You are indeed a frequent visitor at Ziming Lu. I recall you once accompanied the head of the Yi family." Feng He smiled, attempting to cultivate familiarity. "Indeed, such an occasion did occur," Gu Wanxin replied, reclining in her chair. "Haha, then your relationship with the head of the Yi family must be quite special." Gu Wanxin regarded him silently, and Feng He, assuming her silence was acquiescence, inquired, "Do you know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us today?" Gu Wanxin did not respond. Instead, she shifted to a more comfortable position, smiling slightly as she said, "Feng, have you not been in Yinshao City recently?" Feng He was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Master Gu, you are truly perceptive. How did you deduce that?" "Indeed. Half a year ago, I returned to Linjiang City in the south and have only just returned," he replied. "I never imagined that Yinshao City would undergo such significant changes." Linjiang City, one of the 9-city alliance, is located south of Su City and is rumored to be even more prosperous. The Ji Yuanxi nodded, chuckling lightly. "If you had been around recently, you would not have used the word please." Feng He furrowed his brow. "Master Gu, what do you mean by that?" Gu Wanxin chose not to respond, preferring to maintain her distance from him. Feng He felt bewildered, sensing that Gu Wanxin regarded him as a fool. Moments later, he turned his attention to Granny Hua. "Granny Hua, as an old friend, I must offer you a friendly warning. I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a benevolent heart, intolerant of certain sordid affairs. You should be cautious with your words." Though Feng He feigned concern, his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude as he reveled in the potential misfortune of a rival. Granny Hua merely snorted in response, her expression growing more tense. Indeed, such rumors had circulated outside. Should Ye Suifeng be unable to tolerate establishments of debauchery? Then, "Granny Hua, please come with me," Sui interjected, entering the reception hall. Upon hearing her name called, Granny Hua instinctively trembled before rising slowly, her expression grave as she followed Sui out. She is surely in for trouble." Feng He grinned at Gu Wanxin. Gu Wanxin rolled her eyes and closed them, indifferent to Granny Hua's fate, yet certain that if Feng continued his antics, he would certainly encounter his own troubles. That in the inner hall, Ye Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of correspondence. Under Xiyun's guidance, Granny Hua entered the Ye Suifeng glanced at her and commanded, "Sit." "Thank you, head of the Yi family." Granny Hua replied respectfully to Ye Suifeng turned back to his papers, saying, "You are the one who established Xiang Yun Yuan in Yinshao City, correct?" "Yes. You have abducted virtuous young women, trained them, and offered them as playthings to the affluent, have you not?" The second question struck Granny Hua like a stone sinking into the depths of the ocean. "Head of the Yi family." You need only answer with a yes or no," Ye Suifeng interrupted. "Yes, I have done such things," Granny Hua admitted, lowering her head. Ye Suifeng fell silent. That an invisible pressure bore down upon Granny Hua, leaving her exceedingly anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on her wrinkled forehead. After a moment, Ye Suifeng set down the correspondence in his hand. "From today onward, do not let me discover similar occurrences again. Do you understand?" Granny Hua shot her head up, astonished. "Is that all?" She found it hard to believe. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I understand that in truth, since Xiang Yun Yuan's development, such activities have ceased. As long as you comprehend," Ye Suifeng stated, gesturing for her to leave. Granny Hua stood, deeply bowing, before exiting the inner hall. "I thought you would eradicate Xiang Yun Yuan," Sui Yin remarked with a smile. "Eradicate? Why would I do that?" Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Such establishments exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will promptly arise. It would be wiser to find a more obedient one, easier to control." With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, summoned Feng He. This fellow appears to be quite inflated with pride. Chapter 59. Heavenly Array Stone. I have long heard of the head of the Ye family's remarkable presence. Having met you today, it is indeed extraordinary, a true young talent. With a hearty laugh, he strode in from outside. His face was flushed with vitality as he clasped his fists and seated himself across from Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng, you are indeed quite the familiar face. He acknowledged, glancing at the documents in his hand and diving straight into the matter at hand. I have heard that you are acquiring land near Ziphoning Lu these days. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, my dear Ye. He laughed. The Ye family is formidable. In just one day, you have eliminated 2 major families, truly admirable. Such grand events have unveiled immense business opportunities. Prompting my actions, he declared, sitting confidently in his chair, seemingly certain that Ye Suifeng would be intrigued by his so-called great opportunity. Ye Suifeng was unsure where Feng's confidence stemmed from. After a moment of silence, noticing Ye Suifeng's apparent indifference, he continued, Head of the Ye family, this opportunity will allow us to amass significant wealth together. Ye Suifeng raised his hand. Stop right there. I am not interested in your so-called opportunity. He was instantly taken aback. Head of the Ye family. But that involves a substantial amount of spirit stones. As long as we join forces, I estimate that the profits could reach at least 100 billion annually. Do not tell me you are uninterested in spirit stones? Decided to dangle some bait. Having spent years in Yinshao City, he was well acquainted with the economic situations of the 3 major families. The Ye family's annual revenue was merely a few billion, even after eliminating the other 2 families. It would hardly multiply significantly. The accumulation of wealth is far from as straightforward as one might imagine. Thus, he believed that an annual sum of billions would surely entice Ye Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yinshao City for too long, he remained oblivious to the fact that the times had changed. My interest in spirit stones is not as profound as you might think. The reason I summoned you today is for an entirely different matter. Ye Suifeng set aside the documents and produced a design blueprint, placing it upon the table. Yinshao City is preparing for reconstruction, and your Zui Ming Yuan obstructs the construction of the main road. It must be dismantled. Name your price. Staring at the blueprint before him, Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words that a reconstruction of such magnitude for Yinshao City. Does the Ye family possess such financial clout? Head of the Ye family, this is rather inappropriate. When Zui Ming Lu first arrived in Yinshao City, we agreed to a mutual non-interference. He gradually suppressed his smile. With whom did you make this agreement? With the Tang family, one of the 3 great clans. Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, yet he undoubtedly ranked among them. The current master of Yinshao City is the Ye family. If you wish to conduct business here, you must adhere to the Ye family's arrangements. Either name a price and sell Zui Ming Yuan to us, or pack your belongings and leave. I offer you but a single opportunity for choice. With that, Ye Suifeng ceased to engage him further. Crash! He abruptly rose from his chair, seething with anger. Ye Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? My superior is from Linjiang City, and just as he began to lose his temper, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation that he then witnessed a golden glowing orb floating gently from his dantian, drifting slowly into Ye Suifeng's hands. That was his golden core. Ye Suifeng grasped the golden core and produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it alongside the golden core. 1 golden core, paired with 1 spirit stone, is sufficient to acquire all the assets of your Zui Ming Lu, is it not? If it is sufficient, then we shall draft an agreement, and you may take them away. Ye Suifeng was utterly devoid of patience. Had he known the caliber of the individual before him, he would not have bothered to meet in person. Encountering such people frequently undoubtedly dulled one's intellect. He simply wished to conclude this matter swiftly. He stood frozen, his mind racing, overwhelmed with dread. That was a golden core. Ye Suifeng had so effortlessly seized it. What on earth had transpired in his absence from Yinshao City over the past 6 months? I will sign. He stammered. Soon after, an agreement was drawn up, and Ye Suifeng acquired all the properties of Zui Ming Lu for the price of 1 low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, Feng He finally reclaimed his golden core. Clutching the scorching spirit stone, he was consumed by regret. Had he known, he would have simply acquiesced to Ye Suifeng's request and sold Ziming Yuan from the outset. After Feng He departed, Ye Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters should henceforth be delegated to Sui Yun and the others. They were simply too tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Head of the Yi family. Gu Wanxin clasped her hands in front of her, addressing him respectfully. I hope you could be a bit more reasonable. Today has been quite vexing. Ye Suifeng gestured for her to take a seat. The Ji Wanxin smiled gently. It is rare to see you in such a state. She settled into her chair. Is it because of Feng He? Please, spare me from discussing that fool. Ye Suifeng replied. Let us talk about you instead. Why have you been cooped up in Wanbao Pavilion, not venturing beyond its doors? Gu Wanxin replied. I have been awaiting your instructions. Head of the Yi family. You are from Wanbao Pavilion, not of the Yi family. There is no need to heed my commands. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea. Ji Wanxin chuckled softly, then sighed lightly. Head of the Yi family. If you do not take me in, it won't be long before you see me no more. Why is that? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had been curious as to why Wanbao Pavilion exchanged so many resources for spirit stones, which were not sustenance. Do you have any leads? Indeed. As Gu Wanxin spoke, she retrieved a box made of an unidentifiable metal from her storage ring. Placing it on the table, every transaction made by Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered an unusual occurrence. Each year, a significant portion of the spirit stones earned by our various branches abruptly disappears within a certain time frame. Following this, a new item appears on the material list, known as the Tianjin Stone. I intended to uncover the secrets hidden within this mystery, so I sought an opportunity to connect with the person in charge of managing the Tianjin stones. Gu Wanxin fixed her gaze on Ye Suifeng, placing her hands on either side of the box. However, I never anticipated discovering such a secret. With that, she gently pressed her hands down. Accompanied by the sounds of crack, crack, the metal box's exterior began transforming like countless minute building blocks. Ultimately, it morphed from a rectangular shape into a Tai Chi patterned array plate. Hovering above the array plate were three objects that on the far left was a small tripod with 3 legs and twin ears. Surrounding the small tripod were intricate array patterns, interwoven and crossing each other, evoking a sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. In the center stood a 9-story pagoda. The pagoda was entirely translucent and crystal clear, with several clouds swirling around it, exuding an air of mystery. That on the far right was a luminous stone that appeared somewhat familiar. This is the Tianjin Stone. Gu Wanxin gazed at the glowing stone, her face etched with incredulity. It is only now that I realize Wanbao Pavilion amassed so many spirit stones solely for this small Tianjin Stone. Indeed, this Tianjin Stone is forged from countless pure spirit stones. To fuse one Tianjin Stone requires a minimum of 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Gu Wanxin exclaimed in astonishment. Were it not for Ye Suifeng's presence, the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion sales in Sioux City over the course of a year would amount to only about 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Ye Suifeng was also somewhat taken aback, not expecting Wanbao Pavilion's dealings with spirit stones to be of this nature. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Tianjin Stone appeared eerily familiar. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Another glowing stone materialized in his hand, identical to the Tianjin Stone on the array plate. Head of the Yi family, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tianjin Stone was not comparable to heavenly-grade treasures. That it was a material of the utmost quality, with special properties, attainable only by superpowers like Wanbao Pavilion. Ye Suifeng remained silent, coming to a realization. No wonder he had not heard the name Ling Jing for so long. It turned out that people referred to this item as the Tianjin Stone. That he glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36.5 trillion. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origin. For all things, Ye Suifeng initially believed that, given his prodigal ways, he would soon exhaust the remainder of the spirit stones in his wallet. Yet he was taken aback to discover that spirit stones themselves were merely a fraction. Sigh. His perspective had been too narrowed if what Gu Wanxin said was accurate. Then one Lingjing equated to 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Thus, 36.5 trillion Lingjing translated to how many high-grade spirit stones? And how many low-grade spirit stones? What to do with such an abundance of wealth that seemed impossible to spend? He was eager for answers. How does Wanbao Pavilion convert Tianjin stones? And why convert spirit stones into Tianjin stones? What is the purpose of the Tianjin stones? Ye Suifeng put away the Lingjing and fired off a series of questions that Ji Wanxin reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the Tianjin stone. Responding initially, I too had these questions. Such secrets are highly classified within Wanbao Pavilion. I had assumed it would require considerable effort to uncover any clues. But unexpectedly, Gu Wanxin remarked, looking at the small tripod and pagoda on the array plate with a wry smile, I cannot tell if this is fortunate or unfortunate. The methods of converting spirit stones into Tianjin stones, as well as the function of the Tianjin stones, are all contained within this box. Therefore, head of the Ye family, if you do not take me in, I shall have nowhere to turn at Wanbao Pavilion. Gu Wanxin had originally intended to borrow the Tianjin stone, bringing it to Ye Suifeng for a look before formulating her next steps. However, she never anticipated that the box contained such monumental secrets. She understood well that by stealthily taking this box, her life was no longer her own. That Ye Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand toward the small tripod, which floated in his palm. It was then that he realized this was not a tangible small tripod. To be precise, it was actually a detailed three-dimensional blueprint. Ye Suifeng unleashed his vast consciousness, enveloping it in an instant. Within just a few breaths, he comprehended every detail of the small tripod. So that is how it is. Ye Suifeng understood. The name of this small tripod was the Spirit Power Furnace, and its sole function was the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard conditions, 100 low-grade spirit stones could be transformed into 1 medium-grade spirit stone. And 100 medium-grade spirit stones could yield 1 high-grade spirit stone. That 1 billion high-grade spirit stones were required to create 1 Lingjing, which is to say, the Tianjin stone. The Spirit Power Furnace's essence was entirely constructed from the Tianjin stone and array formations. The formation serves as the main body, while the celestial array stones act as conduits, linking to the laws of the heavenly path. The formations, meticulously arranged by human hands, take root above the heavenly laws through these stones, drawing upon the power of the rules. Thus, they are capable of transforming the essence of spirit stones. No wonder spirit crystals are referred to as celestial array stones. These stones can directly connect with the laws of the heavenly path, becoming conductors of the rules. Consequently, cultivators can harness forces that humanity could not originally control, allowing for astonishing acts of creation. Well then, let us give it a try. The Spirit Power Furnace comprises 3 levels, with the distinction between each level lying in the efficiency of transformation. The highest grade furnace requires 10,000 celestial array stones, equivalent to the revenue of Sioux City over 10,000 years. It is indeed a staggering figure. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng made 1,000 celestial array stones float before them as if they were mere trifles, much to Gu Wanxin's astonishment. He then rapidly transformed his hand seals, continuously casting formation after formation, imprinting them onto the inner walls of the celestial array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required by the Spirit Power Furnace were utterly mind-boggling. Even if Master Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade formation master, were to undertake this task, he would need at least several thousand years to complete it, even with unwavering dedication. Even Ye Suifeng found it somewhat challenging, spending a full incense stick's worth of time to finish all the formations. Done! At Ye Suifeng's command, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head and adorned with 3 pairs of ears, gently descended onto the table. As it landed, a faint sound reminiscent of grand celestial music seemed to resonate, symbolizing an unparalleled treasure. Ji Wanxin stared blankly at the small cauldron, her mind buzzing. The image of the 1,000 celestial array stones floating in the air still lingered in her thoughts. All right, let us give it a try. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Suifeng restored clarity to Gu Wanxin's spirit platform. prompting her to focus intently, that he then pondered for a moment before opening his wallet and pouring low-grade spirit stones into the cauldron with abandon. Akin to discarding rubbish, causing Gu Wanxin to see stars, he continued until he had poured in a total of 100 trillion. Inside the cauldron lay a vast storage space capable of accommodating such a sum. With a mere thought, he activated the first formation. After a brief moment, the light from the formation gradually faded. Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness and discovered that all the low-grade spirit stones within the cauldron had been transformed into mid-grade spirit stones. Exactly 100 billion of them. Interesting. Ye Suifeng chucked, activating the second formation. Within a few breaths, they transformed into 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, displaying commendable efficiency. Nodding in approval, he initiated the final formation. The outer layer of the cauldron flickered intermittently. This process lasted for a full half an incense stick before gradually coming to a halt. A profound aura emanated forth. With a swift motion, a newly produced celestial array stone appeared in his palm. Not bad. Ye Suifeng felt quite satisfied with this small cauldron, as it finally allowed him to process the low and mid-grade spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those excessive numbers were quite bothersome. At that moment, had Gu Wanxin been aware of Ye Suifeng's thoughts, she would have clutched his leg exclaiming, "Big brother, let me bear your burdens." After testing the spirit power furnace, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward the small tower at the center. The small cauldron is meant for merging celestial array stones. Does that imply the tower serves a different purpose? He inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded, her expression complex. Very well, let me see. With a thought, Ye Suifeng enveloped the small tower with his consciousness, revealing all its information at once. The Tower of All Things Origin. This was a 9-tiered treasure, composed entirely of celestial array stones and formations, much like the spirit power furnace. Each level of the origin tower served a distinct function, and with each ascending tier, the required number of celestial array stones increased tenfold. Additionally, the benefits of all previously completed layers would also amplify tenfold with each ascent. First layer produces 1 drop of spirit energy essence per year, requiring 1,000 celestial array stones. The spirit energy essence is an exceptionally pure liquid that can be used directly for cultivation. Alter the concentration of spirit energy within a certain area, nourish spiritual tools, and enlighten spirit beasts. Its applications are numerous. Second layer produces 1 drop of body tempering essence per year, requiring 10,000 celestial array stones. The body tempering essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary body tempering treasures, significantly enhancing their effects. It can also strengthen one's innate cultivation talent to a certain extent. Third layer produces 1 drop of soul essence per year, requiring 100,000 celestial array stones. The soul essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. The fourth layer produces life essence, a liquid representing the essence of life, capable of healing injuries or promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth layer, innate essence, which can cultivate various innate physiques. The sixth layer, sacred essence, which can cultivate defying divine abilities. The seventh layer, creation essence, which can break through the limits of life and become a true child of the heavenly path. The eighth layer, rule essence, which can be used to master the rules of heaven and earth. The ninth layer produces 1 drop of heavenly path essence per year, requiring 100 billion celestial array stones. The heavenly path essence allows one to grasp and create rules. After perusing this information, Ye Suifeng finally comprehended the situation. And oh wonder, these superpowers could casually send out a core disciple capable of overpowering the most exceptional geniuses of ordinary large factions. It all stemmed from this. After absorbing all the information about the Tower of All Things Origin, Ye Suifeng propped his arms on the table, resting his chin in contemplation that if the information was accurate, a 9-tiered Tower of All Things Origin could produce 100 million drops of spirit energy essence, 10 million drops of body tempering essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These 3 types of essences formed the very foundation of cultivation. Just how many powerful beings could they cultivate? Not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and creation essence. With such resources at hand, no matter how monstrous a talent, they could be nurtured into greatness, if it weren't for Gu Wanxin's fortuitous discovery. He might have had those countless spirit stones and crystals languishing in his wallet for ages. My sincerest apologies, Master Yi, Gu Wanxin said, her expression filled with regret. I was so shocked earlier that I forgot to inform you that the Origin Tower is the treasure that requires the most investment in celestial array stones. We should not have squandered that 10,000 on the spirit power furnace. It's all my fault. Her tone was laced with self-reproach. Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before realizing that this girl had misunderstood, thinking he was left with only 10,000 celestial array stones. It's quite all right. You've been a tremendous help this time. Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. Ji Yuanxin blinked. Master Yi. Just call me Big Brother Yi. Ye Suifeng replied, By the way, you shouldn't be older than me, right? He hadn't inquired about Gu Wanxin's age, and now that he was prepared to regard her as a friend, he naturally wouldn't pry. Using his consciousness to probe would be quite impolite. Gu Wanxin looked at Ye Suifeng, but didn't disclose her age. She merely smiled gently. Big Brother Yi. Ye Suifeng nodded. By the way, where exactly did you acquire this box? Such an item shouldn't have appeared within the confines of Sioux City. He questioned, pondering how such a monumental secret containing all the information about the spirit power furnace and Origin Tower could be carelessly carried around. It was from an attendant of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Gu Wanxin responded. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and collection of spirit stones within Sioux City. Initially, I thought the box only contained a single celestial array stone, she continued, suddenly furrowing her brow. Perhaps this matter has something to do with you, Big Brother Yi. How could it possibly concern me? Ye Suifeng inhued. Puzzled. Well, Gu Wanxin smiled. Over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been exceedingly extravagant, catching the attention of the higher-ups at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Moreover, all your payments have been made with low-grade spirit stones. You might not know this, but the storerooms in Sioux City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Thus, I suspect they might have brought over the construction methods for the spirit power furnace and Origin Tower for the sake of convenience in transportation. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, finding this explanation somewhat tenuous. They could have simply brought a finished furnace instead of the design blueprints. However, at this point, they had no way to clarify why the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would act in such a manner. Never mind, it was irrelevant now. The blueprints were already in hand. The attendant from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion must be much stronger than you. How did you manage to do that? Ye Suifeng asked again. Gu Wanxin hesitated for a moment before responding. Big Brother Yi, you know, in situations like this, as a woman, there are many advantages. She didn't elaborate, but Ye Suifeng could infer the implications that it made sense. A woman without any background surviving in a complex power like the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would certainly have some means. It was no small feat for her to rise to the position of Pavilion Master. The Ye Suifeng held a deep respect for such individuals. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, and you won't need to engage in such activities again. Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. Really, Big Brother Yi, I am truly grateful to you. Gu Wanxin felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. However, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. So, will I be living at the Yi family from now on? Ye Suifeng gazed at her with a smile and remarked, If you find it unappealing, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue your dealings with the Yi family. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback. Having taken something of such significance from Wanbao Pavilion, I should not be able to return. Should I? Ye Suifeng chuckled softly. As long as you desire it, there is no problem. I will set this matter right. Gu Wanxin stared intently, her eyes wide. Throughout the years, as she navigated the murky waters of sordid class transactions, teetering on the brink of death countless times, no one had ever uttered such words to her. It was a profoundly comforting sentiment. Thank you. Then I shall return, she began, only to suddenly feel awkward. Ego, it's not that I dislike the Yi family, nor do I think poorly of them. I just simply... Enough, Ye Suifeng interjected with a smile. I also require you to temporarily remain at Wanbao Pavilion to procure goods for the family. Gu Wanxin's expression eased into a smile. Very well. Then let us hasten back to reopen. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Ye Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Oh, she inquired. The one from our last trip to Sucheng. Oh, right, Shen Tiaming. He must be here for the box. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng extended his index finger and lightly marked a faint red dot on Gu Wanxin's forehead. Then he produced 100 Tianjin stones and passed them to her. Deliver this to him, and say it is as if nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall use a low-grade spirit stone to purchase all of Wanbao Pavilion from the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng declared. Are you serious? Absolutely. Rest assured. With this in hand, there is no need to worry about safety. Ye Suifeng indicated his forehead. Ji Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps brisk as she exited. Once she had departed, Ye Suifeng let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had indeed rendered great assistance. The training of the Ye family's disciples had reached a bottleneck. The resources invested had become nearly saturated. Increasing the input would not yield qualitative change. Unless more rare resources were obtained, or training was tailored to each individual, like with Yi Huang and Yi Long, which was far too cumbersome for Ye Suifeng, who was not a caretaker, that he was only responsible for the most outstanding core disciples. Thus, the Tower of Origin had arrived at a most opportune moment. How many should I construct? A 9-story Tower of Origin required 1 trillion Tianjin stones. Let's begin with 10,000. Anything more would be impractical. 100 trillion Tianjin stones. This time, Ye Suifeng was truly expending a significant amount. In Yinshao City, at Wanbao Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the center of the first floor, his expression grim, beneath his feet. The steward responsible for managing the spirit stones lay bloodied and broken. Slumped on the ground, he awaited, anxiety gnawing at him. The second 9-story Tower of Origin at Wanbao Pavilion is about to be completed. There must be no errors on my watch. We must become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-story Towers of Origin. Chapter 62. Mirror Lake for 3 consecutive days. Ye Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly forging the Tower of Origin. For him, the crafting of such an object was relatively simple, yet it was exceedingly intricate. Each layer contained thousands upon thousands of different formations, interwoven and densely packed. Forging 10,000 towers was akin to requiring a student to transcribe the characters 1,000,000 times. Eventually, Ye Suifeng managed to forge 10 towers at once, completing all 10,000 9-story Towers of Origin within 3 days. Upon finishing, the study was filled with these towers. So much so that one could scarcely lift their head without bumping into one, that there was no alternative. These creations possessed their own space and could not be stored within a spatial ring. What shall I do with these? Ye Suifeng pondered it. Realizing that simply dumping 10,000 Towers of Origin on Sui Yun would surely frighten him to death, he needed to devise a method for their unified management. That as he contemplated, Ye Suifeng rose and made his way outside. With each step he took, the floating Towers of Origin clanged together, many of the unwitting objects obstructing his path. Move aside, you wretched Towers of Origin. After a moment, Ye Suifeng exited the study. Let me see how the new city is progressing. With a thought, Ye Suifeng flashed into the sky, gazing down upon Yunshao City. Compared to 3 days prior, the city had transformed dramatically. The residences of the Li and Tang families had been entirely razed, leaving behind towering walls that enclosed the area. A group of figures was busy setting up formations on the walls. This was to be the new Yi family. Centered around the new Yi family, for exceedingly wide roads stretched straight in all directions, leading directly to the edge of Yinshao City. The ends of these roads, for brand new city gates had been constructed, and the new city walls were taking shape with a throng of people gathered there. Supervising the construction like foreman, Ye Suifeng recognized 2 of the figures. They were Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Both had contributed to the design of many areas in the new Yinshao City. Within the city, construction was underway everywhere. Irregular buildings had been demolished, and new pavilions stood in orderly rows, appearing far more comfortable than before. Ye Suifeng nodded in approval. The pace of construction was astonishingly swift. Naturally, upon reflection, it was easy to understand, for this was the realm of cultivation. Individual power was immensely strong, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. They could accomplish tasks with a mere wave of their hand. Moreover, there were indeed specialized construction teams in this world, equipped with puppets specifically for building. A handful could construct a brand new building in mere moments. Thus, The framework of the new city had risen in just a few short days. Next came the setting of formations and reinforcement of the city walls, among other tasks, which Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang would oversee. After observing for a while and finding no significant issues, he chose not to linger. He only needed to provide requirements and conduct the final inspections. The specifics would naturally be handled by those below, at present. He wished only to arrange for the 10,000 towers of origin. First, for storage, ordinary spatial storage won't suffice, so I must carve out a space myself. That is quite simple. However, such a space is akin to another world, making it quite inconvenient for storage. Moreover, the low-tier original liquid is produced too rapidly. Even if distributed among the entire city, it would be more than sufficient. Of course, I would not do that. Each 9-story tower of Origin's first layer of spiritual liquid could yield 100 million drops annually, and if accumulated, would measure approximately 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers that amounted to 10 million cubic meters each year, that in just over a year, it could produce a volume of spiritual liquid equivalent to that of a lake the size of West Lake in my previous life. That is spiritual liquid. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. West Lake, that I could also create a lake here, that he glanced at the recently flattened lands of the Li and Tang families. A thought forming in his mind. Suddenly, he vanished from sight and reappeared behind the old Ye family residence on the newly cleared land. This spot is excellent. Ye Suifeng extended his finger and traced a perfect circle upon the ground before pressing his palm downwards. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the freshly leveled land instantly caved in, creating a colossal pit that plunged hundreds of feet deep. What just happened? Has a powerful being attacked? The people within the city were thrown into a panic. Some, still clad in nightwear, rushed out in alarm. Following the tremors, several figures soared into the sky, racing towards the Ye family's location. Suiyin was the first to arrive, staring in shock at the suddenly appeared pit. However, upon shifting his gaze to find Ye Suifeng deep in thought, he gradually relaxed. No worries, continue with your tasks. Suiyin dispersed the onlookers from the Ye family and landed beside Ye Suifeng. Brother, at least give a heads up. Suiyin wore a helpless expression. I was merely testing the sturdiness of the newly constructed buildings, Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly, though in truth he had been so absorbed in thought that he had forgotten to notify anyone. However, Suiyin did not press further. Gazing at the vast pit, he asked, Brother, what are you planning to do? Creating a large lake, Ye Suifeng explained. Now that we have ample space at home, I intend to establish a grand garden where I can stroll leisurely when time permits. Suiyin, brother, for matters such as this, you could simply inform me. There is no need to take matters into your own hands. You do not understand. Ye Suifeng shook his head, saying, Wait here for a moment. I shall explain how to proceed. With that, he rose to his full height and soared into the vast sky before the enormous character Yi. He then gestured with his hand, summoning the thousands of towers of origin from the study, arranging them into a long line that ultimately gathered before him. Let us place them here. Ye Suifeng struck out with a punch, shattering the void before him, creating a pitch-black spatial realm that he then pressed his hand against the Yi character, and countless fragments of space began to adhere to its outline and coalesce that in no time at all. The white Yi character was adorned with a delicate golden edge, faintly glowing. This was a newly opened space, and the massive Yi character served as the gateway to this realm. Go on in. Ye Suifeng gave a kick to the foremost origin tower, and subsequently, this long dragon began to stir, each one passing through the gate inscribed with the character Yi, entering into the space beyond. Once all the origin towers had entered, Ye Suifeng's figure flickered, and he too arrived within the confines of this space. It was not particularly vast, roughly the same area as Yunshao City. Next, we shall establish a passageway. The ancient Qian Kuan translocation array seems perfectly suited for this purpose. Ye Suifeng recalled this formation, tracing his fingers in the void, and soon a grand array manifested upon the ground that a pitch-black pit gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the enormous pit created by Ye Suifeng's earlier strike. After a moment's thought, Ye Suifeng executed a hand seal, dividing the pit into 10 distinct layers from top to bottom. Then, he summoned the origin towers, arranging them in orderly circles, floating serenely above the pit. Engage! With a commanding voice. All the origin towers connected with the pit. The first layer of the origin tower linked to the second layer of the pit, descending sequentially, with the ninth layer connecting to the pit's deepest level. Come forth. Ye Suifeng clenched his fist, and the produced primordial liquid began to flow gently into the corresponding layers of the pit. That on the ground, Suiyun, who had been awaiting Ye Suifeng, suddenly sensed a peculiar change in the expansive pit before him. He looked up to see that, just below 10 meters from the surface, a hazy white mist enveloped the area, within which faint starlight shimmered, resembling a galaxy. What could that be? He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Ye Suifeng appeared beside him. Water. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, pure spring water manifested from thin air, surging into the pit. In just a few breaths, it filled the entire cavity. The pit had transformed into a vast lake. Ah! This is splendid. Ye Suifeng nodded that he had connected the 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all future produced primordial liquid would be stored beneath the lake's surface. Moreover, each layer corresponded accordingly. The first layer was lake water. The second layer was spiritual liquid, and so forth. Let us construct a garden around it, perhaps with some fish and lotus flowers, and surround it with willows and various flowers and grasses, Ye Suifeng suggested. Indeed. Suiyun, savoring the fragrant emanations from the lake, incredulously inquired, Elder brother, this lake water must be extraordinary. Ye Suifeng nodded. Under the nourishment of the 9 layers of primordial liquid, the uppermost layer of lake water had transformed into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings living here might undergo intriguing changes. You should draw forth a few streams from this lake. Perhaps create some artificial hills or the like, ensuring the lake water flows throughout the family estate. Understood? Suiyun nodded in agreement. Elder brother, such a precious lake requires a name. Ye Suifeng immediately felt a headache. He loathed naming things. It appears large and round, and the surface is clear as a mirror. How about we call it Mirror Lake? Chapter 63. It is time to depart with the main body of Mirror Lake completed. Ye Suifeng discovered a new dilemma. Although Mirror Lake was expansive, it could not accommodate the prodigious output of primordial liquid from thousands of origin towers working tirelessly. Particularly concerning was the spiritual liquid. It would likely reach saturation within just half a year. Well, having too much of this substance is of little use. The remainder can be scattered throughout the territories of Yunshao City, he mused. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Suifeng set about taking action again. He then devised a timed formation, such that at specific intervals, Mirror Lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion, merging with the atmospheric moisture, subsequently transforming into rain that would descend, each month, within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City. A rain infused with spiritual liquid would fall to nourish the land. Each quarter, a transformative rain blended with body, refining liquid would descend, reshaping all things. Each year, a soul rain infused with soul liquid would fall, enlightening all beings. Every 3 years, a life rain enriched with life liquid would descend, extending longevity. Additionally, every year, 3 innate stones would fall. Those who obtained them would awaken their innate bodies. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would descend, granting the holders the ability to awaken divine powers, reaching the sacred realm. Every decade, 3 transformative stones would fall, and whoever acquired them would become the true chosen one. Collectively, these would account for 1/10 of the output from the origin towers, with the remainder reserved for the Ye family's own use or storage to AS for the more precious rules liquid and heavenly path liquid. They would not be released to the outside world for now, reserved for the core members of the family. Even so, it could be anticipated that in the not-too-distant future, Yunshao City would witness an influx of talent, transforming into a genuine sanctum for cultivation. It is better to create talent than to merely seek it. Ye Suifeng chuckled wryly. Having completed all of this, Ye Suifeng entrusted the remaining tasks to Suiyun. In the following days, the entirety of Yunshao City was immersed in a building boom, and as the circular city walls were completed, a brand new city rose from the ground. The old visage of Yunshao City had been entirely concealed within the annals of history. The interior of Yunshao City has stabilized. We have eliminated the remnants of the Li and Tang families, and all their shops and lands have been reclaimed. However, there remain numerous chaotic elements to pacify in the outer territories. Sui Bao and Yi Huang are already geared up, ready to venture out of the city today. In the study, Sui Yun reported the recent developments that Ye Suifeng nodded absently. Now, the Yi family held dominion over Yunshao City, unmatched by any other power, and unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was fully achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore other regions of the world. The tumultuous eastern nations, the sacred southern sects, the exotic western lands, and the vast northern snowfields that he wondered what delightful delicacies awaited him. Elder brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly penetrated his thoughts. Oh, yes, I am, Ye Suifeng replied, snapping back to attention. Act swiftly. Those who are arrogant should be dealt with decisively. Yunshao City will never lack cultivators in the future. Sui Yun nodded. By the way, elder brother, this morning someone came to visit, wishing to meet you. Who is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. A group of young individuals clad in plain blue garments, all hailing from the Tianfu Academy. The leader appears quite remarkable. His cultivation difficult to gauge, named Zhang Dong, Sui Yun explained. Tianfu Academy, Ye Suifeng pondered, having never heard of this name before. I hadn't heard of it either. It was only after some inquiries that I learned it is a tremendously powerful force across the continent. Moreover, those who can enter the academy for training are all exceptional talents. I surmise they have come to recruit some individuals from us. Sui Yun elucidated that Ye Suifeng nodded. With the family's growing power, it was inevitable they would encounter higher-level forces, and Tianfu Academy was merely the first. He had no strong opposition to family members joining the academy. Although the Yi family was flourishing, true growth required venturing beyond one's confines. For instance, even the sacred lands would occasionally send disciples into the world for practical experience. Let them come, Ye Suifeng said. After a while, Ye Suifeng appeared in the reception hall, where a group of young men in blue sat below. They were all quite youthful, around 20 years of age. Yet the weakest among them had reached the golden body realm, while the strongest, Zhang Dong, was only 25 years old, yet had already attained the pinnacle of the outward manifestation stage. Just a step away lay the divine transformation realm, making him comparable to Shin Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion. This underscored the exceptional nature of Tianfu Academy. First, I congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunshao City, Zhang Dong began. Since the battle for Yunshao City, I have long wished to meet you, but I fully understand the chaos following the changes, so I dared not intrude until today. Zhang Dong spoke with calmness and composure, maintaining a respectful demeanor, though his scholarly air was somewhat pronounced. No trouble at all, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak candidly. The head of the Yi family is indeed forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his fists. Then I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy seeks to gather talents from across the land. After observing the battle for Yunshao City, I believe the Yi family's disciples are like dragons hidden in the wild. Thus, I would like to inquire whether you, head of the Yi family, would have any intention of allowing them to attend Tianfu Academy, thus transforming into true dragons. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet his words carried an air of superiority. Hidden dragons in the wild. Indeed, Yunshao City was merely the wild. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Whom do you have in mind? It is the 5 disciples of the Yi family who fought in the battle for Yunshao City, Zhang Dong declared. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng replied leisurely, Actually, that is not out of the question. However, such matters must depend on their own willingness. As soon as Ye Suifeng finished speaking, one of the academy students suddenly leapt up. Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. For people from your kind of place to enter, that is your fortune, and you still hesitate. The young man wore an incredulous expression, as if Ye Suifeng had uttered something utterly unfathomable. Guanmu. Be quiet, Zhang Dong interjected sharply, before Ye Suifeng could respond. Guanmu was taken aback, staring at Zhang Dong. Senior, he is merely a chieftain from a rural area, yet he behaves so pretentiously. It is truly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave! Zhang Dong's face darkened. Under Zhang Dong's furious gaze, Guan Mu glanced at Ye Suifeng, snorted, and left with a flick of his sleeve. I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment. After Guan Mu departed, Zhang Dong clasped his fists in apology. Ye Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and smiled. You really ought to keep him in check. He hails from a prestigious sect in the southern region, and indeed carries too much arrogance, Zhang Dong replied. Ye Suifeng remained silent. In truth, this group of individuals all bore the same demeanor, Zhang Dong included. Their words were consistently tied to their lineage. However, such an environment is indeed suitable for the youth to hone their skills. Head of the Ye family. You mentioned earlier that we should consider their own wishes. Then where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. They have gone out of the city on business and will not return for a while. Ye Suifeng straightened his posture. You should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire, and if anyone wishes to join, they will seek you out. Having gained a general understanding of Tianfu Academy, he prepared to conclude this meeting. He was not particularly fond of this group of people. Zhang Dong seemed somewhat taken aback by Ye Suifeng's words. However, after a moment, he rose to his feet. Then I shall not impose further. However, we can only stay in Yunshao City for a maximum of 5 more days. If we do not receive any results, we shall have to return. Ye Suifeng nodded, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong cupped his hands in farewell, leading the other young individuals as they turned to depart. Ye Suifeng quietly watched them leave, and after a long while, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It is indeed time. It is time to leave. Chapter 64. Aspirations aplenty with the combined efforts of Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family. Within a mere 4 days, they had eradicated the rebellious forces in Yunshao City, as well as the factions of the Li and Tang families that in an instant, the names of Tianwan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion had resounded throughout the region. Upon their return, Ye Suifeng immediately summoned the 5 members of Yi Huang to the courtyard. Having experienced the Battle of Yunshao City and several rebellions, these 5 brightest jewels of the Yi family had fully blossomed. Both Yi Huang and Yi Long had made remarkable strides in their cultivation, each advancing a minor realm almost every 2 days to this point. Both had attained the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao had successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were slightly less advanced, but had also made significant progress. Coupled with their unique talents, it could be said without hesitation that, even within the confines of Su City, there were no peers of their age who could rival them. Well done, Ye Suifeng praised. The group instantly felt invigorated. The head's acknowledgement was indeed a rare honor, one they cherished immensely. The matters of Yunshao City have essentially reached a conclusion. Now, share your thoughts, Ye Suifeng directly inquired. The sudden question left them momentarily speechless. However, after some contemplation, they understood that Yunshao City was too small, and even Su City was merely an edge of the continent. Without competition and rivals, their progress would be significantly hindered. Noticing their silence, Ye Suifeng continued. A few days ago, someone from Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9 Cities Alliance, a place teeming with geniuses and fierce competition. It is indeed an excellent ground for training. What do you think? Is there anyone who wishes to go? After Ye Suifeng finished speaking, the group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to decide. Father, after a moment, Yi Huang spoke. Will you be going? Me? Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. That is a stage for you young people. What purpose would I serve there? To engage in pleasantries with a bunch of arrogant individuals all day. I have my own plans. To be honest, he felt there was little for him to do at Tianfu Academy, aside from perhaps playing the fool or teasing a few female instructors. Yi Huang responded with an "Oh, then I shan't go either." Yi Huang. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. You cannot remain under my protection forever, nor can any of you. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. I was saying that if you were to go, then I might consider it. If you don't, then I shall pursue my own desires. Observing Yi Huang's beaming smile, Ye Suifeng felt a wave of surprise and curiosity, asking, Then what do you wish to do? I wish to lead the members of Tianwan Hall and strike out from Yunshao City. Ye Huang Situtal, her cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. I want to make the name of Tianwan Hall resound. I want to make the name of the Ye family resound. I want to make my own name resound. I want the entire world to know that Ye Suifeng's daughter is named Ye Huang. A regal aura erupted from Ye Huang. A smile gradually spread across Ye Suifeng's face. And how do you intend to accomplish this? Conquer, Ye Huang declared without hesitation. Then she chuckled. In fact, while exterminating the rebellion and on our way home, I contemplated this. We cannot always remain hidden on the fringes of the world, overlooked by others. Thus, I will strike out from Yunshao City and continue fighting until everyone knows of our Yunshao City and our Ye family. Ye Suifeng fell silent, this time. His daughter had truly exceeded his expectations that he remembered when he had first arrived in this world. The girl had been delicate and insecure, harboring only a small flame of ambition deep within her heart. Now, that flame had blossomed into a roaring blaze. I am gratified by your thoughts. I support you. Ye Suifeng affirmed that Ye Huang's face lit up. Thank you, father. Ye Suifeng nodded and then turned his gaze towards Ye Long, asking, And you? Ye Long, holding a long spear, turned to look at Ye Huang. With the head of Tianwan Hall possessing such resolve, how could Jinlong Pavilion fall behind? Uncle, my aspirations are akin to Ye Huang's. We must strike forth from Yunshao City and make our names known, perhaps influenced by Ye Huang. Ye Long also voiced his ambition. Cousin Long, are you trying to compete with me? Ye Huang glanced at him, Ye Long chuckled. What, are you afraid of being overshadowed by me? The two exchanged determined gazes. Neither backing down, a dragon and a phoenix, both aflame with fighting spirit. Enough! Ye Suifeng looked at these two promising descendants with a slight smile. The world is vast. The paths you have chosen are still long. How about this? Each of you chooses a direction and sets forth to see who can arrive at the finish line first. Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. I will choose the east. Su City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness for myself just how formidable the 16-year-old foundation establishment is, as mentioned by Nie Xiaoyin. Ye Huang proclaimed first. Very well. Then I shall head west. I have heard that the two cities in the west of the 9 Cities Alliance are fierce in battle, and I intend to test my mettle against them. Ye Long followed suit. Excellent, Ye Huang exclaimed. Then we will encircle the region of the 9 Cities Alliance and see who reaches the southernmost point first. Whoever arrives first wins. Cousin, what say you? Ye Huang challenged with a teasing smile. It's a deal. Ye Long readily accepted. The two most illustrious descendants of the family had made their choices. Next, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze towards Ye Qinyao, who had undergone the tempering of the red dust mirror. Uncle, I would like to try my hand at Tianfu Academy. Ye Qinyao stated directly that Ye Suifeng was again taken aback. He had expected Ye Qinyao to be the least likely to express such a desire. Why is that? For the red dust melody, Ye Qinyao replied, in the red dust mirror. I have undergone numerous experiences. Yet, those experiences, no matter how real they may seem, remain ultimately illusory. To perfect the red dust melody, I must achieve this in the true world. Ye Suifeng understood. Ye Qinyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her calling. That is acceptable. Ye Suifeng found no reason to refuse, and then turned to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered for a moment before speaking. I wish to remain in Yunshao City. The others cast him incredulous looks. It was indeed quite difficult to make progress in Yunshao City. I cannot bear to part with Xiao Yi and the others, Yi Qian explained. Xiao Yi was the little girl he had once saved, whose family had been brutally slaughtered by Li Xinga. Perhaps they were right all along. I am merely a dean. Yi Qian chuckled softly. Thus, I have decided to establish an academy in Yunshao City, providing those children who dream of cultivating with such an opportunity. Dean, let it be. I embrace this title. Yi Qian spoke candidly, contentedly, that he had found his own path. Very well. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. Ye Long patted his shoulder with a smile. Pursue it wholeheartedly. I will always support you. We support you too. Do not concern yourself with what others think, Ye Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them, nodding earnestly. With each of the four having made their arrangements, only Ye Xiaoxiao remained while Ye Suifeng turned his attention to her. "Uncle, I also wish to." "No, you do not wish to." Before she could utter a word, Ye Suifeng interjected decisively. "I intend to embark on a journey, and you shall accompany me, but do not wander off." Ye Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes brimming with grievance. "Why is that? You have acquiesced to their demands. Yet I am the only one denied." "Uncle, why do you always treat us differently?" As she lamented, she wiped away a few hard-pressed tears. "They," Ye Suifeng scoffed, "they have all found their ideals and ambitions. What do you do besides cause mischief and play around?" "I." "Was it not you who pilfered from Wanbage a few days ago?" Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent. "Guanxin took a bath, and all her clothes were stolen. Was that you as well?" Another silence ensued. "And what of Do Hua, who awoke to find himself surrounded by pigs, with his own visage drawn as a pig's head? Was that your doing?" Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. "But I have my own achievements." "Oh, what remarkable feats have you accomplished? Pray tell." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. "Humph." Ye Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest. "A few days ago, when Sister Yi Huang was quelling the rebellion, I single-handedly subdued over 100 individuals." Upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. "Dear sister, such words are ill-advised. They are far too easily misinterpreted." Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Enough that in any case, you shall not go anywhere. Accompany me and refine your temperament, lest you invite calamity in the future." Chapter 65. The bewildered elder. The 5 members of the Yi family each embarked on their own paths. Yet Ye Xiaoxiao remained discontented, uncertain of the road she should tread. Observing the spirited younger generation, Ye Suifeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "By the way, I have something for you all." He then opened his palm, revealing 4 exquisite little towers that materialized in his hand, the origin towers that in recent days. He had contemplated the future development of these individuals and seized the opportunity to forge for 9-tiered origin towers. Regardless of the circumstances, cultivation resources were indispensable here. Ye Suifeng instructed. The others obediently extended their hands, that he then touched the tip of his finger to their palms, and in a moment, a diminutive character appeared in each person's hand. A small space had been created. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng placed the origin towers within. The functions and usage of the origin towers are detailed within. Familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. Oh, and this as well. He then produced 4 rings, which he similarly placed into the palm-sized spaces. These contain a sum of spirit stones for your expenses during this journey. When venturing out, one cannot be without a bit of currency, Ye Suifeng remarked. The others nodded, retracting their hands, leaving one small paw awkwardly suspended in the air. Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion, at why Ye Suifeng shot her a glance. "Are you afraid you will lack spirit stones while following me?" Ye Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders, repeatedly murmuring to herself, "Just get used to it, just get used to it. All right, go back and make your preparations. Those who should leave may depart, and those who should stay shall remain," Ye Suifeng announced. Thus, the paths of the 5 became abundantly clear. Only Yi Qinyao was destined for Tianfu Academy, that he hoped that these young ones would traverse their respective journeys with great success. In a pitch-black space, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted. Moments later, 2 brilliant orbs pierced through the darkness. That as the radiance dimmed, it revealed a pair of glowing eyes. "I have finally broken through." With a flourish, a circle of candles was ignited, illuminating the chamber. It became apparent that this was a spacious room. Its walls thickly lined with azure stone. That in the center sat a man who appeared to be in his 50s, clad in an oversized white robe, with a golden Yi embroidered on the back. 3 years. Faster than I had imagined. The middle-aged man rose, dust cascading from him. "Li family, Tang family, you shall no longer underestimate the Yi family." His eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his robe, causing the heavy azure stone door to slowly creak open. As he stepped outside, he was astonished to find another man dressed identically standing there. "Second brother?" He approached with curiosity. "Jinyao?" The man turned that if any member of the Yi family were present, they would be astonished to discover that his features mirrored those of Yi Jinzong. one of the three elders. The one who had just emerged was none other than the second elder, Ye Zhenyao. You have also broken through? Ye Zhenzong inquired, astonished. Indeed. Ye Zhenyao replied, his spirit invigorated. Second brother, have you also achieved a breakthrough? We need no longer fear the Li and Tang families. Ye Zhenzong nodded in agreement. 3 years prior, the three elders had entered seclusion with the aim of simultaneously breaking through to the nascent soul stage, thus shattering the Li and Tang families' dominance in terms of peak combat power. Now, they had finally succeeded, yet a sense of unease flickered within him. Second brother, what troubles you? Ye Zhenyao asked, puzzled that Ye Zhenzong shook his head. I cannot say for certain. It simply feels as though this smooth breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is somewhat peculiar. Ye Zhenyao furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, it does seem so. In truth, I had shown no signs of breakthrough for these past few years, but just days ago, I unexpectedly sensed a mysterious aura, which stirred my spirit, allowing me to break through smoothly. Ye Zhenzong nodded. I experienced the same. The two exchanged glances, perceiving mutual confusion in each other's eyes. After a moment, Ye Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. It may simply be that this place has suddenly undergone a surge of spiritual energy. Let us return and see how things are at home. Ye Zhenyao smiled. With eldest brother around, there will surely be no issues. By the way, shall we not wait for Grand Ancestor? The three elders, Ye Zhenzong, Ye Zhenyao, and Ye Zhenzu. Do you truly think we could all break through together? Grand Ancestor was only at the mid-stage of the Golden Core when he entered seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly conflicts. Ye Zhenzong chuckled. Let us proceed. Ye Zhenyao nodded in agreement. And together, their figures vanished into the void. At the Ye family estate, Ye Suifeng sat in the study, organizing the family's forthcoming resource allocations. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and his expression changed dramatically as he leaped out of the window. He soon arrived at the ancestral hall of the Ye family, where two figures gradually materialized. Father, third uncle. Ye Suifeng was taken aback and quickly bowed. Junior Suifeng extends his congratulations to the two elders on your successful emergence from seclusion. Ye Zhenzong regarded his son with a warm smile. Well done. Well done. Suifeng, you have advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core. He was pleasantly surprised, recalling that his second son had only possessed mediocre talent and had been at the foundation establishment stage before entering seclusion. Who could have anticipated that, within a mere 3 years, he had reached the late stage? Haha, I knew it. With eldest brother overseeing matters, there would be no issues. Ye Zhenyao approached Suifeng and inquired, Where is your uncle? Hurry and summon him to welcome us. Faced with this question, Ye Suifeng could not raise his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. That why Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao sensed something amiss. Suifeng, where is the family head? Ye Zhenzong asked sternly. Suifeng's throat felt dry as he struggled to respond. Father, third uncle, the old family head. He has already departed this world. The air turned frigid. What did you say? Ye Zhenyao seized Suifeng by the collar. His eyes, like copper bells, filled with fury as he glared at him. What do you mean? What has happened to my eldest brother? Suifeng's gaze flickered, stammering. The old family head. He unexpectedly passed away a year ago. You speak nonsense. Ye Zhenyao shouted Suifeng. A powerful aura erupting within the ancestral hall of the Ye family. Anguish mingled with fury erupted within Ye Zhenyao's chest. Calm down. Ye Zhenzong pressed down on the rampaging Ye Zhenyao, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Suifeng. Who was responsible? The Li family? Or the Tang family? He too was engulfed in rage. If they were indeed behind it, he vowed to pursue a relentless vendetta against the two families. Suifeng sat on the ground, still reeling from Ye Zhenyao's sudden outburst, his chest roiling with pain. No, it wasn't them. Suifeng hurriedly clarified. The old family had ventured deep into the Qinggu Highlands a year ago, where he was attacked by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood-fiend tiger, and met an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, both Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao were stunned. How could they have imagined that their eldest brother had perished in such a manner? Eldest brother. Ye Zhenyao knelt on the ground, his face a portrait of desolation. The Ye Zhenzong was equally heartbroken, his brow furrowed as he asked, with the old family head gone, who is now the head of the Ye family? It is the old family head son. Ye Suifeng, Suiyu replied. Father, we adhered strictly to the regulations. Yi Zhenzong breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been Sui Yun or anyone else attempting to usurp the position of family head, he would not have hesitated to take action, even against his own son. Fortunately, the Yi family members had always understood the importance of unity and had not committed any reckless acts. Yet could Ye Suifeng truly possess the capability to shoulder the complexities of this vast family? If memory served, the eldest brother Yi Jingguang's son had rather poor cultivation talent. After the head of the family departed, nothing significant occurred within the clan, right? Yi Zhenzong inquired. Suiyu shook his head. No. Well, perhaps there is something. So, is there or isn't there? Ye Zhenzong's burul furuit. Have the Li and Tang families taken this opportunity to bully us? Yi Zhenyao also glared, his demeanor fierce. Suiyu's expression turned peculiar as he blinked and stammered, Father. Second uncle. The Li and Tang families have been eradicated. Yi Zhenzong. Yi Zhenyao. What happened? Who was responsible for this? Both men were left in a state of shock. Who in Yunshao City possessed such formidable power? Could it be that another great cultivator had arrived in Yunshao City? Suiyu touched his nose and slowly replied. It was our new family head, Ye Suifeng. The two elders, who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, were left speechless. The air was thick with an inexplicable atmosphere. He possesses such ability. How did he accomplish that? Did the two families not intervene? Both men nearly spoke in unison. They did intervene, Suiyu explained. Immediately after the battle in Yunshao City concluded, the two families suddenly changed their demeanor and sent 3 nascent soul cultivators to besiege family head Ye Suifeng. And then, Suiyu hesitated, saying, I couldn't see clearly. It seemed my brother merely raised his hand. And those 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly spat out blood and perished. All the remaining members of the 2 families present were immobilized and rendered powerless. Then, with a mere thought, my brother annihilated all of the Li family's bloodline. In another instant, he slaughtered half of the Tang family members, while the rest were sealed in their bloodlines, forever unable to cultivate. After hearing Suiyu's account, Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao stood frozen in place, unable to move a T that moment. It was as if someone had placed them inside a large bell and was incessantly striking the exterior with a massive hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66. The promise when Ye Suifeng learned that the 2 elders had emerged from their seclusion. He was indeed somewhat bewildered. He had long forgotten that several elders were still concealed beneath the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Brother, the elders are currently in the revitalization courtyard. The revitalization courtyard was the place where the 4 brothers of Yi Zhangguang had grown up. Since the 3 great elders had entered seclusion and the previous head had passed away, it had remained sealed. Then, let us go there. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, but he truly did not know how to face these 3 elders whom he had never met. How should we approach them? In the main hall of the revitalization courtyard, Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, along with Suiyu, Suihu, and Sui Bao, were all present. After hearing about the actions taken by Ye Suifeng and the current changes within the Yi family in Yunshao City, the 2 elders felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. They had merely entered seclusion, yet upon their return, the entire world had transformed. Initially, they were somewhat incredulous at Suiyu's words. However, when Sui Yun and Sui Bao, who had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually began to believe the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, accepting it in their hearts was a different matter. Their most respected elder brother had perished, and a nephew who had always been a source of annoyance and had never garnered any hope had suddenly soared to great heights overnight. His methods were nothing short of miraculous, almost divine. When had the world changed so rapidly? They truly did not know how to confront such a powerful and incomprehensible nephew. Father, brother has indeed changed, but his heart remains with the family. Suiyu discerned their doubts and spoke to clarify. Indeed, without brother, there would be no glory for our family today. The other 2 joined in with their explanations. The 2 elders exchanged glances, each seeing a shared emotion in the other's eyes. A thriving family and unity among the clan. Was this not the very goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps it was time to let go of certain burdens entirely that moment. Two figures entered from outside. It was Ye Suifeng and Ye Suifeng. Suifeng congratulates the two elders on successfully emerging from seclusion. Upon entering, Ye Suifeng respectfully bowed, despite the fact that his soul was no longer the same and he held no emotional ties with them. They were still elders deserving of respect. Suifeng has arrived. The two elders rose and said, "Please have a seat." Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and took a seat below them. "Everyone else may leave," Ye Jinzong instructed. And Sui Yun and the others gradually exited the main hall, leaving only the three of them. That a brief silence ensued. "I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, disliking conversation and shunning the spotlight." Ye Jinzong initiated the dialogue, that Ye Suifeng unconsciously touched his chin. "Indeed. Yet people do change." Ye Jinzong chuckled heartily. "Indeed, people do change. I just never anticipated that the world would change so dramatically. We have witnessed the Ye family, under your stewardship, reach an unprecedented pinnacle. We are genuinely overjoyed." Ye Jinzong had a way with words, skillfully framing personal change as a transformation of the world, deftly sidestepping the most awkward topic that Ye Suifeng gradually relaxed. "I am a member of the Ye family. Naturally, I am duty-bound to contribute to the family's development. Your return is welcome. With the addition of two elders, our family shall surely flourish even more," Ye Suifeng stated. Though slightly awkward, he could not refuse to allow the two elders to continue serving in their roles. They had dedicated their lives to this family. However, Ye Jinzong chuckled. "Perhaps not." He said that Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled. "We are old now," Ye Jinzong replied. "To be honest, upon emerging from seclusion and witnessing the family's transformation, we were deeply shocked, but also filled with trepidation." "Why is that?" Ye Suifeng asked, at Ye Jinzong smiled gently. "As I mentioned earlier, this world has changed too swiftly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's development. Therefore, why should we cling to the title of elder and issue nonsensical commands? This family should be entrusted to your generation to manage, that I have absolute faith in you." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ye Jinzong would so nonchalantly relinquish the position of elder, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Ye family. What fortitude this required. They were indeed the foundational pillars of the Ye family. "Second uncle, there is really no need for such." Ye Jinzong raised his hand, halting Ye Suifeng's words. "Merely calling me second uncle is sufficient." His face beamed with a smile. "If elder brother were to know that you have achieved such accomplishments, he would undoubtedly be very pleased." Ye Suifeng fell silent. He was unable to bear the weight of such emotions. "I have heard that there seems to be some hidden circumstances regarding your father's death," Ye Jinzong suddenly remarked. "Yes," Ye Suifeng nodded. "The blood fiend tiger should not have appeared at the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. However, despite the investigation, no other clues were discovered." "The investigation did not involve your participation, did it?" Ye Jinzong inquired. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose. "At that time, my cultivation was too weak, so, Suifeng." Ye Jinzong suddenly looked at Ye Suifeng earnestly. "You have the ability to uncover the truth, correct?" Ye Suifeng hesitated for a moment before responding. "I should be able to promise me that you will investigate this matter thoroughly and discover who is behind the scenes. Is that acceptable?" He spoke with a tone of almost pleading. Ye Suifeng was once again taken aback, gazing into Ye Jinzong's sincere eyes, along with the pain concealed deep within, and he truly did not know how to refuse. "All right, I will look into it. If someone is indeed scheming behind the scenes, I will ensure they receive the punishment they deserve." Ye Suifeng spoke with sincerity that a wave of relief washed over Ye Jinzong's eyes. "Then we can rest easy." Ye Suifeng nodded. "I will take care of this matter. You have just emerged from seclusion. Please take some time to recuperate. I will have Sui Yun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a place that is both serene and elegant." Ye Jinzong waved his hand. "Let it be. After staying underground for so long, we have grown weary of the term serene. Then what will you do?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Jinzong and Ye Jinyao exchanged glances and nodded. The world is vast. We wish to go out and explore. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly enjoy the splendid life this world has to offer. Ha ha. The two burst into hearty laughter. Observing them, Ye Suifeng was unsure of how to respond. In that case, allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey. Yi Jinzong was about to refuse, but Ye Suifeng interjected, please do not decline a younger generation's respect for their elders. Yi Jinzong was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately nodded. Very well, we are family, and there is no need for excessive formality. You speak truly. Ye Suifeng smiled. After a while, Ye Suifeng exited the main hall. That Yi Jinzong and Yi Jinyao had already vanished without a trace. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of helplessness. The two elders had informed them before leaving. Just go about your own affairs. Ye Suifeng dismissed them, then gazed toward the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to depart. The first stop shall be set at the Qinggu jailing. Chapter 67. Departure. The following day, at the entrance of the Yi family, two dark-scaled steeds stood majestically at either side of the gate. One black and one white. Two groups of individuals had already gathered to Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, each mounting their respective steeds. They rode forth, facing each other. Cousin, this pure white dark-scaled steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Clad in white garments, Yi Long, atop his fine horse, exuded an aura reminiscent of a gallant hero from a bygone era. I hadn't anticipated you would choose the most spirited one, Yi Long replied with a chuckle. Their laughter echoed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Having grown up under the same roof, their relationship was marked by competition, yet it was overshadowed by the bonds of friendship forged through countless battles fought side by side. This parting left them uncertain of when they might reunite. Cousin, don't let me outshine you when the time comes, Yi Huang teased, dispelling the bittersweetness of their farewell. The Yi Long grinned in response. Your Tianwan Hall has more members than we do. If you find yourself short on funds during the journey, I can lend you some. As he spoke, he retrieved the storage ring gifted by Ye Suifeng from his spatial pocket, idly toying with it. I suggest you keep it safe. We have a whole family to support, Yi Huang laughed. Pfft. We of the Jinlong Pavilion must earn our own fortune. This little travel allowance from Uncle. Yi Long trailed off, his consciousness probing into the storage ring. Suddenly, he raised his head, gripping the ring tightly. He had always assumed it was merely travel money, but if he was not mistaken, the vast sum inside must surely exceed 1 billion. Moreover, it appeared to be composed entirely of high-grade spirit stones. Seemingly catching on to his astonishment, Yi Huang erupted into laughter. It seems this is the first time my father has given you pocket money. Yi Long could not help but twitch his lips. Pocket money? What kind of parents bestow such allowances? Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations, Yi Huang said earnestly. Until we meet again, she declared, clasping her fists in farewell. Yi Long mirrored her gesture, quietly returning the storage ring to his spatial pocket. With that, they turned their horses around. One group galloped eastward, while the other headed west, swiftly departing. In a short while, they exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards Yunxiao City. Mi Feng, keep up, Zhang Fei called out loudly. Ah yes. Mi Feng hurriedly turned back to join the group. After the battle in Yunxiao City, he had opted not to send Wenshu to seek out the Yi family patriarch, but instead chose to join Tianwan Hall. That he was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure that lingered in his heart, through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunxiao City, a group of young individuals clad in azure garments emerged. Among them, a transcendent figure stood in the back, dressed in pale blue robes, appearing somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. This was Yi Qinyao. Qinyao, do not mind that Guanmu. Many within the academy are quite amiable, a girl beside her reassured her. It's all right, Yi Qinyao replied with a gentle smile. I simply have never ventured so far from home. Same here, the girl laughed. Most of the academy's students hail from very distant lands. My hometown is far away in the south where, the girl chattered on, her words both plentiful and amusing, gradually easing Yi Qinyao's homesickness. After a long while, Yi Qinyao smiled and inquired, What is your name? Me? The girl giggled. I'm Yin Shi. Don't worry. Once we reach the academy, I will definitely look after you. At the northern gate of Yinshao City, a humble donkey cart ambled out of the city. The driver, a seemingly unremarkable young man, leisurely guided the cart. Behind him, the cart bore a dilapidated, roofless carriage overflowing with dry straw. Inside the carriage sat a petite figure, enveloped in a black cloak that concealed her entirely, save for her small face peeking out. Her large eyes brimmed with helplessness, her lips pursed in discontent. Really, uncle? Is this how we are to set forth? Ye Xiaoxiao's tone was rife with reluctance. What would you prefer, to be carried in a grand palanquin? We are embarking on an adventure. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng replied without turning back. The white Ye Xiaoxiao sighed heavily, resting her chin on her hands. She had many unfulfilled aspirations, and it seemed that following her uncle meant she would have no opportunity to pursue them in the near future. Brother Yi, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Following closely were two figures, one large and one small. Rushing over with urgency, Ye Suifeng halted the donkey cart, turned to see it was Gu Wanxin, accompanied by a graceful young girl who appeared gentle and demure. Brother Yi, Gu Wanxin panted as she approached. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. There is something I've been meaning to say, but I haven't had the chance, Gu Wanxin confessed. A hint of shyness in her demeanor, Ye Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed she was about to unveil a romantic drama. Please, not this, sister. After a moment, Gu Wanxin stepped forward, bringing the girl with her. This is my niece, Gu Yulan. She is nimble and quite clever. I believe it would be quite convenient for you, brother, to have a capable girl to assist you in your endeavors. Ye Suifeng finally understood the situation. However, he was accustomed to solitude, and having another person around might prove more cumbersome than beneficial. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline, Ye Suifeng said politely. She is very obedient and can help you with many daily chores, Gu Wanxin insisted earnestly. Yet Ye Suifeng shook his head. No, I prefer to be alone. She can whip up thousands of different delicacies. Ye Suifeng. She has collected recipes from all over the world and is currently learning them. Ye Suifeng. I believe that on the journey, having an additional companion will merely add to the scenery. Xiao, don't you think so? Ye Xiao. Thus, moments later, the modest donkey cart found itself with an additional slender figure aboard, following the wide road. The trio, one donkey and three individuals, set forth toward the distant mountains. Chapter 68. The time black hole Wudong town, nestled at the foot of Qinggu Jieling, once a humble settlement with a sparse population. It had transformed into a transient haven for wandering cultivators seeking opportunities in the mountains. However, after the joint efforts of the Tianwan Hall S Master and the Jinlong Pavilion S Master to fend off a formidable beast tide several months prior, Wudong town gradually came alive. Its area had expanded several-fold, attracting numerous wanderers who claimed that venturing into the mountains from here would bestow them with fortune. On this day, a simple donkey cart ambled leisurely into Wudong town. The driver was a young man clad in plain garments, and within the cart sat two girls of starkly contrasting temperaments, one quiet and composed, the other restless and fidgety. They were Ye Suifeng and his companions. From Yunshao City to Wudong town, he had allowed the donkey cart to progress at a leisurely pace, taking a full 10 days for the journey. Along the way, they encountered many beautiful sights and met countless individuals, not to mention sampling an array of delightful cuisines. The little girl, Gu Yulan, possessed remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even those of the chefs at the Zue Meng Lu. She had a knack for uncovering the deepest flavors of any ingredient, transforming them into exquisite dishes, a true treasure. Ye Suifeng bestowed upon her his highest praise. Wow, Wudong town has changed so much, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she cradled a white rabbit in her arms. This ordinary rabbit was unique for its remarkably large front teeth, a feature magnified compared to those of regular rabbits. The Ye Xiaoxiao had taken a liking to it at first sight, rescuing it from Gu Yulan's litter while exclaiming how adorable it was, all the while savoring the delectable dishes prepared from its siblings. The Ye Suifeng shot her a scornful glance. The last time I visited with my sister and the others, this place was merely a larger village, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. The number of cultivators from Yunshao City has been steadily increasing. Along the way, we've clearly seen a significant rise in their numbers, likely drawn here from various other locations. After all, Yunshao City is brimming with opportunities now. After a brief moment, they arrived at a large square. In the center, surrounded by swirling mist, stood the faint outline of a massive structure. As they approached, Ye Suifeng was taken aback to discover it was actually two lifelike statues. One figure held a long spear, his gaze sharp and filled with battle intent, as though he were hunting down a beast. This was none other than Ye Long. The other figure stood with a long sword resting on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robe billowing, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was Ye Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of the two. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed upward, her mouth agape in awe. They looked so majestic. Mind your words. Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached. These are the revered Phoenix Fairy and Dragon Lord. Extraordinary prodigies. How can they be described in mere mortal terms? He shot Ye Xiaoxiao a disapproving glance before producing two incense sticks, igniting them and placing them at the base of the statues. Ye Xiaoxiao stood there, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. How could praising her own brother and sister be deemed disrespectful by an outsider? What in the world was happening? Ye Suifeng watched with amusement as the old cultivator completed his incense offering. He approached and inquired, "Esteemed friend, what compels you to treat these two young individuals in such a manner?" The old cultivator appraised Ye Suifeng from head to toe. "You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to procure a stick of heavenly incense and ignite it beneath the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. You shall surely receive the protection of fate." Having said this, he dismissed Ye Suifeng and turned to leave. Ye Suifeng touched his nose, pondering, "Am I meant to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? That seems rather contrary to the natural order. Besides, they could hardly bear it." "Uncle, should I go buy some now to try our luck?" Ye Xiaoxiao giggled behind her hand. "Go away," Ye Suifeng replied irritably. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed, and even the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Ye Suifeng. Truly a rebellious creature. Even its pet displayed such defiance. Sooner or later, he would find an opportunity to stew it. Ye Suifeng observed the throngs of people offering prayers and chose not to linger. Turning to depart, behind him, Ye Xiaoxiao leaned close to Gu Yulan and whispered, "Yulan, listen to me. He is just too proud to lower himself. You should buy incense and place it there." Gu Yulan's expression remained unchanged. "Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed only the words of the master outside. I sincerely apologize." Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. How dull. The trio enjoyed a meal in Wudong Town before continuing deeper into the high mountains. After traversing a path thronged with cultivators, Ye Suifeng finally quickened his pace. With a wave of his hand, the entire donkey cart soared into the air, gliding upon the clouds with great speed. Ye Xiaoxiao was at last able to remove her robe, allowing her purplish-red hair to dance in the wind, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, appearing quite anxious. "Don't worry, Uncle won't let you fall." Ye Xiaoxiao injuragit. Pulling her up, the two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun hovering above the clouds, golden sunlight casting a gentle glow upon their faces. "Isn't it beautiful?" Ye Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously. Witnessing this scene, she recalled her aunt's words. "By following that esteemed master, you will see wonders that no one else in their lifetime could ever experience." When she first saw the donkey cart, she had harbored doubts about that statement. But now, she was completely convinced. The majestic mountains rushed past beneath them. The donkey cart continued its journey through the skies, delving deeper into the ancient highlands. Eventually arriving at the summit of a lush forest, Ye Suifeng whistled, and the cart gradually descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the site where Yi Jingguang had been ambushed. "You all wait for me here," Ye Suifeng commanded before floating up to a high wall across from him. The view was expansive, allowing him to see everything below. A year had passed since that incident, and the forces of nature had long since erased all traces, leaving not a single sign. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. In truth, he had always been somewhat evasive regarding Yi Jingguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from another realm, a fully formed adult suddenly faced with an inexplicable paternal figure. How could he confront that calmly? Indeed, with his current abilities, he could even reunite spirits, reconstruct bodies, and resurrect Ye Suifeng. Yet, afterward, how would they coexist? He found it impossible to genuinely call him father. Thus, even though the circumstances surrounding Ye Suifeng's death were suspicious, he had never actively sought the truth. Had it not been for Ye Suifeng's plea, he might never have come here at all. Sigh, perhaps I should uncover the truth. It would provide some closure for this borrowed body. Taking a deep breath, Ye Suifeng slowly extended his hand and then suddenly flipped it upward. Time rewind. With his motion, everything beneath him transformed instantly. The trees swayed, the stream flowed backward, the heavens and earth turned upside down. The grass burrowed underground, and even the birds rapidly shrank, retreating into their eggshells. Suddenly, the great trees began to topple, revealing a scene of utter devastation before Ye Suifeng's eyes that he had returned to a year prior. After the battle had taken place, that he witnessed shattered rocks, blood-soaked earth, and the corpses of the Ye family. The blood-killing tiger's strength was far beyond what they could withstand. That why Ye Suifeng slowed his pace. Intent on discerning how this tragedy had unfolded as time progressed, a furious roar echoed in the distance. That was the voice of the blood-killing tiger. The truth lay before him. But just then, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted. The scene before him began to sway abruptly, all images rippling like disturbed water. Uncertain and unsteady, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. A formidable force suddenly erupted, and an immeasurable spiritual power radiated from him, stabilizing this fragment of time. Yet in the next moment, all the images vanished, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Ye Suifeng's expression turned grave. This was a temporal black hole. Someone had employed great powers to forcibly sever the scene of Ye Suifeng's ambush from time. Chapter 69, Apologies, the River of Time. Within the temporal black hole, a void enveloped Ye Suifeng, his brow furrowed in confusion that he could not fathom why the scene of Ye Suifeng's ambush had been erased. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay hidden within? Why would a weak cultivator at the late Golden Core stage attract such a formidable presence? An array of questions swirled in Ye Suifeng's mind. He continued to rewind time, and after a span within the black hole, the world once more basked in light. However, the realm below had returned to tranquility. Clearly, this was the time before the battle occurred. That unknown entity had indeed come for Ye Suifeng. Interesting. Ye Suifeng smirked coldly. If you wish to remain concealed, then I shall uncover your true identity and intentions. Subsequently, he rewound time again, crossing through the black hole to the scene that had been erased. Dozens of lifeless bodies of the Ye family lay before him, drenched in blood. You can sever time, but can you erase causality? Ye Suifeng extended his fingers like claws, piercing through the void, and moments later, he grasped a gray line in his hand that it was the path of causality. Previously, while pursuing the murderer of Ye Suifeng, he had borrowed a glimpse of causality. But this time, he had seized the entire path of causality. Go! Ye Suifeng thrust his palm forward, and the gray line of causality immediately expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a gray world. This was the canopy of causality. Countless threads of causality swayed within. Through the canopy, Ye Suifeng gazed at the fallen Ye family members. To his astonishment, within the realm of causality, he could perceive the life trajectories of all living beings. Yet the deceased members of the Ye family were shrouded in a misty gray fog. They were absent from causality. That entity had truly erased them from causality as well. Ye Suifeng's heart grew even more perplexed. What abilities did Ye Suifeng possess to elicit such treatment from that existence, observing the scene devoid of any trace? Ye Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to the realm of reality. The fresh air gradually calmed the agitation within him. Clearly, the one responsible for these actions was a master of great powers. They were well versed in the Dao, executing their deeds with remarkable precision, leaving no traces to pursue. This matter had grown increasingly complex. I did not expect the first promise I made to be so arduous. Ye Suifeng shook his head. a cold smile gracing his lips. "But if you think I will give up because of this, you underestimate me. I will undoubtedly find you." Moments later, Ye Suifeng gently descended beside the donkey cart. "Uncle, we found a nest of emerald spirit bird eggs." Upon seeing him return, Ye Xiaoxiao bounded over. However, when she caught sight of Ye Suifeng's expression, her heart sank, and she withdrew her hand, her big eyes fixed on him. Rendered speechless, she had never seen her uncle appear so serious. Ye Suifeng regarded her with a smile, reassuring, "It's nothing. I must leave again for a while. You all stay here and don't wander off." With that, he extended his finger and traced a large circle around the donkey cart. "Remember, do not step outside this circle." The earlier events had made him slightly wary. Perhaps the individual behind all this was not solely focused on Ye Jingguang. "Yes, uncle, you can rest assured, I will absolutely not wander off." Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Ye Suifeng smiled as he tousled her hair. "Wait for me. I won't be long." With that, his figure gradually vanished from sight. "Uncle!" Ye Xiaoxiao called out, only to realize it was too late. She glanced around at her surroundings and instinctively clutched her little rabbit tightly. Then, she pulled Gu Yulan into the cart's compartment. "Yulan, don't be afraid. I'll tell you a story." In the void, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past into the future, ceaseless and unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of time. Ye Suifeng gazed at the boundless river before him and smiled coldly. "I refuse to believe you can intervene here." The void was essentially an evolution of the river of time. To oppose it was to contend against the entirety of space. Here, no one possesses such formidable power. Ye Suifeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, treads upon the river of time, swimming against the current. Soon, he arrives at the temporal juncture of a year prior, the moment when Ye Jingguang was ambushed at long last. He beholds Ye Jingguang, witnessing the frenzied blood-fiend tiger. Ye Suifeng's spirit lifts, indeed. His conjectures were not misplaced. After a moment's contemplation, he plunges into the river of time, arriving at that familiar scene that on the ravaged ground stands a robust middle-aged man, drenched in blood, facing off against a gargantuan red-black demon tiger. Behind him lies a multitude of corpses. "Impossible! You cannot be here!" The middle-aged man bears a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, being none other than Ye Jingguang himself. This marks the first occasion Ye Suifeng witnesses his living form. At this moment, he is gravely injured at the brink of collapse that he questions in fury. However, the blood-fiend tiger shows no inclination for dialogue, letting out a roar before lunging at him. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly rend Ye Jingguang's body. After effortlessly accomplishing this, the blood-fiend tiger howls at the sky, then dissipates into countless specks of starlight, vanishing entirely. That individual came solely to eliminate Ye Jingguang. But what could their true objective be? From the scene he just observed, Ye Suifeng realizes that Ye Jingguang is truly an ordinary cultivator, devoid of any particular distinction, and thus has no reason to expend such effort against him. Ye Suifeng is left bewildered. "Never mind. I shall seek the answers myself." Focusing on the spot where the blood-fiend tiger disappeared, he prepares to again employ the path of causality within the river of time. Yet, just as he makes his move, the scene before him undergoes a violent transformation, the entire galaxy seemingly inverted. Suddenly, within the galaxy, thousands of massive portals surge forth, encircling Ye Suifeng in an instant. Behind each portal lies a distinct world. Drawn from the river of time, Ye Suifeng lets out a cold snort, unleashing all his power as he delivers a mighty punch into one of the portals. However, after a thunderous noise, the portal merely trembles momentarily before returning to its original state. The silver light continuously flows across the portal. Ye Suifeng furrows his brow. It appears that this individual has interconnected these portals with the entire river of time, and to oppose them is to oppose the river itself. This is clearly a premeditated move. Is this for me? Observing the temporal energies swirling around the thousands of portals, Ye Suifeng realizes that the situation is far more complex than he initially perceived. "But, are you truly prepared?" Ye Suifeng smirks coldly, as his stored cultivation within the system is instantaneously unleashed, surging into his body. 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Within the portals, Ye Suifeng's cultivation begins to rise uncontrollably. That world has its limits. Being too powerful could cause it to shatter. Yet in the void, such concerns are utterly absent. Ye Suifeng continually extracts cultivation, ripples appearing in the surrounding void. The speed of the temporal energies flowing through the thousands of portals increases dramatically, clearly sensing the mounting pressure. Once Ye Suifeng extracts 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals are riddled with cracks. Begone! Ye Suifeng roars, clenching his fist and striking directly at the portal before him. An unfathomably immense energy surges forth in an instant. As the thousands of portals come into contact with his fist, they disintegrate into powder. The sheer force is overwhelming. After shattering the portals, it surges directly into the river of time. Boom! A resounding roar reverberates. The pitch-black void resembles a dazzling sun erupting, blinding to behold. After a considerable time, the radiance gradually fades to Ye Suifeng stands in the void. Before him, a massive rupture appears in the silver river of time. His punches cleave the river in two. The void surges forth, flowing through the fissure, devouring the upstream of the river of time. In the wake of Ye Suifeng's wrathful strike, all moments from a year past are utterly erased. Gazing upon the scene before him, Ye Suifeng falls into silence. I just broke through. I did not control my strength well. Apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70. No turning back in the realm of nothingness. Ye Suifeng stands amidst the void, watching as the distant river of time is gradually consumed by the void until it vanishes completely. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberates, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Then, at the point of the river's fracture, a gray mist resembling smoke surges upward frantically. That is the essence of chaos. Ye Suifeng remains indifferent. It seems that his earlier punch not only ruptured the river of time, but also shattered this void space. You all heard of me. I truly did not intend for this. Ye Suifeng sighs internally, realizing that he merely wished to break the portals that bound him. Yet who could have anticipated that 100 billion years of cultivation would wield such ferocity? The void has been rent asunder, a consequence of collateral damage. Who could orchestrate such a grand design? This is undoubtedly more than just for Ye Jingguang. Within the river of time, Ye Suifeng sees clearly that Ye Jingguang is truly an ordinary cultivator. Utterly unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother? Ye Suifeng's brow furrows. In his memories, his mother was merely a disciple from a modest sect outside Yinshao City, and their marriage was largely a political arrangement. The likelihood of her being the target seems slim. Perhaps there is another possibility. He truly came for me. Severing time fragments and erasing causality is to lead him into the river of time to seek the truth. When he first employed the path of causality in the river of time, those portals manifested. Reflecting on it, those portals, which connect to the river of time, are indeed perilous. Even an individual nearing the limits of cultivation in that mundane world would find it impossible to escape. They might very well be slain on the spot. Do you intend to use Ye Jingguang's demise to eliminate me? Ye Suifeng chuckles coldly. The methods of that individual are indeed celestial in nature. Alas, they have failed. Yet, they have succeeded in inciting Ye Suifeng's wrath. I hope you find yourself a well-situated grave. As he speaks, Ye Suifeng opens his palm, revealing a pure white leaf that rests delicately in his hand. Upon the leaf is depicted the image of an animal, seemingly a bear with an abundant coat. The moment his punch shattered the river of time, his consciousness captured this leaf. It existed within the temporal fragment where Ye Jingguang was slain. Moreover, this leaf is exceptionally unique, severed from the threads of causality, thus existing outside of it. Wait for me. I will surely find you. Ye Suifeng stows the white leaf away and turns to depart. Preparing to return to his original world, as he traverses the void, a thin veil appears before him. This veil serves as the barrier of this world, protecting against the encroaching chaos storms. However, for Ye Suifeng, passing through it is a trivial matter. Without much thought, he steps into the world barrier. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying occurrence transpires. Just as his foot crosses the threshold, a series of crackling sounds erupts. In the astonished gaze of Ye Suifeng, the world barrier begins to fracture inch by inch. Countless principles of heaven and earth contained within the world barrier shatter, one after another, turning to dust. Witnessing this scene, Ye Suifeng hastily withdraws his foot. Only then does the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the previously shattered principles that Ye Suifeng. He forgot that he had extracted 100 billion years of cultivation, and his energy had long surpassed the capacity of this world. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair from staying up too late within this world, it would be utterly obliterated in less than an hour. I came here just fine, and now I can't go back. A resounding exclamation echoes within Ye Suifeng's mind. In the depths of the Qinggu highlands, a donkey cart stands incongruously amidst the dense primeval forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emits a faint glow, seemingly protecting it. Inside the cart, two young maidens huddle together. They are Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. Suddenly, a commotion arises from outside. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perks up her ears, turning to lean against the cart, cautiously peeking her head out. The jungle is tranquil, the foliage dense that a flicker of fear passes through her large eyes. She slowly retracts her head. Liar. You said you'd be back quickly, and it's been 3 days without a sign. Ye Xiaoxiao murmurs. She clutches the rabbit in her arms tightly, curling into a ball, burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he doesn't want me anymore because I'm too mischievous? Or perhaps he has encountered some danger? Or could it be that he was ambushed and has... Gu Yulan gazes at the girl before her, letting out a gentle sigh. The usually unruly girl becomes so timid upon Ye Suifeng's true departure. She straightens her posture, sitting side by side with Ye Xiaoxiao. Miss, why don't you tell me another story? Ye Xiaoxiao turned her eyes and glanced at her, saying, I have no stories left. Then could you recount how you helped those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams? Gu Yulan inquired. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment and finally sighed softly. Dreams are but illusions. The next day, some still starved to death. Gu Yulan was taken aback. Then why don't you save them? Ye Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and stared intently at the straw before her. In the realm of dreams, I witness countless dreams every day. There are beautiful dreams, as well as nightmarish ones. I also see many people struggling and perishing in their nightmares and suffering. I watch them die before my eyes. Yet I can do nothing, not even discern their whereabouts. I cannot save them. Indeed, I cannot save anyone. As she spoke, Ye Xiaoxiao buried her head in her knees once more, softly sobbing. The Gu Yulan stared blankly at the weeping Ye Xiaoxiao, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this seemingly carefree little girl had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. She pursed her lips and gently raised her arms. Imbrajing Ye Xiaoxiao. How about I tell you a story instead? Chapter 71, The Heavenly Tao Ring Beyond the World Barrier. Ye Suifeng had been here for an entire day that he tried various methods to enter this realm. No matter whether he concealed his aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely pass through the world barrier. But of course, this safety was relative to the world itself. With his current strength, a moment of carelessness could bring about a permanent disaster for this realm. What is this nonsense? Is this something that can be called a world, easily dismantled with a mere drop of urine? The world's frailty ignited his impatience. If he truly could not return, what would become of the Yi family? How heartbroken would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Ye Xiaoxiao behind on Qinggu jailing. No, I must calm down. Ye Suifeng took a deep breath and began to ponder seriously. Relying on brute force would certainly not suffice. The issue now was not a lack of power, but rather that he was too strong. Even dispersing his cultivation was not an option, as his body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his cultivation. This moment, a single drop of his blood could easily annihilate countless beings and destroy a small world. Was he to abandon his physical form and seek to seize another? That would be more disgusting than not returning at all. After much contemplation, Ye Suifeng gradually recognized his greatest weakness: insufficient knowledge of the Tao, although he possessed cultivation and spiritual essence beyond compare. allowing him to easily grasp the principles of the Tao. He was somewhat naive regarding certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple. He had never encountered them since his arrival in this world. He had studied numerous methods, but all were from the mundane realm. His exposure to knowledge of the Tao that transcended the mundane was exceedingly limited. That it was precisely due to this that he had been outmaneuvered by that unknown entity, nearly shattering the entire void, and now finding himself unable to return. The thought of this only intensified his desire to locate the hidden mastermind behind it all, and he longed to confront them. Forget it. I should first consider how to return. Ye Suifeng gazed at the world barrier before him, where countless principles of the Tao intertwined like a finely woven celestial net. Perhaps, if I transform myself into the heavenly Tao of this realm, I could merge into it. A flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled something. Opening his palm, a radiant crystal appeared within it. This was the heavenly array stone. This stone could directly connect to the principles of the Tao, serving as a conduit for rules. The origin tower was created utilizing this very property. That it employed various intricate formations to connect with the principles, thereby generating diverse primordial spiritual liquids. Yes, this should have a high probability of success. Ye Suifeng nodded, sweeping his hand, causing countless heavenly array stones to align neatly in the void. This was an immensely grand undertaking, for he needed to engrave all the principles of the Tao onto the heavenly array stones as a disguise. After a brief moment of reflection, Ye Suifeng began his work. Days turned into weeks as he devoted himself entirely to recreating the heavenly Tao. Each heavenly array stone before him was inscribed with densely packed patterns, each representing a principle of the Tao. Finally, after tireless effort, he successfully engraved a complete heavenly Tao into the stones. At this moment, the heavenly array stones should be referred to as the heavenly Tao stones. Ye Suifeng let out a long breath, roughly counting that there were indeed over 100 billion heavenly Tao stones, every minute detail accounted for. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a series of gestures, the 100 billion heavenly Tao stones instantly transformed into a colossal vortex. Then, they constricted tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the heavenly Tao stones vanished, coalescing into a small white ring that rested in Ye Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the heavenly Tao ring. Ye Suifeng casually named it. Then donned the ring. Instantly, the aura surrounding him shifted, becoming enigmatic and profound. It was as if he had transformed into a walking embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Let us see. With the heavenly Tao ring adorning his finger, Ye Suifeng approached the world barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards the world within. As he passed through the barrier, at last, no collapse ensued. That a stream of radiant light flowed from the heavenly Tao ring, enveloping Ye Suifeng's hand. It protected him. No, it shielded this world from the harm he could inflict. Ye Suifeng's spirit soared as he took a step forward, his entire being sliding into the barrier. No further mishaps occurred, and Ye Suifeng successfully entered. That was no easy feat. Ye Suifeng glanced at the heavenly Tao ring on his hand, feeling greatly content. Unfortunately, within this realm, he would be as weak as the heavenly Tao itself. I should hurry and check on Xiao Xiao and the others to see if they have been causing mischief. Chingu jailing. The donkey cart remained as it was. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The emaciated old donkey brayed loudly. That why Ye Xiao Xiao's head popped out from the cart. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng, she froze for a moment. Oh, not bad. You actually behaved this time and didn't wander too far. Before Ye Suifeng could finish his sentence, a small figure leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. I thought you wouldn't come back, Ye Xiao Xiao said with a quivering voice. Not at all. It was a close call, but I managed to return. Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. That why Ye Xiao Xiao said nothing, merely tightening her grip around him. Sensing her emotions, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and said, I remember the last time you stayed in the realm of dreams for a month. You didn't react this way. That's because you returned on time, Ye Xiao Xiao mumbled. What? Suddenly, Ye Xiao Xiao released her hold, glaring at Ye Suifeng. I mean, could you tell us a specific time when you leave next? You said you'd be back soon, and we've been waiting for over half a month. Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback by Ye Xiaoxiao's sudden outburst. When had this girl become so clingy? He ruffled her purplish-red hair and chuckled. All right, I promise you that if I leave again, I will give you a precise time. How about that? Ye Xiaoxiao poted. That's more like it. Then he turned and saw Gu Yulan just stepping down from the cart. You have no idea how scared Yulan was out here in these desolate wilds. Gu Yulan. Fine. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. All right. Ye Suifeng smiled. This time it's on me. Don't you enjoy playing? I promise you, for the upcoming journey, there will be no restrictions. Just play however you like. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately burst into cheers. Looking at the adorable little girl, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but feel that all his efforts in returning were worth it. As for that hidden mastermind, I will settle the score with you in due time. Chapter 72. The northern snowfield. In this rugged mountainous terrain, the peaks rose like knives, piercing the clouds, ascending hundreds of zhang high. Almost no human had ever reached this place. All remained in their most primal form. Among them, one peak towered even higher and more grandly than the rest. At its summit lay a verdant pool. Beside the pool, a lion of pure azure hue lay with its eyes closed. Soundly asleep, suddenly, its ears perked up, and it turned to gaze at the southern sky. A powerful wave of energy was rapidly approaching. The azure lion instantly sprang to its feet, its eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction was nearly as formidable as its own, bold and unapologetic. Was it challenging its dominance? The fierce energy surged from the azure lion, its fur bristling with rage. Who dares to provoke it in this domain? Moments later, a colorful figure emerged within its line of sight, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion blinked in surprise, and two streams of heated breath erupted from its nostrils, instantly melting the stones beneath its feet. It recognized it. The formidable bird soaring through the air was none other than its sworn enemy, the resplendent phoenix. Residing 100 miles away, the vibrant phoenix approached rapidly. Growing ever larger in the field of vision, the azure lion puffed out its chest, its fur billowing wildly, and let out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. The immense power erupted at the peak of the mountain, creating a massive circular arc with a diameter of several kilometers as the surrounding clouds and mist were violently displaced. Roar! It unleashed its wrath. Yet suddenly, it sensed something amiss in the environment. The sense of flora had vanished, replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes to find a human face looming before it. Meow! A colossal fist magnified in its sight. With a resounding thud, darkness enveloped it, and it knew no more. Uncle! What is that? A girl's voice suddenly emerged from the sky, belonging to none other than Ye Xiaoxiao, her long, purplish-red hair peeking out from beneath the phoenix. She was not perched on the phoenix, but was instead hanging onto one of its claws with one hand, swaying gently in the air. Abruptly, Ye Xiaoxiao released her grip, and a blue circle appeared beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng continued to drive the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, remarking, "This is the ancient azure lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the late stage of integration." "Oh," Ye Xiaoxiao replied, tilting her head to gaze at the now diminutive, adorably dazed ancient azure lion, which had just been stabbed in the throat by Gu Yulan. "Use the method I taught you to discern it carefully. This type of lion has succulent meat and treasures throughout its body," Ye Suifeng explained. "Yes, sir." Gu Yulan withdrew her small knife, and blood gushed forth, which she promptly collected in a small vial. This knife had been specially forged for Gu Yulan by Ye Suifeng, capable of slicing through even the toughest materials with ease. Gu Yulan dipped her finger in a drop of blood from the sharp knife, and then put it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes radiated a faint golden glow, observing the two before her. Ye Xiaoxiao couldn't help but retract her neck. It was too cruel. The lion was so adorable. However, recalling the exquisite delicacies that had come from Gu Yulan's hands, her stomach began to rumble audibly. "I won't look any more." Ye Xiaoxiao leaned back, the blue circle reappearing, and in the next moment, she found herself perched on the neck of the resplendent phoenix. Then, she seemed to hear a sound of sobbing. Tilting her head, she discovered that the phoenix was indeed shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Ye Suifeng inquired curiously. The phoenix spoke human words. "That azure lion is an old friend of mine." Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. "So, you wish to accompany it?" "Ah, no, no, no." The phoenix exclaimed in surprise, hastily shaking its head. "I am merely touched. I am incredibly fortunate that the great lord spared me and did not hand me over to that little witch in the cart." Ye Suifeng playfully tapped its forehead. "Stop shaking. I'm about to fall." The phoenix immediately steadied its flight. "Rest assured, little Kai, as long as you follow me, you will never face harm." As she spoke, Ye Suifeng plucked a vibrant feather from its neck and began to weave a headband. The phoenix thought to itself, "You are also a little witch, but it was better than being with another beast whose fate would be to end up on a platter." Several figures darted swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind surged toward them. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, placing the completed colorful headdress atop her head, then standing to gaze into the distance that a vast expanse of pristine white appeared before her, dazzling and blinding under the sun's rays. "Uncle, we have arrived!" Ye Suifeng shouted exuberantly. Ye Suifeng nodded, having seen it long before. The northern snowfield was indeed his destination. While shattering the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, inscribed with the image of a bear's head adorned with long fur. Upon recognition, Ye Suifeng identified it as a legendary creature that existed solely in the northern snowfield, known to people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the ancient Qing mountain to reach the northern snowfield. However, he did not hurry. Along the way, he introduced Ye Suifeng and the others to the magnificent scenery of the ancient Qing mountain, such as the charcoal-roasted dragon pond eel, steamed crimson fire qilin, and stir-fried earth deity silkworm. Throughout their journey, they vanquished all demon beasts of grade 6 and above, harvested heaps of spiritual fruits from heaven and earth, and plundered countless treasures that it was aptly described as plucking feathers as the wild geese pass. Fortunately, they had finally reached the northern snowfield. If the ancient Qing mountain had consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where are we headed next?" Ye Suifeng inquired at that moment. They had officially entered the sky above the northern snowfield, where the ground lay shrouded in thick layers of ice and snow, devoid of any visible life. Ye Suifeng expanded his spiritual awareness and quickly spotted a small human settlement several hundred miles off to the east. "Let us find some people." With that, the donkey cart changed direction, swiftly heading toward the gathering of humans. Ye Suifeng stood atop the resplendent phoenix, following closely behind. Chapter 73. The Eternal Winter Kingdom in the Northern Realm. Vast expanses lay frozen in ice, with perpetual snowfall. The climate here is extremely frigid, and the conditions for survival are incredibly harsh. Yet certain beings, with unwavering resolve, manage to thrive in such an environment. Humans are among them. Amidst the boundless snowfields, a towering wall stands, shielding against the cold winds from the depths of the snowfield. It is a wooden wall, glowing with the light of an array, enduring the years and standing firm. Behind the wooden wall lies a cluster of simple wooden houses. The exteriors and roofs of these houses are thickly wrapped in straw and animal skins, while the snow-laden streets occasionally witness passers-by bundled tightly against the cold. At that moment, a donkey cart approached from the distance. The design of the cart starkly contrasted with the local style. It was far too rudimentary. With drafts seeping through and lacking even a canopy, a man and two young women, all clad in thin garments, braved the cold winds. Remarkably, the three seemed oblivious to the freezing temperatures, an extraordinary sight. The donkey cart, appearing slow, reached the gate of the wall in mere moments. The guard stationed atop the wall immediately grew vigilant. They shouted, speaking a language completely different from that of the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, a strand of spiritual awareness emanating from the guard's crown and swiftly dividing into three, entering the minds of the trio, that in an instant they understood the language. "Who are you? What do you want?" the guard bellowed, his bowstring drawn taut, ready to release. "Ha!" Ye Suifeng mimicked Ye Suifeng's earlier action, snapping her fingers as well. Instantly, the The guard swayed and collapsed to the side, falling into a deep slumber. She grinned at Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng shook his head, continuing to drive the donkey cart forward. As they drew near, the gate swung open of its own accord, while the guards remained lost in their dreams. Moments later, they arrived in front of a larger building, where various wild beasts were tethered: swift steeds, unicorn cattle, and even a peculiar large bird with 2 long legs, all seemingly suited for riding. Wood Tower Inn. This was a resting place from which faint voices could be heard. Let's take a look inside, Ye Suifeng suggested as he dismounted from the donkey cart, with Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan following suit. The resplendent phoenix had already shrunk to the size of a sparrow, hiding within Ye Xiaoxiao's long hair. With a creak, Ye Suifeng pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by a wave of heat mixed with the heavy scent of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Phew, phew, Ye Xiaoxiao coughed, fanning her face vigorously, and upon looking up, she found that the once bustling inn had fallen silent. Nearly everyone had turned their gaze towards them. Filled with curiosity, suspicion, and greed, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and casually chose an unoccupied corner to sit down. "Waiter, fine wine and dishes," he ordered. "Certainly," replied a lean young man, raising his voice. Soon, he approached with a jug of wine and several plates of food. While the other patrons resumed their chatter, the 3 dishes were all meat-based, prepared simply and coarsely. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng picked up his chopsticks, for a true foodie must possess the heart of an adventurous eater. Gu Yulan produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it in the waiter's hand. The waiter was momentarily stunned, then broke into a broad smile as he departed. Returning to the counter, he leaned towards the burly innkeeper, saying, "Uncle, those individuals seem to have come from a great distance." As he spoke, he discreetly jingled the spirit stone. The innkeeper, puffing on his pipe, shot him a sidelong glance. "Mind your own business. Those people clearly aren't ordinary. Don't invite trouble." The waiter chuckled. "Of course. I wouldn't eat, but I fear the black wolves might not be able to contain themselves." Following the waiter's gaze, a table of 5 clad in dark, coarse clothing huddled together, whispering while stealing glances towards Ye Suifeng. "Let them go and test the waters." The innkeeper exhaled a plume of thick smoke. Moments later, the black wolves rose, their faces twisted in sinister grins as they strode toward Ye Suifeng. "Hello. Shut your mouths and get lost." Ye Suifeng lifted a wine jar to his lips, took a sip, and grimaced slightly before setting it down. Spoiled by Gu Yulan's indulgence, he found little interest in such mundane offerings. The black wolf, momentarily ignored, stood frozen in disbelief. Never had he encountered such audacity in his years of tyranny over this territory. "You son of a..." Bang! As he uttered those words, the bodies of the black wolf and his 4 companions were sent hurtling backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before slamming against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, blood oozing from their mouths, with wide-open eyes, they departed this world without ever comprehending the nature of the force they had provoked. The other patrons in the inn rose in terror, gazing at Ye Suifeng in astonishment. How had he accomplished such a feat? Yet Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act, picking up a piece of meat to chew, shaking his head in disappointment, and setting down his chopsticks. The food and drink here were hardly worth noting that he then stood and strode directly to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, upon seeing Ye Suifeng approach, felt his heart nearly stop, with a pipe clenched in his mouth. He dared not move. "Have you seen this?" Ye Suifeng presented a white leaf before the innkeeper's eyes. The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the bare head depicted on the leaf, his pupils constricting in shock. This is the totem of the eternal winter kingdom." His expression turned pale with dread. This man was searching for the eternal winter. That was one of the most formidable powers in the northern snowfields. "Where is it?" Ye Suifeng withdrew the leaf. The innkeeper, regaining some composure, replied, "It lies far away, thousands of miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place." "Thank you." Ye Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table and turned to leave. Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan quickly stood to follow. It was not until much later that voices began to stir in the inn. "Uncle, who were those people?" a trembling attendant inquired, still shaken. relieved he had resisted the urge for greed. The innkeeper redirected his gaze from the fallen black wolf and took a deep drag from his pipe, speaking in a grave tone. They are extraordinary beings. I wonder if they are destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. The innkeeper exhaled a cloud of smoke. Clearly shaken, fortunately, their target is the eternal winter kingdom. The attendant, puzzled, asked, "Why have I never heard of this name?" "You certainly would not have," the innkeeper replied. "It is a vast empire located tens of thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely. Once, by sheer chance, I accompanied an incredibly powerful, extraordinary being there. The journey alone took 3 years." As they conversed, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived before a majestic gatehouse. Towering dozens of zhang, it soared into the clouds, resembling a celestial gateway. Above it, 2 grand characters were inscribed: Eternal Winter. Chapter 74. The Enlightenment Tree. One more chapter to go. Pingyang Pass is the westernmost checkpoint of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. It stands imposingly within the western gate of Eternal Winter, akin to an ancient divine dragon coiled in this location. Compared to Pingyang Pass, Yunshao City appears almost like a mere village. The western gate, soaring several dozen zhang high, is shrouded in a luminous barrier that extends endlessly to both sides, spanning unknown miles. To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one must pass through the western gate. Each day, countless cultivators queue outside, forming lines stretching for miles to enter the pass. Ye Suifeng, however, possessed little patience for such delays. Silently, his donkey cart glided into Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a warm current greeted him. "How bustling it is here!" Ye Suifeng claimed it. Admiring the wide streets teeming with people, some bystanders turned their gaze toward her. "What kind of vehicle is that?" "It appears to be just an ordinary old donkey." "Oh, that girl looks quite cute. I thought she might be a little princess." They murmured about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the diverse clothing styles of the locals diverted their attention from her peculiar appearance. "Hey, uncle, look quickly, I see a bear!" Ye Xiao suddenly cried out, pointing at a child on the street. The child bore a pattern embroidered on his back, resembling the long-haired bear head depicted on the white leaf. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. "Lift your head." Ye Xiao obeyed, and her mouth fell agape. The streets, shops, and buildings were adorned with countless identical white flags, each emblazoned with the image of the long-haired bear. "Have we arrived at the bear's den?" Ye Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, a myriad of complex information erupted from the heads of everyone on the street, converging at his fingertips to form a vortex that he then delved his consciousness into the whirlpool. Great heavenly God! A crucial piece of information surfaced. It turned out that in the Eternal Winter Kingdom, this bear was not referred to as a natural disaster as in the outside world. It was venerated as the Great Heavenly God. This Great Heavenly God possessed immense powers, commanding the winds and rains. Most importantly, it had single-handedly crafted the Eternal Winter Barrier, shielding humanity from the harsh cold and blizzards, allowing them to thrive in safety. Ye Suifeng curled his lip. He had noticed the Eternal Winter Barrier upon his arrival. Its formation unmistakably crafted by several powerful cultivators that likely bore little relation to this great heavenly bear. However, he was not concerned with the affairs of the Eternal Winter Barrier. Rather, he sought to understand why the head of this deity appeared on the white leaf. What exactly was this white leaf? After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Pingyang Pass, rendering all within his sight crystal clear. Is the strongest merely at the integration stage? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. The one capable of severing the causality of this leaf and embedding it in the river of time could not be just a mere integration stage cultivator. Nonetheless, it was worth inquiring further. With that thought, Ye Suifeng prepared to seek him out. Yet within his consciousness, he suddenly spotted a familiar name. Let us investigate that direction. Moments later, the donkey cart arrived at an exceedingly prosperous area. The decor here was evidently of a much higher standard. Among the structures, a 9-story building stood out prominently, its sign displaying 3 grand characters: Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, a powerful force. Their shops are spread across the continent, Ye Suifeng remarked as he disembarked. Leading Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan into Wanbao Pavilion.as and other locations. The first floor was teeming with people. Ye Suifeng scanned the area, noting that the merchandise differed significantly from that of the Nine Cities Alliance. Particularly the reduced proportion of elixirs, which were replaced by various beast blood and beast inner cores, highly sought after. The cultivators gathered there were peculiar as well, their spiritual energy a chaotic mix. Yet their physical prowess was remarkably strong, each exuding one or more distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? Among the information he had previously acquired were snippets regarding beast spirit warriors and destiny mages, representing a cultivation method starkly different from that of the Nine Cities Alliance. I shall inquire about the news and examine the merits of these two cultivation methods. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. He then allowed Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to explore freely before his figure gradually faded from sight. I am the top-floor loft of Wanbao Pavilion. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously reviewed a ledger. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura permeated the room. "Who goes there?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head as a 3-inch-long, handle-less dagger shot forth from his sleeve, darting toward the sudden intruder with lightning speed. This was his most powerful life spirit weapon. Below the integration stage, none could withstand its might. However, something terrifying occurred. The once unstoppable dagger, poised to strike the young man, inexplicably halted mid-flight. The man himself found his body immobilized, unable to move. The middle-aged man's heart raced. Within Pingyang Pass, the only individual he truly feared was the integration stage Pass Lord. Yet even the Pass Lord did not possess such frightening prowess. Who was this terrifying cultivator, and why had they come seeking him? The middle-aged man trembled inwardly. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." Ye Suifeng grasped the 3-inch dagger before the middle-aged man, taking a seat before him and placing the dagger upon the table. A fine spirit weapon, quite unique in design. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move return to him. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he breathed rapidly. Ye Suifeng was left speechless. This man lacked even the courage of Gu Wanxin. "You are the master of this Wanbao Pavilion, are you not?" Ye Suifeng inhuited. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowing hard before responding. "Senior, I am indeed the master here, Jian Xingquan. If there is anything you desire, feel free to take it." Ye Suifeng sighed again, thinking to himself, "What does he take me for?" Without further ado, he produced the leaf and asked, "Have you ever seen this?" Jian Xingquan was momentarily stunned, then gazed at the leaf, his brow furrowing deeply. "Senior, how could you possess such a thing?" He appeared genuinely astonished. Ye Suifeng tightened his grip on the leaf. "Speak." "This. Please wait a moment while I confirm." With that, Jian Xingquan swiftly dashed to a large chest beside him. After activating a complex array, he revealed a box brimming with books. This was a storage chest containing a multitude of tomes, numbering in the tens of thousands. Jian Xingquan began to rummage through the contents with great urgency. Before long, he produced a book that appeared exceedingly ancient. "Yes, this must be it." Jian Xingquan reverently turned to a specific page and placed the book before Ye Suifeng. "Senior, please take a look." His flurry of actions amused Ye Suifeng, who thought to himself that he had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient tome. The pages depicted a towering tree. Beneath it, a group of young, fluffy bears frolic merrily, exuding an endearing clumsiness. Ye Suifeng glanced at the title of this chapter, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Bestowal Conference. In the primordial chaos, as heaven and earth began to take shape, a colossal tree emerged, standing as a pillar between the two realms. As it grew, the distances between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to an initial world. This tree was known as the World Tree, or the backbone of the world. Once the heavens and earth were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and subsequently collapsed. From its remnants, several new saplings sprouted. As offspring of the World Tree, these saplings were extraordinary from birth. Each was immensely powerful and possessed unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was one of them. Legend has it that the enlightenment tree symbolizes the primordial wisdom of heaven and earth, capable of enlightening all living beings. One day, a severely injured mother bear, pregnant and seeking refuge, stumbled upon the enlightenment tree to recuperate. Unfortunately, her injuries were too grave, and she did not survive. After giving birth to 7 cubs, she passed away. The cubs thrived under the nurturing embrace of the enlightenment tree, growing stronger each day. Under its influence, these young bears became remarkable, each one more formidable than the last. After a convoluted tale, one day one of the bears shattered centuries-old ice and established an oasis amidst the snowfields, which later came to be known by humans as the Eternal Winter Realm. This bear, the creator of the Eternal Winter, was revered by all living beings as the great celestial deity, receiving their utmost veneration. The story in the ancient tome concluded here. The leaf that Ye Suifeng held, if the records were accurate, was indeed a leaf from the enlightenment tree, thus bearing the mark of the great celestial deity. The Ye Suifeng closed the ancient book, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the enlightenment tree into the river of time was the so-called great celestial deity? If the ancient text was to be believed, this deity might indeed possess the ability to traverse the void. After a moment of consideration, Ye Suifeng inquired, "Where can one find the enlightenment tree?" Jian Xingquan's expression turned awkward. "Senior, I am afraid I do not know. The information regarding the enlightenment tree was merely a fleeting impression I retained from chance encounters with books." Ye Suifeng nodded, understanding that such a level of existence would be beyond the knowledge of a cultivator at the late stage of the transformation realm. Who would possess knowledge of the enlightenment tree or the great celestial deity? Ye Suifeng asked again. Jian Xingquan pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps only those in the eternal winter imperial city might have some understanding of the enlightenment tree. However, if you wish to seek the great celestial deity, the Divine Bestowal Conference in half a month will see the deity's consciousness descend upon Pingyang Pass." Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Bestowal Conference was a name he had just encountered during his previous inquiries. It seemed to be a grand event, and the recent influx of people to Pingyang Pass was indeed due to this conference. "Tell me more about this Divine Bestowal Conference," Ye Suifeng requested. "Certainly," Jian Xingquan quickly nodded. The Divine Bestowal Conference is held once every 3 years and is the grandest event in the Eternal Winter Realm. As Jian Xingquan elaborated, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the event. That in essence, it was merely a selection competition orchestrated by the great celestial deity. The conference, held every 3 years, required participants to be young prodigies aged 16 and under. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, or practitioners from other schools could all participate. After numerous selections and intense battles, the most exceptional young talents would emerge. The great celestial deity would then bestow favors upon them based on their rankings. The top contenders would be directly taken to the divine realm by the deity, embarking on a uniquely legendary life. For this year, Pingyang Pass had 5 spots, all of which would be taken back by the great celestial deity. It sounds as if this great celestial deity resembles a cult leader, Ye Suifeng remarked with a chuckle. Jian Xingquan gave a sheepish smile, knowing better than to respond to such remarks. Should the locals of Eternal Winter hear someone describe their deity in such a manner, regardless of one's strength, they would surely swarm in outrage. "Are you certain the great celestial deity's consciousness will indeed arrive?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "Yes," Jian Xingquan affirmed. "Since I arrived at Pingyang Pass, I have been present at every Divine Bestowal Conference. I can sense the terrifying consciousness of the great celestial deity, which instills fear in anyone. No one can rival it. Of course, compared to you, senior, it is still vastly inferior." Ye Suifeng found himself speechless once more. Your survival to this day is likely closely tied to your minuscule courage. Nonetheless, if the great celestial deity truly would come, he would no longer need to exert effort in the search. Upon arrival, he could simply seize the deity, land a punch, and then pose his questions. With half a month remaining, Ye Suifeng pondered and asked, "Does your Wanbao Pavilion have any cultivation techniques or texts regarding destiny mages or beast spirit warriors?" Jian Xingquan's heart sank. The dreaded moment had arrived. Wanbao Pavilion would certainly face repercussions. Yet he dared not lie before this esteemed figure. Yes, senior, we not only possess those techniques, but also methods practiced by southern cultivators, along with spiritual artifacts, spiritual herbs, high-grade beast cores, rare treasures, and spiritual stones. All right, enough, Ye Suifeng interjected, raising a hand to his forehead. I only require those 2 cultivation techniques. Provide me with as many as you have. During this waiting period, he would take the opportunity to examine the unique aspects of these 2 cultivation systems. Understood. Before long, Jian Xingquan returned with a beautifully crafted storage ring, presenting it to Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng cast a cursory glance inside. Goodness, there were at least tens of thousands of books. This individual truly had emptied his home. What is the total cost? Let us go by the standard pricing, Ye Suifeng instructed explicitly. Jian Xingquan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that the senior would actually pay. At cost price, approximately 8 trillion low-grade spiritual stones. Does that work for you? Ye Suifeng remained silent, extracting the cultivation techniques from the storage ring, placing a sufficient amount of spiritual stones inside, and handing it back to Jian Xingquan. That it was a minor detail. He had yet to reach the point of desperation where he would resort to theft. Afterward, he prepared to leave when suddenly he recalled something. By the way, how does one participate in the Divine Bestowal Conference? With so many talented individuals gathered, it would also be an excellent opportunity for Ye Xiaoxiao to gain experience and keep her occupied, preventing her from causing mischief. Well, the spots for the conference were determined over a month ago, Jian Xingquan replied. Can one purchase a spot? How much does it cost? Jian Xingquan's lips twitched. It seemed the senior wished to buy everything. How many spots do you require? Senior, Ye Suifeng replied. Just one will suffice. That I happen to have a junior with me, and would like to let her try as well. That is quite manageable, Jian Xingquan stated. This year, Wanbao Pavilion has 10 spots available, and I can offer you one. Ye Suifeng frowned. You must have already decided on the participants, right? Wouldn't that push others out? Jian Xingquan respectfully responded. What matters most is the senior's affairs. Aren't you even going to inquire if she qualifies? Senior's disciple must surely be a prodigy, a dragon among men. Ye Suifeng could no longer endure this, and, with a casual remark that it would suffice, swiftly exited the room. After a considerable time, Jian Xingquan approached his chair and slowly sat down. Appearing somewhat shaken, he shook his head and sighed. I thought that upon reaching the late stage of the transformation realm and coming to Pingyang Pass, I would no longer have to endure such things. Who would have thought? It's all right. Maintain a calm mindset. As long as one lives. Chapter 76. Who is the useless one? You wanted to participate in the competition? In a room that exuded elegance and comfort, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Suifeng lounged lazily by the window, a table laden with an array of fruits, all unique specialties from the eternal winter realm, their icy coolness melting delightfully upon contact. Yes, it's much like the battle in Yunyao City. Ye Xiaoxiao leaped down from her chair. But this place is evidently much larger than Yunyao City, and there will surely be many formidable opponents. What if I can't defeat them? Ye Suifeng snorted lightly. If you can't win, just stand tall and take the beating. What else is there to do? People must face some hardships. You're already 14 by your lunar age. You are grown up now. Ye Xiaoxiao's face displayed reluctance as she stared down at her toes, clearly feeling she had not grown at all. So, what is their strength like? Ye Xiaoxiao invited. I do not know, Ye Suifeng replied. In any case, the participants are all young prodigies under the age of 16. They can't be that powerful. With only half a month left until the competition begins, spend these days contemplating how to deal with them. Several months have passed since a few departed from Yunyao City. Along the journey, he seized the opportunity to concoct several origin towers, utilizing the supreme essence of heaven and earth they produced for various purposes such as cooking, personal hygiene, and bathing, as well as for his daily cultivation. Supreme strength is not merely a matter of words. With such resources at his disposal, even without dedicated training, Ye Xiaoxiao's cultivation has soared dramatically. Having entered the foundation establishment stage over a month ago, now she has blossomed into a small genius at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who initially only possessed the Qi refinement stage, has made consecutive breakthroughs and is now a practitioner at the late stage of Qi transformation. Indeed, the Pingyang Pass far surpasses Yunshao City, yet the talents below the age of 16 are unlikely to be excessively extraordinary. It is estimated that the pinnacle would be between the foundation establishment and golden body stages. According to the cultivation system here, this corresponds to the 3rd to 4th tier of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. With Ye Xiaoxiao's abilities, even if she cannot prevail, she would not suffer significant losses. Very well, Ye Xiaoxiao murmured. All along, she has been delving into the dream void realm, and indeed her offensive techniques are rather limited. It seems she needs to ponder this matter thoroughly. If you are truly concerned, there is a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion this evening, and many participants will be attending. You might consider attending, Ye Suifeng suggested. A gathering? That sounds wonderful, Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her interest piqued. Do not act recklessly, do not tease others, and certainly do not steal. Make sure to understand the capabilities of your opponents. Do you comprehend? Ye Suifeng admonished with a huff. This girl is still too young. Having grown up under the family's protection, her playful spirit overly pronounced. Rest assured, I have outgrown the age of capriciousness, Ye Xiaoxiao replied, feigning seriousness that Ye Suifeng shook his head. However, she was not entirely wrong. Ever since that day at Qinggu jailing, the little girl has indeed changed. Although her personality remains lively, she no longer oversteps boundaries. All right, off you go, Ye Suifeng urged, shooing her away. After her departure, he retrieved a book and began to leaf through it. Destiny Mage, Beast Spirit Warrior. This is rather intriguing. That night, in a private room at the Wanbao Pavilion. Why is this happening? I must seek the Pavilion Master for an explanation. An irate voice echoed within the chamber. Inside, 10 young men and women lounged casually, one rising in indignation, his face flushed with anger. Xiaoda, sit down, a slightly older individual commanded in a deep voice. Brother Huarong, often clearly qualified, yet as the competition approached, he was unexpectedly displaced by a stranger. I must confront the Pavilion Master, Xiaoda retorted angrily. Do you think the Wanbao Pavilion operates on your whims? The elder Huarong snapped. The Pavilion Master's decision is undoubtedly based on sound reasoning, and we must comply. Moreover, did he not also state that Afen would receive appropriate compensation? Compensation? Xiaoda scoffed. What could possibly be more precious than the divine essence? Perhaps he could even be chosen by the great deity. At this moment, someone beside Huarong suddenly chuckled. Chosen by the great deity? Is that not a foolish dream you speak of? What meaning you? Are you not merely upset that after Afun's disqualification, you can no longer swindle him out of divine essence? What meaning interrupted? Xiaoda's face darkened. Afun is my dear friend. Indeed, a dear friend who you exploit daily. Do you think we are blind? What meaning retorted with scorn. Xiaoda fell silent, for those present were not fools. They were acutely aware of the everyday happenings. At that moment, another young woman playing with a dagger remarked, if the newcomer possesses substantial strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections. How could he possibly be strong? Xiaoda spread his hands. I have heard that he is merely a relative of the Pavilion Master. Clearly having taken the back door, suddenly, there was a knock at the main door. Subsequently, a small head with purplish-red hair peeked in. Excuse me, is this the assembly point for participants of the Wanbao Pavilion? It was none other than Ye Xiaoxiao. Her entrance immediately silenced the room, all eyes converging on her face, some scrutinizing, some puzzled, some indifferent, and others disdainful. Did I end this atmosphere? Ye Xiaoxiao's small head gradually retreated. After a moment, she peeked back in. Is Huarong here? The elder Huarong stood. I am Huarong. You are? Ye Xiaoxiao exhaled, stepping fully into the room, then produced a token and handed it to Huarong. It was that Jin Xingxuan, yes, he sent me here. Instantly, everyone realized that this little girl was indeed the new participant. She appeared far too young. Surely, she was not here to jest? You must be Ye Xiaoxiao, right? How old are you? Huarong inquired, astonished. Although the rules permit those under 16 to participate, nearly all combatants are 16. At this age, even a single year can make a significant difference in strength and experience. I am 13, no, 14. Ye Suifeng replied that a chorus of sighs resounded in the room, that at such a tender age. Participating in the divine gift tournament was akin to seeking torment. The overall strength of their group would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Xiaoda shrugged and declared, I told you. She came in through the back door. Now we have lost a third-tier destiny mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste. The Wanbao Pavilion can only brace for embarrassment in this divine gift tournament. As Xiaoda continued, he noticed the expressions around him had grown exceedingly strange. All eyes were directed not at him, but rather at his side. Feeling bewildered, he was about to inquire when a gentle breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine, struggling to turn his head. He found a pair of cold eyes, laced with a hint of anger, staring indifferently at him, that a sharp blade, radiating a chilling aura, pressed against his throat. Who did you call a waste? Chapter 77. The wolf girl is stunned, the icy dagger pressed against Xiaoda's neck. The deepening pain sending shivers throughout his body, that a trickle of crimson blood began to flow down his neck. The individuals in the room were frozen in shock. None had seen how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had approached Xiaoda. Furthermore, no one could have anticipated her decisive action, as a thin line of blood was drawn across Xiaoda's throat. Xiaoda dared not move, casting a pleading glance at Huarong nearby. Yi Mei, enough, Huarong spoke softly, aware that if this escalated to a fatality, he would bear immense responsibility as captain. However, Ye Suifeng did not even glance in his direction. The blade slowly shifted. Enough is enough. He did not mean it. Huarong's expression grew serious. If this continued, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocrite, he clearly meant it. Ye Suifeng huffed, the blade shifting once more. The atmosphere in the room had descended to a freezing point as the blade inched closer to Xiaoda's major artery. Huarong and several others were poised to act. Ah! Suddenly, Ye Suifeng exclaimed, the dagger vanishing from her hand as she walked away nonchalantly. I almost forgot. He forbade me from causing too much trouble. How tiresome, she muttered. Taking a seat, her tone and demeanor were casual and playful, as if she had merely been engaging in jest. With a start, Xiaoda sprang up, colliding with several chairs as he scrambled behind Huarong. Clutching his throat, he gazed at Ye Suifeng, who appeared unfazed, terror filling his eyes, cold sweat soaking his clothes, his body trembling. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the fear of death, seeing that Xiaoda was relatively unharmed. Huarong finally relaxed, flexing his fingers only to discover that his palms were also clammy with sweat. This seemingly harmless little sister had proven to be incredibly ruthless. I quite like this newcomer, suddenly declared the woman playing with the dagger, rising and moving to Ye Suifeng's side. She is far superior to that foolish Afun. The woman smiled, her exposed neck and shoulders adorned with tattoos. But what stood out most were her icy blue eyes, exuding an endless chill. Who is Afun? Ye Suifeng inhuited, puzzled. An inconsequential figure, the woman replied with a smile. And who might you be? Xiang Siue, she introduced, extending her hand. Of course, everyone calls me the Wolf Girl. Ye Suifeng blinked her large eyes. Wolf Girl was indeed a peculiar moniker. Nevertheless, she harbored no aversion towards this woman, extending her small hand for a gentle shake. Let us go. I will take you to the gathering site this evening. Let them stew in their own emotions here, the Wolf Girl remarked, pulling Ye Suifeng along as they left the room. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Xiaoda, still clutching his throat, approached Huarong. Brother Rong, be silent. Huarong snapped coldly, turning to glare at him. I have long told you to focus your energies on cultivation, not to constantly seek to exploit others. Strength is paramount. Utterly terrified by a mere 13-year-old girl, so much so that you cannot even muster a defense. Look at your current state. You bring disgrace, not to the Wanbao Pavilion, but to yourself first. With that, he yanked away Xiaoda's hand that gripped his neck. Xiaoda gasped, hastily checking his neck, only to discover that the bleeding had long since ceased. The Ye Suifeng's knife skills were remarkably precise. She had merely inflicted a bit of pain and fright without causing any substantial harm. Observing the panicked Xiaoda, Huarong let out a cold snort and turned to leave the room. The others followed suit, departing one after the other, their eyes filled with disdain as they passed by Xiao De. This was an exceptionally opulent hall, filled with glimmering goblets and dancing shadows, where dozens of young individuals engaged in fervent conversation. That moment, two figures entered through the doorway, one tall and the other short. The taller one had sun-kissed skin adorned with intricate tattoos, and a pair of chilling blue eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. The shorter one had long, flowing crimson hair that nearly reached her heels. Her bright eyes brimming with curiosity, exuding an undeniable charm that a handsome young man's eyes lit up upon seeing the two, and he approached them eagerly. "Sister, see you at Get Lost." The wolf girl didn't even glance in his direction as she led Ye Suifeng straight into the heart of the hall. 2 cups of ghost flame wine. Soon, 2 goblets filled with blood-red liquid, flickering with green flames, were placed before them. The wolf girl took one for herself and handed the other to Ye Suifeng. "Can you drink this?" Ye Suifeng curiously inspected the cup. The strong scent of alcohol mingling with a hint of blood wafting towards her, that it was her first encounter with such a drink. "I'll give it a try." After spending time with Ye Suifeng, she had already joined in on drinking. She gingerly accepted the wine goblet and took a small sip. Instantly, her eyes widened as an explosive force erupted in her throat like a roaring flame. The wolf girl laughed heartily, taking a swig herself, feeling a wave of heat wash over her, as if every pore in her body was exuding flames. This was no ordinary wine. It was brewed from the blood of various high-level demonic beasts, mixed with special spiritual fruits. The intense energy contained within it would require considerable recovery time. Even for her, a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior, after just one sip, encouraging Ye Suifeng to drink was merely for her amusement. "Excuse me. Could I have another cup?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Ye Suifeng clutching a second cup of ghost flame wine, gulping it down eagerly. The wolf girl was taken aback. "Suifeng, you wolf sister. There must be sugar in this, right?" Ye Suifeng wiped the remnants from the corner of her mouth, saying, "Next time, I'll ask Uncle to add some sugar too. His wine is too fiery. This one tastes much better. Like juice." As she spoke, she requested another cup from a nearby maid. The maid responsible for serving guests was in utter disarray, questioning whether she had mistakenly served the wrong wine. The wolf girl twitched slightly at the corner of her eye, watching as the 3rd cup of ghost flame wine disappeared into Ye Suifeng's stomach. "Suifeng, what tier are you at now?" After finishing her 3rd cup, Ye Suifeng burped contentedly and replied, I should be considered a 3rd tier. 6th level Fate Mage. Among our group, I'm rather behind." On the way, she had learned from the wolf girl that the strongest individuals in Wanbao Pavilion were Huarong and the wolf girl herself, one a 3rd tier. 3rd level Fate Mage, the other a 4th tier, 2nd level Beast Spirit Warrior. The wolf girl was silent. Few dared to drink ghost flame wine so recklessly at the 3rd tier, 6th level. "Beautiful sister, do you have any more of this juice? I'd like to take some home." Ye Suifeng addressed the maid. She wanted her uncle to try it too. Miss, to take it out, you will need to purchase it." The maid explained. "How much does it cost?" The maid replied. "Each cup costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. But in a barrel, it would be cheaper, totaling 500,000. "Oh, then please give me." Before Ye Suifeng could finish, she was stopped by the wolf girl. "It's your first time here. I can't let you pay. I'll treat you." "No need, I can manage," Ye Suifeng insisted. "I'll take care of it," the wolf girl stated firmly. "Consider it my gift for our first meeting. Now, tell me how much you want." Ye Suifeng blinked her eyes. "All right." She removed her storage ring and handed it to the maid. "Then just fill 100 barrels. The wolf girl, what kind of family are you from? Do you measure quantities in hundreds?" That night, "Uncle, I brought you some delightful treasures." Ye Suifeng bounced back to the inn, standing before Ye Suifeng. "What treasures?" Ye Suifeng, still engrossed in his book, did not turn his head. "This, take a look, it's incredibly delicious." Ye Suifeng turned to see Ye Suifeng cradling a wooden barrel nearly the same size as her body, pouring out some red, unknown liquid. Instantly, the room was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, tinged with a faint scent of blood. "Wow!" Ye Suifeng snapped her fingers and the liquid in the cup ignited immediately. She then held out the cup to Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, Give it a try. Ye Suifeng set down his book, wrinkling his nose. Without tasting it, he could tell it was a concoction mixed with the blood of numerous low-tier demonic beasts. However, to avoid discouraging the child's goodwill, he took a gentle sip. How is it? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, her face filled with anticipation. It's all right, but not to my taste, Ye Suifeng replied, picking up his book again. It's just a drink for children. Ye Xiaoxiao finished the remaining ghost flame wine in her cup, savoring, but I am a child. Ye Suifeng shurug not disagree. I think it's quite good. Ye Xiaoxiao set the barrel down at the corner of the table and continued, I bought 100 barrels to bring back for my sister and cousin Yi Huang to try. I initially intended to buy 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I didn't want to impose. As she rambled on, she noticed Ye Suifeng was looking at her with a peculiar expression. How many did you buy? 100 barrels. And how much is one barrel? 500,000 spirit stones. Who paid? Ye Xiaoxiao did. She treated me very well. She is a friend I made tonight. Ye Suifeng set down his book again, rubbing his temples. That friend who paid for you. Find a chance to repay her. And then, your monthly allowance will drop from 100 million spirit stones to 100 spirit stones. Ye Xiaoxiao was immediately stunned. Why? She felt disheartened. She had kindly brought him a delicacy, yet he reduced her allowance. Furthermore, the decrease was quite drastic. Once you figure out why, I'll restore your allowance. Ye Suifeng concluded, ignoring her as he picked up his book again. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, confused about what she had done wrong. However, she understood that her uncle's decisions must have merit. What to do? What could she do but think it through? Ye Xiaoxiao lowered her head and turned to leave the room. Moments later, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and set down his book. After her commotion, he could no longer concentrate on it, that he realized he bore some responsibility for Ye Xiaoxiao's behavior. He should never have easily acquiesced to such an outrageous request. Goodness, buying 100 barrels at once. Such an act was akin to someone entering Wanbao Pavilion and purchasing all their wares in one go. Who would do such a thing? Well, some people would, but I am not afraid of the risks that come with spending money. Without the guarantee of strength, an excess of wealth often leads one into dangerous situations. It seems I must allow her to venture out occasionally to encounter the world's perils. Otherwise, she might truly end up living forever in her own little world. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Fortunately, the girl had a good heart. Buying so much was merely to bring it back to share with Yi Huang and the others. Not for frivolous reasons. She simply needed to experience more. With that thought, Ye Suifeng couldn't help but reminisce about Yi Huang and the others. Months had passed, and he wondered how they were faring now. He raised his hand, contemplating using the great Dao to check on their situation. But after hesitating for a moment, he set it back down. Forget it. Everyone has their own path. Too much intervention might be counterproductive. Let them live out their own brilliance. In the Nine Cities Alliance, within the largest city of Sioux City, Huangyi City. The central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stood proudly. Surrounding her were a dozen young cultivators, lying bloodied on the ground. Opposite her knelt a valiant young man, propping himself up with a long sword. The prodigies of Huangyi City are nothing but this. Yi Huang sheathed her long sword, her blood-stained purple cloak billowing dramatically. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting angrily, Yi Huang, do not go too far. Too far. A cold smile played on Yi Huang's lips. Do you remember what you all looked like when we first arrived in Huangyi City? Country bumpkins? Lower city dwellers, inferior beings, lowly breeds. Now you are being bested by the very lowly breeds you scorned. How does that feel? The youth's face was a blend of crimson and pallor, but he had heard of Yi Huang's reputation. Yet he never anticipated her formidable prowess that a dozen young elites from Huangyi City, all under 20 and at the foundational stage or above, besieged Yi Huang simultaneously, only to be vanquished within the brief span of a single incense stick's burning time. Moreover, their defeat was utterly catastrophic. Some even fell, slain on the spot. Even if we have had past grievances, you cannot be so ruthless. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, for among the slain were his friends. Ruthlessness is what you have taught me, Yi Huang replied, stepping forward and producing a small box, placing it before the youth. Upon opening it, There lay 20 fingers meticulously arranged, each belonging to a different body. Had you not treated the people of Tian Luan Palace as playthings, tormenting them to death, she continued, perhaps we would not have reached this dire juncture. A short dagger was drawn from her waist. The youth gazed at the glimmering blade, but a low chuckle escaped him. If you harm me, you shall not escape Huangyi City. Yi Huang's demeanor remained cold. If I do not harm you, I cannot return to Tian Luan Palace. Scalding blood flowed along the dagger, staining Yi Huang's hand. The youth's expression turned from disbelief to an inescapable terror as color drained from his face. With the dagger withdrawn, his body collapsed to the ground, blood soaking the box that contained the fingers. Yi Huang straightened, her long hair fluttering in the gentle breeze in that moment. She became the true sovereign of Tian Luan Palace. My son! Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed that Yi Huang turned to see a middle-aged man charging toward her with immense force. Behind him trailed a group of powerful cultivators. Upon noticing the youth lying at Yi Huang's feet, the middle-aged man's eyes became bloodshot. You actually killed him, he bellowed, a ferocious aura surging toward Yi Huang, an overwhelming pressure belonging to the golden core stage. Yi Huang stood amidst it, like a solitary leaf adrift. Who dares to harm my master? A throng clad in black attire leaped onto the arena, standing resolutely behind Yi Huang, collectively withstanding the middle-aged man's formidable pressure. You all shall perish. The middle-aged man's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Yi Huang. Yet she remained unfazed, slowly stating, I understand your feelings, but she produced a sheet of paper filled with writing. We signed a death warrant. The middle-aged man scrutinized the death warrant, his gaze fixating on the familiar name. As grief and rage gradually consumed his reason. I care not for any death warrant. You have slain my son, my only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, I shall kill you. He had gone mad, unleashing all his power, charging forth to Yi Huang sighed softly. Then do not blame me. A delicate purple petal began to drift down from her brow. Yi Huang unsheathed her long sword, and the petal landed perfectly upon the blade, instantly transforming into a stream of violet light, akin to heavenly radiance. By this time, the middle-aged man was utterly deranged, reckless in his charge. Yet Yi Huang's expression remained composed. She positioned her long sword, slowly speaking, God Slayer. First form, Chapter 79 commenced. Huangyi City, the largest city within the domain of Su City, sprawled over an expanse several times that of Yunshao City. Viewed from above, it resembled a neatly arranged cube, nestled within a fertile plain. Today, however, a massive crack extended from the city's center, cleaving the city asunder. A middle-aged man stood at the arena's center, staring at the crack's origin, silent. Beside him, a young girl clung tightly to his arm. Her complexion ashen. It was Ye Suifeng, who had participated in the Drunken Dream Conference. Father, is this truly the doing of Yi Huang? Her voice trembled, unable to fathom the overwhelming power capable of splitting Huangyi City. If Yi Huang had unleashed such a move against her that day, the consequences would be unimaginable. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding ever so slightly to that moment. Several powerful figures descended rapidly, landing beside him, their expressions reflecting shock as they beheld the immense sword scar. Master Nye. One stepped forward, inquiring, Where are the people of Tian Luan Palace? They have left, Master Nye replied. Fled? No, he shook his head. After killing the head of the Huang family. She did not depart, but waited for our arrival. The man paused, and then, Master Nye sighed softly. I allowed her to leave. What? Another clan leader exclaimed. How could you let her go? She has so brazenly provoked us in Huangyi City. She must pay the price. Master Nye turned to him, his expression impassive. Have you considered Ye Suifeng? The others fell silent. Indeed, if the daughter possessed such strength, what of her father? Ye Suifeng had unified Yunshao City single-handedly, establishing a new city beyond common imagination. They had arrived late merely to gaze upon the character Yi, suspended above Yunshao City, that a single glance had left them shaken, nearly sustaining grave injuries. Such a person was beyond their capacity to confront. After a brief silence, one ventured. What of the head of the Huang family? Here, Master Nya opened his palm to reveal a severed thumb. This is the others gasped. It serves as both retribution and a warning. Master Nya gazed distantly toward the direction of Yunshao City. Perhaps we shall have to deliver our tributes there in the future. Yunshao City. Dong, dong, dong. 3 resounding chimes echoed throughout the city that a brand new courtyard slowly opened its gates. Above, a plaque descended, revealing 2 grand characters, elegantly inscribed. Heavenly Court. As the gates swung open, a group of young individuals clad in pale blue garments formed for long lines, entering the courtyard in succession. Leading them was a very young girl, her demeanor solemn and her expression grave. She was the girl who had narrowly escaped from Lishinga, known as Xiao Yi. Upon entering the gates, a towering statue, reaching several dozen feet high, stood at the heart of the plaza. The statue depicted the lord of Yunshao City, Ye Suifeng. After entering, they sat in a large arc around the statue. "We pay our respects to the dean," they called out in unison. Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opened his eyes. Sandstone City, located in the western region of the 9-city alliance, holds a status equivalent to that of Sioux City in the north. The environment is harsh, yet the people are exceptionally fierce, with cultivators known for their combative nature. Combat is nearly a daily affair for them. Within Sandstone City, numerous arenas are constructed specifically for fighting. The Huangfeng Arena is the largest among them, consistently filled to capacity with spectators. Naturally, the battles held within this arena are nothing short of spectacular. Have you heard? There's a new force called the True Dragon Pavilion that's been quite active lately. 2 burly men, partially bare-chested, conversed loudly in the audience. I know, but the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion seems to be just a young lad. Soft and delicate-looking, replied the other M, and at that moment, a figure nearby chuckled. You haven't seen the Dragon Lord, have you? The 2 burly men turned their attention. Why would we care to see a callow youth? Just because he resembles a pretty boy. We Sandstone warriors have always valued strength. You wouldn't abandon our traditions to follow that so-called Dragon Lord and become a pet, would you? They openly provoked, ready to settle their differences in the arena, as per Sandstone's customs. Yet the one provoked merely smiled. Let me first ask you why you have come to the Huangfeng Arena today. I'm a coward. One of the men turned his head dismissively. The other laughed heartily. We are here for the Gun King. He single-handedly wielded a gun, ascending from the smallest arena to the Huangfeng Arena in just over a month. Moreover, he has chosen the fiercest opponents, leaving every battlefield soaked in blood. He is the one we should follow as Sandstone warriors, not some delicate pretty boy. Just as the tension seemed poised to erupt, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the arena. Gun King! Gun King! The crowd erupted in fervent applause, a cacophony of excitement. Amidst the roaring clamor, a figure strode into the arena. He brandished a long gun, his clothing tattered and stained with blood. The aura of battle emanated from him. If you have the guts, call your Dragon Lord to come and face the Gun King. One burly man laughed wildly. Yet the man remained unfazed, grinning with self-satisfaction. That may not be possible, for he is our Dragon Lord. At the southernmost edge of the 9-city alliance, a grand mountain range loomed. At its center, a towering gatehouse ascended into the clouds, adorned with 4 large characters. Heavenly Academy. We have finally returned, She exclaimed loudly. Yi Qinyao stood beside her, gazing at the grand scene before her, filled with a sense of emotion. Along the way, they passed through numerous places and encountered many cultural anecdotes. At last, they had reached their destination. Let us proceed. Yanxi turned with a smile, then took Yi Qinyao's hand and ascended a path that resembled a heavenly staircase. This path can only be traversed on foot, regardless of who you are. It is the rule of Tianfu Academy, Yanxi explained as they walked. After a while, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. From this vantage point, the Academy's entrance loomed even more majestically. We shall go to the Dragon Gate. She led Yi Qinyao not through the main entrance, but to a peculiar small door. Upon expressing her confusion, Yanxi elucidated. Every new student must pass through the Dragon Gate. It is used to assess one's innate talent and determine their placement thereafter. Do not be anxious. I believe in you. You will surely enter the Four Seasons Academy. Along the journey, Yi Qingyao had learned from Yin Shi that Tianfu Academy was stratified into levels. From lowest to highest, there were 5 tiers. The Mortal Academy, the Gentleman's Academy, the Four Seasons Academy, the Stellar Academy, and the Heaven and Earth Academy. Gaining entry into the Four Seasons Academy marked one as a prodigy among prodigies. However, Yi Qingyao did not harbor such an obsession. After all places were but the mundane world. She stepped forward towards the Dragon Gate. If the bell tolls 5 times, you will enter the Four Seasons Academy. Give it your all. Yin Shi cheered from behind. Zong! The first bell tolled. As expected, Yin Shi's expression tightened, uncertain of the outcome. Zong! A moment later, the second toll resonated, prompting a chuckle from Guan Mu, who approached from behind. Do not overthink it. The so-called prodigies from rural lands, at most, can only manage 2 tolls. Yin Shi huffed, asserting, she will certainly enter the Four Seasons Academy. Guan Mu laughed heartily. Do you think anyone can just waltz into the Four Seasons Academy? If she succeeds, I owe you a piece of Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Yin Shi rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. However, the third bell remained elusive. Just as she was about to lose her patience, suddenly, the third toll rang out. Yet before she could revel in joy, the fourth followed swiftly. Then came the fifth and the sixth. Moments later, the 9 tolls reverberated throughout Tianfu Academy. Boom! A tremendous explosion startled Ye Suifeng, who was engrossed in reading. Frowning, he prepared to investigate the commotion. That moment, the door swung open, and Gu Yulan entered. My lord, the grand event has commenced. Chapter 80. Fate Star, Be Soul, a magnificent firework erupted over Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire gate in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys thronged with people waving banners of the great deity, their fervor igniting the colossal structure. Inside the room, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, observing the ever-changing hues of the sky. My lord, will you not go and take a look? Gu Yulan inquired. Why Ye Suifeng withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. No, I have little interest. He turned back, picking up a tome of martial arts. Such events held diminishing allure for him. They paled in comparison to the plate of fruits on the table. The competition officially begins today, and Miss will make her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Ye Suifeng paused, then said, You should accompany her. Also, convey to her to perform well. I shall be watching closely. Gu Yulan nodded, obediently departing. Moments later, another knock sounded at the door. Senior, it is I. Come in. A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open, carefully closing it without a sound. It was Jian Xingxuan. Isn't today the opening of the grand event? What brings you here? Ye Suifeng casually asked. Such matters pale in comparison to those concerning you. Senior, Jian Xingxuan replied with a BOW. Ye Suifeng sighed inwardly. Jian Xingxuan was excessively cautious, almost servile. He preferred a more relaxed demeanor for interactions, as it fostered comfort. However, one could not impose such expectations. He recognized that Jian Xingxuan's temperament was not forged overnight. In the cultivation world, lacking survival skills would not allow one to endure for long. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Jian Xingxuan respectfully presented a ring. Senior, I have found some high-level martial arts techniques you requested. However, to acquire the most esteemed ones, one must venture to the eternal winter imperial city. Ye Suifeng nodded, accepting the ring. Upon examining it, he found it neatly filled with over 1,000 tomes, all pertaining to the techniques and secrets of Fate Masters and Beast Spirit Warriors. Previously, after learning about these 2 cultivation methods, Ye Suifeng had developed an interest in them. They stood in stark contrast to the southern practices. Fate Masters appeared to be a variant that integrated formations into traditional cultivation. These formations were unique, connecting practitioners with something known as Fate Stars. Through communication with the Fate Stars, cultivators could refine their bodies and master spells. Compared to traditional methods, Fate Masters offered greater convenience and speed, but placed a heavier emphasis on innate talent. The role of the Fate Star was paramount among Fate Masters. It was foundational. Should an individual possess a weak Fate Star, they might never ascend to the status of a Fate Master. Conversely, beast spirit warriors filled the gap left behind. This cultivation method was refreshingly straightforward and brute force. They enhanced their powers by merging with the souls of magical beasts and bathing in their blood, thereby gaining some abilities from the beasts they fused with. Unlike the Fate Masters, this approach could quickly forge a formidable warrior. Thus, within the Eternal Winter Kingdom, the number of beast spirit warriors was exceedingly vast. Both of these unconventional methods had significant drawbacks, but also possessed their merits. As Ye Suifeng delved deeper, he noticed that certain characteristics of these methods might serve as extensions for the subsequent stages of the primordial technique. After creating the first two stages of the primordial technique, he had set the matter aside, having initially approached it casually without much thought. However, it seemed now was the time to refine it further. Hence, he had instructed Jian Xingxuan a few days prior to seek out higher-level techniques, intending to review them before making any decisions. Stowing away the ring, Ye Suifeng retrieved a verdant spiritual fruit, offering it to Jian Xingxuan. "Your reward." Jian Xingxuan hurriedly stepped forward, cradling the fruit with both hands, bewildered by its nature. Observing the fruit's elegantly natural patterns and the subtle life force it exuded, Jian Xingxuan's pupils constricted. This appeared to be the source of Fate Fruit, a sacred-grade spiritual fruit. It could extend life, cleanse the spirit, and even reshape the body. Jian Xingxuan's hands trembled as he gazed at the fruit, fearful of dropping it and causing damage. As senior, this reward is too generous. He hesitated to accept the spiritual fruit. Such treasures were rare, even for those in the tribulation phase. "Take it. I insist," Ye Suifeng replied, casually flipping through a tome. While traversing the Qinggu Highlands, they had not only vanquished all magical beasts above the 6th rank, but also harvested numerous spiritual fruits and herbs of the same caliber. They had even amassed a substantial collection of sacred medicines akin to the source of Fate Fruit. Ye Suifeng felt that throughout this journey, he had been reaping the rewards of the heavenly Dao. Even in nurturing his family, he felt a sense of guilt. Thus, he planned to gather more sacred medicines and beasts during his travels, intending to return and cultivate them in the Mirror Lake Garden, thereby giving back to the heavenly Dao. Moreover, should he ever yearn for a taste, it would be convenient. Observing Ye Suifeng's nonchalance, Jian Xingxuan, trembling, carefully accepted the source of Fate Fruit. One must never defy the will of a senior. "All right. You need not keep coming to me. Go oversee the grand event." Ye Suifeng began to usher him away. "Will you not attend? I have arranged the best seat for you," Jian Xingxuan replied. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment. "I shall go when the final battle commences." He knew that with Ye Xiaoxiao's current strength, she would undoubtedly reach the end. Receiving his orders, Jian Xingxuan exited the room. Moments later, he appeared above a grand arena, landing in the highest viewing platform. "Master Jian," others greeted him warmly and respectfully. After all, he was the master of the Wanbao Pavilion, a formidable presence in the Pingyang Pass. Jian Xingxuan nodded expressionlessly, then took his seat beside a burly man with a bushy beard. "Old Jian, where have you been? You missed the grand festival," the man boomed. Jian Xingxuan clasped his fists in apology. "My apologies. Master Shi, I was attending to an important guest." It turned out that this man was the overseer of the Pingyang Pass. Master Shi glanced at the empty seat beside Jian Xingxuan, noting its seemingly higher status. "Is that a senior figure from your Wanbao Pavilion?" Master Shi inquired. Jian Xingxuan turned his head, narrowing his eyes. "Master, I believe you should refrain from concerning yourself too much with Wanbao Pavilion's affairs." TCH. The master of the Stone Gate wore a disdainful expression, yet chose not to pursue the matter further. The higher one ascends in status, the more one comprehends the true significance of the Wanbao Pavilion. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the grand arena. The surrounding dozens of platforms began to buzz with excitement. The Divine Gift Conference had officially commenced. Chapter 81. A single brick topples within the Pingyang Grand Arena. Numerous platforms of varying sizes were arranged in a staggered manner. Tens of thousands of spectators crowded around the stages, the air filled with fervor and lively chatter. "I am number 885. Sister Wolf, what is your number?" inquired Ye Xiaoxiao from a small chamber. The room was sparsely populated, primarily with youthful individuals, some solemn and others brimming with excitement. This was one of the preparation rooms for participants in the Divine Shrine Conference. "I am number 21, replied the wolf girl, applying paint to her arms. This was no ordinary paint, but rather a magical sand crafted from the bones of various beasts, which most beast spirit warriors applied to enhance their strength. "Why is our numbering so disparate?" Ye Suifeng asked, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly realizing, "I understand now. This is a random selection, and it was done to maintain fairness, correct?" The wolf girl hesitated, her expression slightly perplexed. "Well, not entirely accurate. Actually, the numbering is based on estimated strength to prevent powerful individuals from facing each other too early," the wolf girl shrugged. Ye Suifeng's eyes widened as she contemplated her own high three-digit number, feeling a profound sense of malice emanating from the world. How could there be an 800-plus discrepancy between her and the wolf girl? This was absurd. It was clearly a haphazard assignment. "The estimated ranking is primarily determined by level and age," the wolf girl explained. "You reported your information as a 14-year-old, 3rd-tier 6th-stage Destiny Mage, which is why your number is so high." At this moment, the wolf girl finished painting her beast markings, patted Ye Suifeng's shoulder, and said, "Don't be disheartened. We possess strength, and we need not fear any ranking. There are over 2,000 participants. This ranking is quite respectable. Prepare for battle. It will soon be our turn." Ye Suifeng has shoulders, evidently uncomforted by the reassurance. "By the way, Sister Wolf," Ye Suifeng suddenly turned, retrieving a beautifully crafted small box from her bosom and handing it to the wolf girl. She then added, somewhat shyly, "Last time, you bought me 100 barrels of ghost flame wine, and upon returning home, I was severely reprimanded by my elders. Thus, I found something delightful as a token of my appreciation." The wolf girl paused. Recalling the events of that gathering that time, she had begrudgingly gathered 50 million spirit stones to purchase the ghost flame wine. After all, she had already made a commitment, and it would have been too embarrassing to back out at the last moment. This incident had nearly slipped her mind, yet she was surprised that Ye Suifeng had kept it in her heart. She chuckled and said, "No worries. That was just a welcoming gift from me, so there's no need to dwell on it. Oh, just take it. Otherwise, I'll face another scolding when I return," Ye Suifeng insisted. Suddenly, a horn hung at the door of the room blared, announcing, "Number 885. Proceed to platform 19 immediately." That was indeed Ye Suifeng's number. "I must go. Don't dawdle, just take it," she urged, shoving the small box into the wolf girl's hands before hastily exiting the room. Watching her retreating figure, the wolf girl could only shake her head in resignation. The small box felt lightweight and slightly cold in her hands. Could it possibly be some sort of toy for girls? The wolf girl pondered as she slowly opened the lid. Suddenly, a chilling aura filled the room, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. The others present shivered involuntarily, casting bewildered glances around. "Bah!" The wolf girl swiftly closed the box, astonishment flashing in her eyes. She had only opened it a crack, yet she had already glimpsed a white beast core nestled within. For beast spirit warriors, this was the ultimate cultivation material. She herself typically used a 5th-tier beast core for her training. But the overwhelming power emanating from the core she had just seen suggested it was at least 7th tier. Moreover, it was exceedingly compatible with her cultivation path. Could it be the Icefield Wolf King? At platform 19 of the Pingyang Arena, Ye Suifeng stood alone, awaiting the arrival of her opponent. Suddenly, a small bird's head poked out from her long hair. The tiny creature yawned, its eyes half closed, appearing somewhat lethargic. "Ah, you finally returned." The little bird suddenly spoke to why Ye Suifeng rolled her eyes. "It's just a matter of dispatching a little wolf. Look at how exhausted you are, sleeping for days on end." "Little wolf?" The bird's eyes widened in disbelief. "My dear aunt, that is the Icefield Wolf King, an 8th-tier beast. It is only slightly weaker than I." This little bird was the colorful phoenix that Ye Suifeng had tamed on the Qinggu Heights. It had now become Ye Suifeng's most cherished pet. As for her previous favorite, well, the colorful phoenix certainly did not wish to learn of its fate. "Heh, don't you constantly proclaim yourself invincible below the 9th tier?" Ye Suifeng. In the end, It was I who had to ensnare it in the dream void realm for a moment before you could defeat it. The colorful phoenix fell silent. Realizing that, bolstered by the northern environment, the Wolf King had proven to be a formidable opponent, nearly besting it. Had it not been for Ye Xiaoxiao's intervention, it might not have triumphed. Reflecting on this, the phoenix couldn't help but marvel that a foundation-building cultivator had managed to trap an 8th-tier beast, even if only for an instant. That was truly astounding. Indeed, those under that person's command were not to be trifled with. At that moment, a robust youth strode onto the arena from the opposite side. Agili! Agili! With his entrance, the audience erupted in cheers. Clearly recognizing him as a celebrity, Ye Xiaoxiao scrutinized the number tag around his waist. 273. Agili! Take down that little mage. Show her our might. A group of youths, flushed with excitement, cheered fervently. Agili nodded, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he leered at Ye Xiaoxiao. Among the spectators who were unfamiliar with both competitors, murmurs began to circulate. Agili, 16 years old, a 3rd-tier, 8th-level beast spirit warrior, known for his brutal temperament and extensive combat experience, that he once tore a 3rd-tier ice giant apart with his bare hands. Ye Suifeng, 14 years old, a 3rd-tier, 6th-level destiny mage, and that's all. Someone rummaged through their records. The disparity is rather stark. Indeed, Ye Xiaoxiao is quite young. And is she malnourished? She seems a bit frail. She looks like a little runt. I doubt she can withstand even a single strike from Agili. The crowd buzzed with doubt, largely dismissing the slender Ye Xiaoxiao. Come, place your bets. Agili pays 1-1, while Ye Xiaoxiao pays 6-1. Make your choices. Some even initiated betting. Agili, I wager 100 spirit stones. I bet 300 spirit stones. I am banking on the underdog. Ye Xiaoxiao, I'll bet 10 spirit stones. The overwhelming majority placed their bets on Agili. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached. I bet on Ye Xiaoxiao to win for 1,000 spirit stones. It was Gu Yulan. Instantly, a wave of incredulous gazes met her, akin to that reserved for a fool. However, Gu Yulan remained unfazed, turning to Ye Xiaoxiao on the platform. Xiaoxiao, your pocket money depends on you now. The battle begins, with the referee's commanding shout. The combat commenced. Agili, grinning menacingly, suddenly let out a roar, shredding his shirt to reveal a muscular body adorned with scars. Tremble, you nameless junior. I, Agili, will exert my full strength against even the weakest opponent. With another shout, black fur sprouted rapidly across his body, shimmering like steel needles. He is transforming into a beast right off the bat. His beast spirit is the Earth's savage ape. Ye Xiaoxiao is in danger. The crowd gasped. Unable to suppress their concern for the petite girl facing him, Ye Xiaoxiao tilted her head, observing Agili as he transformed. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and a brick emblazoned with a pig's head materialized behind Agili. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Enough already. You remaking a racket. Ye Xiaoxiao nonchalantly hefted a bloodied brick, turning away without a glance, and walked off the platform. The hulking Agili, having only partially transformed, collapsed to the ground, blood staining the arena. Unconscious, the audience stared in shock, speechless for a long while. Is that all? Chapter 82. Divine Liquid, 1 chapter remaining. Is he not coming? In the waiting room, Ye Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Yulan, disappointment evident in her eyes. I had researched numerous combat tactics, intending to showcase them to him. Ye Xiaoxiao hung her head. The absence of Ye Suifeng had left her somewhat disheartened. Over the past few days, she had scarcely rested, immersing herself day and night in the dream void realm to study combat methods, all in hopes of impressing Ye Suifeng. Yet, to her dismay, he had not appeared. Father said he would always be watching over you. He mentioned you should perform well, and that he would come to the site during the final battle to cheer you on. Gu Yulan elaborated on Ye Suifeng's intentions. This exchange instantly reignited the spark in Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes. Really? I'm sure I can make it to the final showdown. Did you not see that hulking brute today? I knocked him senseless with just a single brick. Moreover, I also have. As Gu Yulan listened to Ye Xiaoxiao's ramblings, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh that in truth, She felt that the old master had set his expectations too high for Xiao Xiao. After all, she was merely a child of 13 years. The Divine Gift Conference was still in full swing. Over 2,000 young prodigies from various regions would compete over 5 days to determine the 30 strongest among them. The top 100 would receive generous rewards from the Grand Guardian. Furthermore, the top 30 would be granted the precious divine liquid, an exceedingly rare elixir of immense power, for the sake of the divine liquid. All the young contenders were giving their all, showcasing their most formidable skills during the battles that I end this process. Some tasted the bitterness of defeat, while others soared to new heights. The Pingyang Prefecture, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Great Heaven Alliance remained dominant, with nearly everyone successfully advancing to the top 100. Out among them, the most outstanding individuals garnered significant acclaim. Among the notable figures were Shi Zhong and Liao Huayan from Pingyang Prefecture, Ming Untu and Shiri Gan from the Great Heaven Alliance, and Huarong and the Wolf Girl from Wanbao Pavilion, all of whom triumphed over their opponents with an invincible aura. Regarded as potential candidates for selection by the great heavenly deity this year, of course, apart from them, there were also lesser-known geniuses who demonstrated their formidable prowess, emerging as dark horses. Among them, the most talked about was another individual from Wanbao Pavilion, a teen merely 14 years of age. She was petite and adorable, yet her tactics were peculiar, wielding a brick and accompanied by an absurdly amusing monkey, striking anyone who crossed her path. All who battled against her were nearly knocked out. Her ferocity was astonishing. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the Wolf Girl of Wanbao Pavilion in terms of notoriety, earning her the moniker of the Monkey Girl. Monkey Girl. Ye Xiaoxiao's face fell as she approached Gu Yulan, her eyes icy. Sister Yulan, who on earth bestowed that title upon me? I shall ensure they have a night they will never forget. Upon learning of this appellation, she felt utterly dumbfounded. Back in Yunshao City, she was revered as the Celestial Fairy, yet upon arriving at your Pingyang Pass, she had been rebranded as the Monkey Girl. Infuriated, Ye Xiaoxiao was ready to confront the person responsible. Gu Yulan hastily stopped her, saying, "Everyone assigns titles based on characteristics. There's no mention of fairies here. Besides, you always have that monkey with you. That's why. That monkey is merely a manifestation of my power. It's essentially just a weapon." Ye Xiaoxiao retorted Lude. Gu Yulan's expression was one of helplessness. But no one else seems to realize that. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long pause, she scoffed. "Forget it, I won't stoop to their level." In the ensuing days, the battles grew increasingly intense. Everyone's strength was remarkably close, each contestant exerting their utmost, with bloodshed marking every confrontation. Particularly, the Monkey Girl, Ye Xiaoxiao, seemed to be fueled by some unknown stimulus, growing more violent with each fight. The louder the crowd cheered her name, the more ferocious she became, even intimidating some of her weaker opponents into forfeiting. Some scholars speculated that the Monkey Girl's stellar performance was linked to a certain motivational force, suggesting that the more enthusiasm the audience displayed, the stronger her combat prowess would become. Consequently, her supporters shouted themselves hoarse in each match. After 5 days, the field of over 2,000 competitors had dwindled to a mere 30. They were the C-Army de la C-Army. Prodigies of an extraordinary caliber. The majority were 4th-tier extraordinary beings, with only a few remaining at 3rd-tier. Ye Xiaoxiao was among the strongest of them all. The Pingyang Grand Arena, which had once boasted dozens of platforms, had been entirely dismantled. In their place stood a brand new super arena, where the 30 strongest competitors were now gathered, receiving accolades from the Grand Guardian, Shi Haojie. Following a round of encouraging words, each participant was awarded a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Finally, the Grand Guardian personally presented a beautifully crafted jade plate, upon which rested 30 small vials. As the vials were unveiled, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, eyes ablaze with fervor, fixated on the jade plate. Within those vials lay the ultimate treasure, the 1st-tier divine liquid. The Wolf Girl, equally exhilarated, inquired, "Sister Wolf, what exactly is its use?" Although Ye Xiaoxiao had participated in the competition, she genuinely did not know what the 1st-tier divine liquid was. "It's an extraordinary elixir," the Wolf Girl whispered. "One that purifies the soul and cleanses the body's essence. A treasure only the great heavenly deity possesses." Ye Suifeng pointed at Haojie in confusion. Doesn't he have it too? That's a reserve left by the great heavenly deity, the wolf girl explained. If we secure a place in the top 10, the great heavenly deity will make a personal appearance and bestow upon us an even more potent second-tier, divine liquid. The top 3 will be personally escorted by the great heavenly deity to the divine mansion to receive their fortunes. The wolf girl's excitement was palpable. Ye Suifeng blinked, still unsure of what this entailed, but it sounded incredibly impressive. Moments later, the 30 competitors each received a vial of first-tier divine liquid. They stood tall and soon learned that the qualification battle for the divine mansion would take place in just 2 days. That evening, Ye Suifeng returned to her room, played with the little monkey for a while, and then retrieved the vial of divine liquid. What exactly is this? Ye Suifeng pondered, gently uncorking the vial. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It truly is extraordinary. Ye Suifeng flared her nostrils. The scent was remarkably pleasant. Yet there was an oddly familiar quality to it, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. After contemplating for a while, she shook her head. Never mind. Sister Wolf mentioned that the divine liquid can be consumed directly. I should give it a try. With that, Ye Suifeng lifted the small vial and poured its contents into her mouth. The rich spiritual energy coursed down her throat, spreading nourishment to every corner of her body that moment. Gu Yulan entered, carrying a basin. Miss, it's time to wash your feet. Ye Suifeng remained silent, and Gu Yulan paused. Then set down the basin and approached Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. A wave of shock washed over her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Miss you, Ye Suifeng turned her head, puzzled. What is it? Gu Yulan's expression was complex as she gently embraced her. Miss, it's all right. The name Monkey Girl isn't pleasant. We shall ignore it. You mustn't demean yourself over this, even going so far as to drink your foot-soaking water. Ye Suifeng? She glanced at the small vial in her hand, then at the basin she used for washing her feet daily. In that instant, she understood why the first-tier divine liquid felt so familiar. Her stomach churned violently. Chapter 83. Celestial Fairy. Is this the divine liquid? Ye Suifeng held the small vial, an intrigued expression gracing his face. Indeed, Gu Yulan affirmed. I heard from the mist that this is the first-tier divine liquid awarded to the top 30 in the competition. Once the strongest contender is determined, the great heavenly deity will personally descend and bring forth the second-tier divine liquid. Ye Suifeng nodded that he hadn't anticipated that this so-called first-tier divine liquid was actually the raw spiritual essence produced by the first layer of the origin tower. The second-tier divine liquid might very well be the body-refining liquid produced by the second layer. This implied that the great heavenly deity possessed a tower of all origins as well, and its level was certainly not low. Otherwise, such a vast divine realm would surely suffer from insufficient supplies of spiritual essence. Suifeng must be quite disappointed. Ye Suifeng chuckled, passing the vial to Gu Yulan. Ever since their departure, the water they used for washing had been entirely replaced with raw, spiritual essence, while the food was prepared using the refined essence that Ye Suifeng had processed. Otherwise, the 2 young girls' progress wouldn't have been so swift. Yes, Gu Yulan replied. The miss is indeed very disappointed. Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Tell her that the recent competitions have been splendid. I will be attending the upcoming battles in person, encouraging her to continue striving. With that, Ye Suifeng picked up a book, immersing himself in the sea of cultivation methods. You didn't let it slip, did you? Outside, Ye Suifeng intercepted Gu Yulan. Her face darkened as she questioned. No, the master didn't pry further. He even praised your recent performance. Gu Yulan hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng's expression softened somewhat. I knew he must be secretly watching me. Humph. She then turned to Gu Yulan and whispered, the matter about the foot-soaking water must remain between us. No one else can know. Understood? Gu Yulan blinked. What foot-soaking water? 2 days later at the Pingyang Grand Arena. After spending over half a month in his quarters, Ye Suifeng finally arrived at the venue, settling into the spot that Jian Xingxuan had long prepared. The Grand Guardian, Haojie, frequently cast curious glances toward Ye Suifeng, but Ye Suifeng merely lounged lazily, completely indifferent. After all, he was merely a small cultivator at the harmonization stage. There was no need for any acquaintance. His purpose for attending was twofold: to witness Ye Suifeng in action and to await the arrival of the great heavenly deity. Ahem. Sensing Shihaoji's gaze, Jian Xingquan cleared his throat twice. Casting him a warning glance, Shihaoji shrugged and then stood up. Following a generous speech, the final match officially commenced. In the first battle, Ye Suifeng took the stage. She gazed at Ye Suifeng in the audience, her heart swelling with joy. Even the deafening cheers of the monkey girl below the arena became less grating. Her opponent was a member of the Great Heaven Alliance, Shihong, a second-tier fourth-level fate mage. Monkey girl, at last we meet, Shihong said, crossing her arms and casting a disdainful glance at Ye Suifeng. However, your dark horse journey ends here. Ye Suifeng snorted. I've heard such words countless times before. The two faced off, and the battle commenced. Shihong struck first, swiftly waving her arms, conjuring several deep gray lines that surged toward Ye Suifeng. Suddenly, a brick appeared behind her head. I anticipated this. Shihong smirked as a gray substance surged around her body. It rushed toward the brick and instantly wrapped around her, then shot up along the hand that emerged from the blue circle. Ye Suifeng frowned, quickly retracting her hand and evading the incoming gray lines. The brick, eroded by the gray substance, crashed heavily to the ground with a resounding boom. What is this? Ye Suifeng wondered, raising her hand to discover that a bit of gray material had clung to her palm when she closed the dream void gate. This substance appeared to have no other function, yet its weight was exceedingly significant. Daring to be distracted in battle? Shihong suddenly laughed, as a massive gray vortex formed before her. Come here, she bellowed. And immediately, the gray vortex extended countless thin threads, resembling the fur of a wild beast. The gray substance on Ye Suifeng's hand mirrored this phenomenon that a powerful force of attraction materialized from nowhere. Pulling her body uncontrollably towards Shihong, no, it was towards that vortex, into which she plunged. A white Ye Suifeng furrowed her brow and hastily opened the dream void gate, teleporting to a distant location. Yet just as she emerged, that force of attraction surged back, as relentless as a vice grip. Monkey! Ye Suifeng summoned the little monkey. As blue circles flickered, the two figures shifting back and forth in the air. However, no matter what they did, they could not escape the formidable power of the gray vortex. It seems Shihong's fate star is of the Xian magnetic type, Shihaoji observed, stroking his chin from the high platform. The monkey girl is in trouble now. He spoke while casting glances toward Ye Suifeng. Master Shi, perhaps you should focus more on the people of your Pingyang prefecture, Jian Xingquan murmured softly. Huh? Shihaoji laughed heartily. My son, Shi Chong, possesses the beast soul of the mountain giant, which is least afraid of Xian magnetic forces. His face beamed with pride. Shi Chong, a fourth-tier, fifth-level beast spirit warrior, was the most favored contender for victory. Jian Xingquan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The current situation was highly unfavorable for Ye Suifeng. Of course, he was not worried about her defeat. Rather, he was concerned that if she lost, it might provoke the discontent of the person beside him, leading to a disastrous consequence. He discreetly glanced at Ye Suifeng, who remained languidly seated, his expression unchanged. With a heart full of trepidation, Jian Xingquan redirected his gaze to the arena at that moment. Ye Suifeng's monkey was also ensnared by the gray substance, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to move. Huh? Monkey girl, your tricks have all failed. You might as well admit defeat. Shihong laughed loudly. The white Ye Suifeng looked at her fallen monkey and sighed lightly. Yet a smile crept upon her lips. In that case, let me show you something I've been working on recently. Uncle, do pay attention. She stood her ground, no longer utilizing the void gate, and lifted her gaze toward the distant high platform that as her body was drawn by the gray vortex. She moved swiftly, eventually vanishing completely within it. This is bad. Jian Xingquan's heart raced. Monkey girl now? The supporters of Ye Suifeng looked on in terror. However, Ye Suifeng wore a faint smile. So that's how it is. This young lady has a remarkable understanding of the dream void, he mused. The entire Pingyang Grand Arena had fallen silent. everyone anxiously awaiting the conclusion of this battle. What had become of that girl? Suddenly, an otherworldly aura rippled from the gray vortex on the stage. Following this, a colossal white flower began to emerge slowly from within the vortex that had 6 petals, seamlessly connected. Upon blooming, the white petals were adorned with a lattice of black lines, while the center of the flower was pitch black, resembling an abyss. Beautiful yet eerie. Is that the celestial flower? A knowledgeable onlooker exclaimed, and a shiver ran through the crowd. The celestial flower, a nightmarish bloom symbolizing eternal torment. How could such a thing appear here? Suddenly, a melody, accompanied by a gentle whisper, emanated from the abyss within the celestial flower that was Ye Suifeng's voice. Instantly, countless enormous celestial flowers sprouted on the stage, enveloping the entire arena, including the terrified Suifeng. Everyone was captivated by this fantastical scene. Yet, Ye Suifeng's gaze shifted to the sky. Behind the void, an exceptionally formidable power was approaching. The great celestial god. Has he arrived ahead of schedule? Chapter 84. Moon Season. In the Pingyang Grand Arena, countless celestial flowers bloomed on the stage that a gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance, wafting into every corner of the arena. Gradually, some ordinary cultivators began to lose focus, some filled with inexplicable joy, while others seemed to plunge into profound fear. Haojie on the high platform also caught a whiff of the floral scent. Frowning, he waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the aroma of the celestial flowers. At that moment, those entranced by the illusion slowly regained their senses, their faces painted with horror. However, after a brief moment of clarity, the fragrance began to permeate the air once more. Haojie's brow furrowed deeply. If this continued, the people in the arena would once again fall into a dreamlike state. All right, I declare the winner of this match to be the monkey girl, Ye Suifeng. He could no longer contain himself. Yet the celestial flowers on the stage remained alluring. Master Jian, please make her stop, or I will take action myself, Haojie said solemnly, his gaze shifting toward Ye Suifeng. That moment, Ye Suifeng finally diverted his attention from the sky. He had become convinced that something exceptionally peculiar had just arrived above the arena, concealed behind the void, observing the unfolding events. Could it truly be the great celestial god? Ye Suifeng pondered, for in his perception, that entity seemed to possess only mid-stage tribulation strength. According to ancient texts, the great celestial god's power was certainly beyond that he decided to wait and see. After all, the great celestial god would surely descend after the decisive battle. Lord Yi, what do you think? Seeing Ye Suifeng unresponsive, Jin Xingxuan could not help but remind him that if Haojie were to personally intervene, the situation would transcend mere victory or defeat. Xiao, enough. I've seen it, Ye Suifeng spoke up. He understood that this girl had been waiting for him to say something. After all, she had painstakingly developed such an extraordinary technique and surely wished to showcase it before him. Ye Suifeng's words fell. The celestial flowers on the stage suddenly began to wither and shrink at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing entirely. All that remained was a purple-haired girl holding a brick and the already prostrate Suifeng. Her head a gruesome sight of blood. Hee. Ye Suifeng beamed at the high platform, as if to say, see how impressive I am? Ultimately, with the referee's announcement, Ye Suifeng emerged victorious in the first battle of the decisive match. Many exchanged glances, utterly bewildered, for they had not witnessed how Ye Suifeng had defeated Suifeng, who had been at a distinct disadvantage. Yet upon seeing Suifeng being carried away, her face etched with terror that even blood could not mask. Some began to understand. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the celestial flower was not coincidental. So the monkey girl is the celestial flower, someone shouted. This assertion quickly spread throughout the arena, transforming into a tidal wave of cheers. Celestial! 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 They roared, expressing their affirmation and admiration for Ye Suifeng. With joy radiating from her face, Ye Suifeng returned to the preparation area. Through her own efforts, she had triumphed over a formidable opponent and even earned her uncle's approval. Most importantly, she could finally shed the title of Monkey Girl. Oh dear, congratulations on your initial victory, the wolf girl said with a smile beside her. You'll be just fine too. Ye Suifeng grinned, and suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, Wolf Sister, did you drink the first-tier celestial liquid we obtained a few days ago? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. The wolf girl shook her head, replying, such a treasure of the world should not be consumed lightly. I need to find an appropriate moment to bathe in it, to cleanse my spirit, and to be reverent. All right, no need to elaborate. As long as you haven't drunk it, I'm relieved, Ye Suifeng interrupted, feeling at ease. However, for some inexplicable reason, a tinge of disappointment lingered. That am I the only one who has drunk the foot-washing water? Shaking her head, Ye Suifeng retrieved a small vial and handed it to the wolf maiden, speaking in a tone imbued with mystery. Sister Wolf, you should sell that vial of celestial essence. What essence inside this is far superior. The wolf maiden was momentarily stunned. She had believed that the celestial essence was the ultimate treasure of this world. Could there truly be something even more potent? With a hint of confusion, she opened the vial slightly. In an instant, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped her, awakening her senses and invigorating her very blood. The wolf maiden quickly sealed the vial, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She sensed that the essence within bore a striking resemblance to that of the first-tier celestial essence, yet the energy it contained was magnitude stronger, over 10 times more powerful. Suifeng, what is this? The wolf maiden could not help but inquire. Fear not, it's nothing too precious, Ye Suifeng reassured her. I use this for cooking at home, she added with a wave of her hand, concerned that the wolf maiden might deem it too valuable and return it to her. The wolf maiden fell silent, first producing an inner core from an 8th-tier demon beast, then casually presenting a spirit liquid even mightier than the celestial essence, claiming it was for culinary purposes. Suifeng, what kind of family do you come from? The climactic battle of the divine gift assembly raged on fiercely. Following her initial encounter, Ye Suifeng faced 2 more adversaries, one of whom was a favored contender for the championship, the Daybreak Alliance's Shurigon. Yet, within the nightmarish celestial domain constructed by the celestial fairy, none had managed to break free. Ye Suifeng emerged victorious in every match, successfully securing a place among the top ten. Hu Rong from the Wanbao Pavilion, along with the Wolf Maiden, also made it through, achieving a clean and decisive victory. Hu Rong was expected to excel, being one of the most favored candidates for the championship, while the Wolf Maiden's formidable performance was beyond anticipation. Even the pavilion master, Jian Xingxuan, felt a touch of astonishment. Yet only the Wolf Maiden herself knew the terrifying advantages she had gained from the Icefield Wolf King's inner core. She felt immensely grateful to Ye Suifeng. Little did she know, fate would have them meet in the very first battle for the qualification to ascend. In the final qualification battle, the first match, Wolf Maiden Xiang Siue versus Monkey Girl Ye Suifeng, the host announced loudly. It's the celestial fairy Ye Suifeng. Damn it. How dare you speak such nonsense, insulting my idol? The host had not anticipated that a mere title would incite such fervor among the crowd. Just moments prior, they had cheered louder than anyone else. However, he quickly corrected himself and fled the arena. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ye Suifeng and the Wolf Maiden stepped onto the stage. Sister Wolf, we meet again, Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Let us unleash our full strength and have a proper match, the Wolf Maiden responded with a grin, assuming a battle stance. Sister Wolf, Ye Suifeng suddenly grew serious, gazing intently at her. I hope you will give it your all. The Wolf Maiden was taken aback, her expression one of reluctant acceptance. This girl is far too perceptive. She has realized that I was preparing to hold back. After spending these days together, she had genuinely grown fond of this innocent and lively sister, that a mere qualification for entry to the divine court perhaps isn't as significant as it seems. Truly, Sister Wolf, Ye Suifeng reiterated, my family is watching me from the stands. I do not wish for them to think I have employed any underhanded methods to reach this point. They want to see me strive. I, too, wish for them to witness my efforts. Faced with Ye Suifeng's resolute expression, the Wolf Maiden remained silent for a moment before finally resetting her battle stance. Then let us begin. Her eyes emanated an icy blue light, and the black tattoos on her body began to shimmer ominously. But you must understand, I was raised in a profoundly harsh and tormenting environment. The nightmares you conjure hold no power over me. Ye Suifeng regarded the ferocious wolf maiden and suddenly smiled. Who says I can only create nightmares? She snapped her fingers lightly, and a magnificent flower suddenly blossomed beneath the wolf maiden's feet. Its petals, pristine white tinged with a hint of green, cradled the wolf maiden in their center. That an intoxicatingly pure fragrance instantly filled the arena. Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The green and white rose is quite a rarity. Chapter 85. The great celestial god arrives. Bang, bang, bang. A dilapidated wooden door was being pounded violently from the outside. The dust from the walls above rained down under the force of the blows. That in the corner of a room, a small girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, clutched a small wolf-shaped pillow that had become misshapen. Her hair was matted and disheveled, and her tiny eyes were filled with confusion and a lingering fear. The knocking continued relentlessly, and the person outside seemed to have grown impatient. "Please don't do this. She is our child." Suddenly, a woman's voice drifted from outside the door. The girl's eyes brightened momentarily as she murmured, "Mama, she is a scourge. She is a harbinger of disaster." A man shouted in anger. "No, we are leaving today. Please spare her." "She is my only daughter," the woman pleaded, her voice heavy with sorrow. "That is not an option. The village elder has decreed that she must be sacrificed to the mountain deity, or else our village will face calamity." The man refused, and the pounding on the door grew more frenzied. "I cannot allow you to take her." "Absolutely not." The woman seemed to go mad, and soon the sounds of a violent struggle ensued. But quickly, with a thud, silence fell outside the door. The little girl trembled, instinctively clutching her small wolf pillow once more. Crash! Suddenly, the door was forcefully smashed open, splintering into pieces and sending dust swirling into the air. A burly man, wielding a bloodied axe, set his furious gaze upon the girl in the corner. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she peered past the man, spotting a woman covered in blood, slumped on the ground, devoid of life. "Mama," she murmured again. The man approached with a sinister grin, the bloodied axe hovering ominously before the girl, still dripping with crimson. She gazed up, her small stature barely allowing her to see beyond the man's waist. "Big brother?" A massive hand descended from above. Splat! A fountain of blood splattered against the earthen wall, slowly trickling down to form a gruesome mural. Moments later, the little girl emerged from a lowly dwelling, her hands stained crimson, soaking the now severed wolf pillow. Her expression was vacant as she wandered aimlessly forward. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, gradually clearing her mind. She looked around and found herself surrounded by blooming green and white roses stretching endlessly before her. "Summoning the heart's demons, Suifeng? Is this your new tactic?" the wolf maiden remarked, crossing her arms with a gentle smile. The flowering branches before her swayed, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a girl with long crimson hair. "Ye Suifeng. I told you, nightmares hold no sway over me," the wolf maiden shrugged. Ye Suifeng regarded her with a complex expression and shook her head gently. "No, I had intended for you to experience a beautiful dream." The wolf maiden paused, then nonchalantly replied, "It's all the same to me. Illusions cannot harm me, but they can harm her. Correct?" Ye Suifeng pointed behind her. The wolf maiden turned to see an ordinary woman, smiling tenderly, gazing at her with adoration. The wolf maiden fell silent. "You never spoke of this to me," Ye Suifeng remarked. "There is nothing to discuss." The wolf maiden turned away. "Who doesn't have a past hidden in their heart? Consider it my inner demon." Ye Suifeng sighed. And a moment later, she suddenly smiled. "My family once told me. They said that inner demons are incredibly difficult to handle. Avoiding them allows them to cling to you like a viper, while resisting them only makes them stronger." The wolf maiden remained silent for a while before asking, "And then?" Ye Suifeng shook her head. "There is no and then. He mentioned it during dinner, and afterward he simply went to sleep." The wolf maiden. "So casual?" "I suddenly wished to meet this parental figure of yours." The wolf maiden remarked that why Ye Suifeng's family was a conundrum, and the answer likely lay in the parent she often mentioned. "He has been quite busy lately. Not everyone can meet him," Ye Suifeng replied, "and you must first find your way out of here." The wolf maiden gazed at the boundless sea of flowers and shook her head with a smile. I concede. I admit, I underestimated your control over illusions. In this place, I cannot find a single means to shatter the illusion. Ye Suifeng chuckled. This is not an illusion, but a dream. However, she was not inclined to explain. Her elder had advised her never to disclose her secrets, not even to those closest to her. Moments later, in the Pingyang Grand Arena, amidst the colossal rows, the wolf maiden slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, her expression calm. The spectators were perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Upon the announcement of the results, they learned that the victor was Ye Suifeng. In the subsequent matches, Ye Suifeng continued her triumphant ascent, cutting through her opponents with ease. In the climactic final battle, she triumphed over the so-called invincible son of the gatekeeper, Shi Chong, securing the top position. Thus, she emerged as the true dark horse of this divine bestowal conference. Regarding his son's defeat, Shi harbored no regrets. He believed that experiencing setbacks was beneficial for the youth. Moreover, he was aware that Ye Suifeng was a junior of the formidable southern sect. How could she be ordinary? The rankings had already been established. What followed was the final and most crucial segment of the divine bestowal conference, the sacrificial rites. Shi ascended the arena, erecting a colossal altar adorned with a plethora of meticulously selected precious offerings, that he then commenced the ritual to invoke the will of the great celestial god. Ye Suifeng's consciousness remained locked onto the heavens. However, to his disappointment, beyond the already arrived tribulation stage entity, there were no other beings or consciousness extending from the void. Could it be that the great celestial god was merely a ruse? The celestial god descends, with Shi spreading his arms and bellowing skyward. The heavens suddenly transformed in a tempestuous display that a colossal visage, imbued with profound majesty, gradually materialized in the sky, a bear-like face. Countless auspicious clouds coalesced into its flowing fur, undulating like waves. Its gaze was indifferent, surveying the multitude below. Kneel before the great celestial god. Shi was the first to bow, and throughout the arena, nearly everyone, including those from the Pingyang Great Gate, prostrated themselves in fervent reverence. With the breath of the great celestial god, 2 streams of white mist erupted from its nostrils. The mist swiftly enveloped the entire Pingyang Great Gate before gently descending. Ye Suifeng seized a wisp of the white mist, pinching it between his fingers. It was merely a diluted essence of spiritual energy, thousands of times weaker. Yet, even so, for ordinary cultivators, it represented an immense boon. They reveled in the rich spiritual energy, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Their foreheads pressed even deeper into the ground. Suddenly, a gigantic black bear paw descended from the sky, landing heavily on the arena, nearly covering half its surface area. The paw slowly opened, revealing 10 translucent vials nestled within its palm. Chapter 86. Are you scared? Ye Suifeng felt a profound sense of disappointment that he had anticipated that this figure, venerated in ancient texts and the embodiment of faith for the entire eternal Winter Kingdom, would possess at least the pinnacle of power in this realm. Yet, to his astonishment, it turned out to be a mere tribulation stage creature that he had initially thought he had uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Observing the dark bear paw extending from the void, he noted its inky hue, but this black hand could hardly exert influence over the river of time. Senior, look! That is the great celestial god! Jian Xingquan exclaimed. His expression filled with awe as he gazed at the descending might, his body trembling involuntarily. Ye Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, at a loss for words that moment. Shi on the arena had respectfully retrieved the 10 glowing vials from the great celestial god's palm. Except for Ye Suifeng and a few others, everyone else was wide-eyed with wonder. Second tier, celestial liquid, for them, this is a divine treasure. This is the blessing of the great celestial god. You must be more devout and dedicate yourselves to cultivation. After speaking, Shi personally distributed the second-tier celestial liquid to each individual. Ye Suifeng discreetly opened a vial for a peek. Indeed, this was the very substance she had used for her baths. The great celestial god was rather stingy. The top 3 of the divine bestowal conference. Step forward. Suddenly, Shi Haojie called out loudly. Shi Chong and Ming Untu of the Great Celestial Alliance immediately took a step forward. Dawai Xiaoxiao glanced around and hurriedly joined them. Lucky ones! Shi Haojie beamed with pride at his son. Then turned his gaze to the other two, proclaiming, Step onto the Great Celestial God's palm. It shall personally escort you to the divine realm. The others cast envious glances at them. The top three could be personally guided by the Great Celestial God to the divine abode for cultivation. This opportunity might only arise once in a lifetime. Huarong's face, however, was filled with resentment, as he had narrowly lost to Ming Untu and thus fell to fourth place, forfeiting this immensely precious chance. Father, I shall not disappoint. Shi Chong earnestly bowed several times to Shi Haojie. Then, brimming with anticipation and excitement, stepped onto the Great Celestial God's hand. Ming Untu also resolutely followed suit after bidding farewell to his family. Yet, Ye Xiaoxiao appeared troubled, glancing anxiously at the high platform. What should she do? To ascend or not? Senior. Jian Xingquan roused the contemplative Ye Suifeng. What is it? The Great Celestial God is about to take Miss Xiaoxiao away. Will you not go to bid her farewell? Jian Xingquan pointed toward the center of the arena. Ye Suifeng responded with an odd smile. Of course. I shall go. He rose to his full height and swiftly approached Ye Xiaoxiao's side. Uncle! Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping to embrace Ye Suifeng. Others looked on curiously, including the wolf girl, who was intrigued. This was the first time she had seen Ye Xiaoxiao's family. He seemed rather handsome, but nothing particularly striking beyond that. You've done well. Continue to strive. But do not fall too far behind your sisters, Ye Suifeng said with a smile, ruffling her hair. I won't. When I return, I will surely defeat them all, she declared, waving her tiny fist at AT that moment. Shi Haojie stepped forward. Esteemed Lord Yi, he said, casually clasping his fists. Your junior is about to depart. We cannot keep the Great Celestial God waiting too long. Ye Suifeng raised his head. His indifferent gaze caused Shi Haojie to feel a sudden chill. He has waited how long? I have awaited him for over half a month, Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. People from the Wanbao Pavilion. Be cautious with your words. Shi Haojie's brow furrowed deeply. He had consistently heard Jian Xingquan speak of this powerful figure from the southern Wanbao Pavilion, known for his volatile temperament. For the safety of Pingyang Great Gate, he had always exercised caution, even if the individual showed him no respect. However, at that moment, he could no longer tolerate the disrespect shown to the Great Celestial God. Southerner, the Great Celestial God is watching from above. Do not jeopardize your junior's future with your careless words and bring trouble upon yourself. Shi Haojie admonished sternly. Ye Suifeng gently patted Ye Xiaoxiao's shoulder, encouraging her to release her grip, that he then stepped forward. Then I shall take this opportunity to greet him. With that, he approached the dark bare paw of the Great Celestial God. You may leave. It may not be safe here shortly. He addressed the two youths atop the paw. They were taken aback. How could they be unsafe while in the grasp of the Great Celestial God? How dare you? At this moment, Shi Haojie could no longer restrain himself. The formidable aura of his combined form erupted on the arena. He unleashed his most powerful attack, a furious punch aimed at Ye Suifeng's back. Yet, Ye Suifeng did not even glance his way, merely waving his hand lightly. Instantly, Shi Haojie, who had been soaring through the air, felt his pupils constrict. A bone-chilling sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of his soul, and in an instant, he crossed his arms, switching from offense to defense, shielding himself. Boom! A tremendous force erupted on the arena. The spectators, including Shi Haojie, were sent flying like scattered flowers, crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Ye Suifeng and Ye Xiaoxiao remained standing serenely upon the arena. I said leave. Ye Suifeng stated coolly. Shi Haojie, lying on the ground, groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of horror. Just moments ago, he felt as if he had been struck by an overwhelming cosmic force. He had never felt such fear even in the presence of the Great Celestial God's will. My son! Shi Haojie frantically searched for his son among the others. Soon, he realized that everyone else was in a similar predicament. merely knocked off the arena without significant injury. Yet this situation filled Haojie with even greater dread. What kind of powerful being could achieve such precision in that fleeting moment? This is disastrous. Jian Xingquan slumped in his chair atop the high platform. What to do? He had indeed provoked this terrifying entity. What does the senior intend to do? He struggled to raise his head to look at the arena. At that moment, Ye Suifeng stood before the bare paw, gazing upward at the imposing bare face, and grinned. What is the matter? Are you intimidated? Chapter 87. The great celestial god gets pummeled. Gazing at the colossal bare face above him, Ye Suifeng raised his hand, gently pressing it against the bare paw. Let us have a conversation, he declared. That moment, the great celestial god seemed to have finally grown enraged. The delicate strands of fur formed by auspicious clouds began to darken to black. An overwhelming fury emanated from that bare face, pressing down upon all. It's over. The great celestial god is furious. Haojie felt a wave of terror wash over him as he sensed that formidable power. The great celestial god was irreversible. He glanced at the human figure on the arena, wondering how he could endure the wrath of the divine. Either you come down, or I will ascend. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, exuding no signs of trepidation. However, it appeared that the great celestial god had no intention of descending. With a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in people's ears, its long fur billowed wildly. Subsequently, the bare paw atop the arena began to slowly rise. Ye Suifeng shook his head gently. Today, if you do not speak plainly, you shall not depart. With that, he pressed down forcefully on the enormous bare claw. Boom! The tremendous tremor caused those present to lose their footing. As if the very heavens were spinning, it felt as though the entire Pingyang Great Pass had momentarily quivered. On the high platform, Jian Xingquan was utterly horrified. He witnessed Ye Suifeng with but a single hand, pinning down the great celestial being, creating a vast indentation on the array-covered arena from which countless delicate fissures radiated outward. Predecessor, are you truly intending to confront the great celestial being head-on? Soon, the great celestial being provided its answer. A fist as large as a mountain descended from the heavens, accompanied by a furious roar, crashing down upon Ye Suifeng atop the platform. Feeling that immense power, Jian Xingquan's courage nearly shattered. This was a deity. How could a mere human withstand such force? Yet, Ye Suifeng merely shook his head. Very well. Faced with the colossal fist that obscured the sky, he too clenched his fist, aimed it at the descending force, and launched a rapid counterattack. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive wave of energy radiated outward in a circular explosion, sending spectators nearby careening several dozen meters away. When they regained their senses, they were struck with terror at the sight of the once cataclysmic fist now obliterated, with even the gigantic arm on the platform severed in half. Dissipating into nothingness that in the sky, the great celestial being's immense visage had also vanished. The entire cloud layer had been blasted into a vast void. At the end of this void, the fabric of reality shattered, forming a pitch-black abyss. Within that abyss, a comically adorable little bear stood. Its gaze blank, seemingly entranced. Ye Suifeng looked at the bear and broke into a grin. The little bear turned tail and fled. Yet as it spun around, it encountered a familiar figure standing before it. Speak, Ye Suifeng commanded. Roar! The bear's body suddenly expanded, resembling a burly man, and a paw swiped at him. Ye Suifeng retaliated with a strike to its bare face. Bang! The void shattered, and the bear was instantaneously sent hurtling out of existence, crashing heavily into the center of the arena, once more creating a colossal pit. Stars danced in the bear's eyes as it shook its head, only to behold the face that sent chills down its spine. Speak! Before it could react, a fist rapidly enlarged before its eyes, striking its snout. The detonations echoed incessantly as the bear's body obliterated the arena, flying several dozen meters away and carving a deep gash into the ground. Struggling to rise, it was met with another fist. Speak! Still not speaking. I command you to speak. Ye Suifeng grasped the little bear. delivering one punch after another to its face that he moderated his strength to avoid fatality, yet ensured it felt excruciating pain. The onlookers in the arena were utterly dumbfounded. This seemingly endearing little bear was, in fact, their great celestial being. And now, this great celestial being was being relentlessly pummeled by a human cultivator, weeping and wailing, without even a chance to retaliate. What in the world was happening? Their faith was crumbling rapidly with each of Ye Suifeng's strikes. Will you not speak? Another punch landed squarely on the bear's nose. The little bear could no longer contain itself, shouting, "Why don't you just ask?" Its voice, unexpectedly, was high-pitched and childish, the Ye Suifeng halted his fist mid-swing, gazing at the tear-streaked little bear. "Oh, I forgot to ask. Then go ahead." With that, he seized the bear's fluffy ears and leapt into the sky, taking along the observing Ye Suifeng. The bear's heart was heavy with sorrow. "Because of your forgetfulness, I endured so many punches for nothing." Moments later, in a room, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Two young maidens stood on either side, curiously observing the adorably clumsy little bear before them. "Is it truly the great celestial being?" Ye Suifeng asked incredulously. Who would have imagined that the great celestial being could be so cute? A colorful bird's head emerged from Ye Suifeng's shoulder, glaring at the bear with hostility, seemingly worried about its own position. "I'm asking you a question," Ye Suifeng said coolly. The bear's expression shifted, and it hurriedly exclaimed, "I am the great celestial being." "No, wait, I am not the great celestial being." "What even is the great celestial being?" "The three of them." "Are you speaking in riddles?" Ye Suifeng turned to face the bear. Upon seeing that face, the bear nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I truly do not know what this great celestial being is. I was merely invited by the Eternal Winter Emperor to complete a task." As the bear recounted its tale, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the situation. Apparently, within the Eternal Winter Emperor's domain, there indeed existed a bear den. They resided in a hidden realm, each individual immensely powerful, possessing terrifying strength akin to human cultivators at the tribulation stage from birth. Among them, the mightiest had nearly touched the ceiling of this world. Every 3 years, the Eternal Winter Emperor would visit this hidden realm, requesting the dispatch of some bears to fulfill a summoning task. Upon completion, they would return to the hidden realm, remaining oblivious to worldly matters. This little bear was merely accepting the invitation for the first time to undertake a task. Thus, it was genuinely unaware of the colloquial title of Great Celestial Being. "Everything I know, I've already disclosed," the bear said weakly, that it felt desolate within. Everything was fine, yet suddenly a fierce individual appeared, subjecting it to a relentless beating. Had it known, it would have refused the task. After listening, Ye Suifeng took a deep breath that he had not been mistaken. This so-called great celestial being was indeed a ruse to deceive the masses, orchestrated by the human cultivator known as the Eternal Winter Emperor. "All right then." Ye Suifeng turned, revealing a white leaf with his fingers. "Do you recognize this?" The bear paused, looking at Ye Suifeng. "That is a leaf from the tree above my house." "How do you have this?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The enlightening tree was indeed the bear's abode. Perhaps the tales in that ancient book were true. "Where is your home?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "In the hidden realm." "Where is the hidden realm?" "Oh!" The bear scratched its arm, saying, "It's located behind the palace in Eternal Winter Emperor's city. If you wish to go, I can guide you." Ye Suifeng remained silent for a moment. "Very well, let us journey together." Chapter 88. The great array of the imperial city of vibrant birds soared through the skies, its wings casting a shadow over the land, ascending gracefully towards the east. Few finally departed. On the ground, Jian Xingqiuan watched the receding bird, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With such a deity nearby, he felt as though he were perpetually on pins and needles, fearing he might inadvertently offend it. "By the way, are you truly not allowing your son to accompany the great celestial being?" Jian Xingqiuan turned to the side. "Regarding Haojia, do not mention that name in my presence." Haojia scoffed, his expression sour, and his breath shallow, clearly affected by the residual energy from the clash between Ye Suifeng and the great celestial being. I shall not worship a bear that is yet to be weaned. Sure, Haojia said angrily. I will certainly find time to visit the imperial city and inquire with the eternal winter emperor about what truly transpired. With that, he took Shizhong and turned to leave. Jian Xingquan gazed at the sky to the east, gently shaking his head. The eternal winter emperor, perhaps, whether you see him or not, is another matter altogether. In the high skies, the colorful bird soared swiftly down. On the back of the great bird stood 4 figures. Alongside Ye Suifeng and the others was the wolf girl, who appeared utterly shaken that as they prepared to depart. Ye Xiaoxiao clung to Ye Suifeng's arm, pleading to bring the wolf girl along, claiming she was her good friend and a future capable ally. Thus, Ye Suifeng established a set of rules. The wolf girl could accompany them, but all her needs, including cultivation resources, would be the responsibility of Ye Xiaoxiao. After all, she belonged to you, not to me. Initially, Ye Suifeng thought this condition would dissuade Ye Xiaoxiao. However, to his surprise, she readily agreed, even thumping her small chest, assuring him she would take full responsibility. Consequently, the wolf girl boarded the colorful bird, journeying eastward to the eternal winter emperor city. Do not be anxious. Little Kai flies steadily. You need not worry about falling. Observing the wolf girl's tense expression, Ye Xiaoxiao approached to reassure her. The wolf girl glanced at her, forcing a grim smile. That it was not the fear of falling that troubled her. It was the little bear beside her, clutching a milk bowl, that instilled dread. That was the great celestial being. When had she ever imagined she would sit alongside the legendary great celestial being? Would you care for some? Suddenly, the little bear blinked its eyes, offering the milk bowl to the wolf girl. The wolf girl was instantly startled, shaking her head repeatedly. Oh no, I don't, there's no need, she stammered. Hey, we are all adults now. We stopped drinking milk long ago. Ye Xiaoxiao, unperturbed, approached the bear. How old are you? The bear, retracting its hand as the wolf girl declined, mumbled while drinking. I was born just 19 years ago. 19 years old and still drinking milk? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, shocked at that moment. Ye Suifeng interjected. The age of demon beasts cannot be calculated by human standards. 19 years in their family is probably akin to 2 or 3 years for you. Xiaoxiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the fluffy bear's head, unable to resist the urge to reach out and give it a gentle squeeze. Uncle, are we heading to his home? She inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed, we are going to discuss a matter with his parents. After waiting for over half a month at the Pingyang Great Pass, she had initially hoped to uncover the mastermind behind Yi Jingguang's demise. Yet unexpectedly, she found herself confronted with such a naive little bear. Nonetheless, the little bear possessed remarkable strength that if the ancient texts were not mistaken, its 3 ancestors indeed had the prowess to orchestrate plans across the river of time. Even if it were not the case, the origins of that white leaf suggested a connection with the eternal winter imperial city. They would soon discover the truth. The towering mountains swiftly receded beneath their feet. Thanks to the immense formation surrounding the eternal winter kingdom, the climate here was far more pleasant than that of the snowy plains beyond. It was almost akin to the winter scenery of Cloud City. The eternal winter imperial city lay several thousand miles from the Pingyang Great Pass. However, under the full flight of the colorful phoenix, they arrived in merely half a day's time, where a grand and magnificent city came into view. Its expanse was over 10 times larger than that of the Pingyang Great Pass. The city itself was arranged in a tower-like structure, with its central spire almost piercing the heavens, breaking through the clouds. A luminous halo, resembling a large bowl, was inverted atop the city. We have arrived. This is the eternal winter imperial city, the little bear exclaimed, climbing to the forefront to peer out, its fur around the mouth still bearing traces of white milk. I heard from my master that a formidable formation encircles this imperial city, one that we adults cannot breach. How impressive! As the bear spoke, it cast furtive glances at Ye Suifeng's expression, but alas, it could not discern any hint of fear as it had hoped. But fear not. I possess a pass granted by the eternal winter emperor. We can enter through the main gate. It fished out a golden token from somewhere, inscribed with the 3 large characters Eternal Winter Emperor. Ye Suifeng took a glance before turning away. That token was indeed the key to the formation. The grand array enveloping the imperial city was truly extraordinary. Within his sight, the formation interconnected heaven and earth, intertwining with the laws of the universe to form a formidable barrier. Even a cultivator in the ascension phase, having undergone tribulation and bathed in celestial light, would not necessarily be able to breach that barrier forcefully. The individual who set up the formation was undoubtedly among the upper echelons of this world. "Shall we descend, uncle?" the little bear queried, looking at Ye Suifeng. "There is no need," Ye Suifeng replied, stroking the ring on his finger. "After waiting for over half a month, my patience has worn thin." With that, Ye Suifeng rose to his full height and flew toward the massive light shield. The little bear looked on in confusion. What does he intend to do? That formation cannot be assaulted. It will annihilate anyone who attempts to attack it. "Xiao Xiao," Ye chuckled, ruffling the plush bear's head. "Just wait and see." No wonder her uncle enjoyed ruffling her hair so much. It was indeed a delightful experience. Before the light shield, Ye Suifeng lingered for a moment, then smiled faintly. "The laws, you say?" The ring on his hand gradually emitted a soft glow. Whoosh! The heavenly Tao ring suddenly blazed forth with brilliance, and countless tentacle-like forms erupted. Each tentacle represented a complete law of the heavenly Tao. They swiftly unfurled, enveloping the entire hemispherical light shield. The forefront of each law radiated dazzling light, akin to miniature suns. The commotion was so great that the inhabitants of the imperial city quickly took notice of the unfolding spectacle. They appeared anxious, gazing at the multitude of suns in the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. In the innermost palace of the imperial city, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, exuding an air of authority, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He lifted his gaze as radiant light streamed through the windows, illuminating his face. How does borrowed law compare to complete law? Ye Suifeng manipulated the heavenly Tao ring, and in an instant, countless glowing tendrils surged toward the light shield. In a heartbeat, the sound of a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air above the imperial city. Countless lightning-like cracks swiftly spread across the surface of the light shield. Crack, crack. Within mere breaths, it was on the verge of shattering. Bang! A pen fell to the floor of the palace. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was utterly horrified. "Quick! Summon the divine wisdom from the secret realm." Chapter 89. Annihilation. The Eternal Winter Imperial City was the largest city in the Eternal Winter Kingdom, housing tens of millions of souls in peaceful existence. Under the protection of the Imperial City's formation, its inhabitants had never feared threats from the outside world. However, today, disaster struck. All beings poured into the streets, staring at the small suns dotting the sky, and the intricate cracks forming on the formation, terror surging from the depths of their hearts. Some stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Others collapsed to the ground, muttering incoherently like dreamers. Suddenly, a colossal golden warship soared from the top of the imperial city, ascending toward the heavens. The Winter Emperor has personally taken to the field. My heavens! Is that the legendary 9 Heavens warship? I've only seen its miracles in ancient texts. Long live our emperor! The imperial city shall never fall. The crowd erupted in fervent cries for the Winter Emperor, their spirits buoyed. What formidable adversaries could possibly be reduced to mere dust in the presence of the 9 Heavens warship? The golden vessel swiftly reached Ye Suifeng's presence. It hovered within the formation, where over 100 powerful auras stood at the forefront, each emanating energy that surpassed the integration phase. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, adorned with a golden dragon crown. He gazed at Ye Suifeng with a look of terror. "Stop!" The Eternal Winter Emperor brandished his sword, pointing it at Ye Suifeng outside the formation. "I care not who you are or where you hail from. Cease your actions immediately. The Eternal Winter Imperial City is not a place for you to act recklessly." His dragon robe billowed, exuding an extraordinary presence, commanding respect. Yet, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Ye Suifeng's demeanor remained indifferent as he slowly replied, "If I do not cease, what do you intend to do?" The Eternal Winter Emperor's rage erupted. his sword pointing toward the heavens as a kingly aura burst forth. Instantly, a tremendous power began to rise within the imperial city. This force seemed to be drawn toward the sword in the eternal Winter Emperor's hand, surging forth in waves, and his aura escalated rapidly. Originally at the integration phase, he soon ascended to the tribulation phase, ultimately surpassing it entirely, reaching a height comparable to that of a cultivator on the verge of ascension. A massive five-clawed golden dragon rapidly coalesced above the eternal Winter Emperor's head, letting out a furious roar directed at Ye Suifeng. Sensing this overwhelming presence, the inhabitants of the imperial city erupted in fervor. The Winter Emperor's call grew louder. The eternal Winter Emperor's expression darkened as he glared at Ye Suifeng, bellowing, "Cultivator, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You should understand that you are now facing the collective power of tens of millions of souls within the imperial city." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Sensing that the eternal Winter Emperor had fully connected with every individual within the imperial city, the Tio oppose him, men opposing the entirety of the city. But what of it? I will give you one last piece of advice. Summon forth the person in charge of this city. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences. Ye Suifeng stated coolly that he had chosen to confront the situation directly, unwilling to waste more time in forcing out the individual behind the imperial city. Otherwise, the grand formation would have long since turned to naught. However, upon hearing this, the eternal Winter Emperor's anger intensified. "I am the master of this imperial city," he roared, swinging his sword with all his might. Actively launching an attack against Ye Suifeng, the five-clawed golden dragon also took to the skies, enveloped in boundless might, charging forward. "He is finished. The formation does not block attacks from within," exclaimed the little bear, filled with excitement atop the colorful phoenix. Bang! Xiao Xiao Yi gave it a gentle thump on the head. "Do not forget, you are still a captive." After reprimanding it, she turned to Ye Suifeng, a hint of concern on her face. For the might of that golden dragon was indeed overwhelming. Well then, Ye Suifeng regarded the incoming assault of the eternal Winter Emperor with an impassive expression as the heavenly Dao ring shone once more. In the next instant, the countless laws of the heavenly Dao embedded in the imperial city's formation surged into action. In the blink of an eye, the cracks in the formation multiplied several times. Then, with a resounding crack, it shattered entirely. The laws of the heavenly Dao, like serpents gliding through the sky, redirected themselves after demolishing the formation, charging straight at the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. The two immense forces collided violently. Subsequently, the five-clawed golden dragon was torn apart by the laws of the heavenly Dao, reduced to mere dust. After dismantling the golden dragon, the power generated by the laws surged forward relentlessly, once again targeting the eternal Winter Emperor. "Attack with all your might." He was utterly horrified, unable to believe that the so-called indestructible formation of the imperial city had been shattered in an instant. Furthermore, the terrifying power, which had gathered the strength of all the city's inhabitants, appeared as feeble as an ant before the man. Now, he could only place his final hopes on the nine heavens warship. As the eternal Winter Emperor bellowed, all the cultivators aboard the warship began to unleash their full power. Soon after, a force of unimaginable energy began to brew within the dragon's maw atop the warship. Just as the laws were about to reach their destination, this cataclysmic energy erupted forth from the dragon's mouth. Boom! A second explosion occurred. The blinding radiance rendered one utterly unable to open their eyes. As vision gradually returned, the inhabitants of the eternal Winter Imperial City beheld, in terror, the legendary Nine Heavens warship, which had been completely obliterated, its fragments raining down and nearly obscuring the entire sky above the Imperial City. They collapsed to the ground, gazing at the apocalyptic scene with a chilling dread that coursed from the crown of their heads to the tips of their toes. "Our Emperor has been defeated?" The eternal Winter Emperor, drenched in blood, clutched a shattered heavenly-grade spirit sword. Now reduced to mere splinters, he stared vacantly at the debris plummeting towards the Imperial City, overwhelmed by confusion. Why was there someone so powerful enough to instill despair, to shake the very core of one's soul, and to chill one to the bone. This battle could only be described with a single phrase. Utterly devastating. A force began to draw his body forward, lifting him slowly until he hovered before Ye Suifeng. Is the one behind you abandoning you? Ye Suifeng remarked calmly. The Eternal Winter Emperor looked up at the towering figure before him and gave a bitter smile. When they arrive, you shall not escape. Ye Suifeng regarded him coldly. You are too arrogant. Indeed. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the void, and soon after, a young man clad in plain garments emerged slowly. He has long dwelled in high positions. Indeed, he has forgotten his original mission. The youth spoke, then waved his hand, and a white leaf appeared out of thin air. Ye Suifeng noticed that the leaf was identical to the one he held. A leaf from the Enlightenment tree. The leaf grew rapidly in the wind, sheltering the imperial city from the raining debris. Those fragments were immensely heavy. Had they fallen unimpeded, they would have likely destroyed a significant portion of the imperial city structures, resulting in countless casualties. The youth had protected the residents of the imperial city. Subsequently, he retracted the leaf and approached Ye Suifeng, bowing respectfully. Forgive me, esteemed senior. My master has been awaiting you for some time. Chapter 90. The Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. The youth, in plain garments, spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet his posture was exceedingly humble. Who are you? And who is your master? Ye Suifeng inquired. He was naturally inclined to converse amicably with someone who was willing to engage in earnest dialogue. My name is Yu Hong, but you may also refer to me as the Ninth Prince, he replied, gesturing towards the Eternal Winter Emperor, his ninth son. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This youth was indeed the son of the Eternal Winter Emperor. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he held no respect for his father whatsoever. As for my master, Yu Hong smiled and continued, I apologize, esteemed senior, but I cannot mention his name in the main world. Laisse dire conséquence ensuite. It is for this reason that he cannot personally welcome you, and I hope for your understanding. Yu Hong bowed once more. He is not in the main world. Ye Suifeng extended his hand to retrieve the little bear that had been tossed onto the back of the phoenix. Could it be that your master is also a bear? The little bear, still in shock from earlier events, was suddenly grabbed and appeared a bit dazed. Upon seeing the youth before him, he became animated, exclaiming, Brother Yu Hong, please save me. Fugue. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Esteemed senior, my master is not of the ancient war bear lineage. He is like us, human. He merely coexists with the war bear clan in that small world. Ye Suifeng nodded. He was not particularly keen on dealing with a bear, since he anticipated my arrival. Let us proceed, Ye Suifeng stated. This way, please. Yu Hong bowed and stepped aside. Ye Suifeng advanced, with the colorful phoenix hastily following suit. As they passed Yu Hong, the little bear cast him a pitiful glance. But Yu Hong merely shrugged in resignation. Once the group departed, Yu Hong lowered his head, observing the still traumatized residents of the imperial city, and sighed softly. Master, is he truly the person you were seeking? Earlier, he displayed no compassion for these millions of souls. After another sigh, Yu Hong followed Ye Suifeng and the others, neglecting the nearly lifeless Eternal Winter Emperor. Moments later, they arrived at the highest palace of the imperial city. This palace was already above the clouds, yet a landscape of mountains and waters lingered behind it, imbued with an ethereal quality. The entrance to the small world lies here, Yu Hong announced, halting before a shallow pool of water. Ye Suifeng's gaze flickered. Through his heavenly path vision, he could see that behind it lay a distinct space, claiming to be a realm entirely unrelated to the main world. Without a deliberate inquiry, it would be nearly impossible to uncover this entrance. That it was indeed well concealed. Let us go. Ye Suifeng stepped directly into the pool, the heavenly path ring emitting a soft glow that enveloped his entire being. He had no choice. His current strength necessitated the ring's disguise when never entering or exiting a world. Otherwise, before he could even enter, the world would shatter. Upon traversing the pool, Ye Suifeng found himself in a grassy expanse. The meadow was modest in size, with a massive tree standing solitary in the center. Its trunk and leaves were entirely white. That it was the Enlightenment tree. Beneath the Enlightenment tree, several bears resembling Fugue lounged lazily by a pool of water. Above the pool hovered a small tower, silently suspended in the AI. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. That small tower was, in fact, a tower of origins, albeit with only 8 levels. Esteemed senior, my master is over there. At that moment, Yu Hong also stepped in, then whistled. Upon hearing the whistle, the bears under the tree immediately scampered over, encircling Ye Suifeng with curiosity. Wow, this is truly a bear den. Ye Xiao and the others entered as well. With the colorful phoenix now shrunk down, perched on her shoulder, the wolf girl gazed in astonishment at the large assembly of divine bears. Esteemed senior. Suddenly, Yu Hong spoke somewhat sheepishly. Fuguei is still young. He may have inadvertently offended you. I wonder if you might spare him this once? Ye Suifeng remained silent, casually tossing the little bear aside. Now that he had located the rightful individual, the bear was of no further use. The little bear landed and immediately tearfully flung itself onto the other bears. Wailing, I will never take on that task again, boo-hoo. Paying no mind to the group, Ye Suifeng strode purposefully to the base of the enlightenment tree that a gaunt, seemingly desiccated elder sat cross-legged by the pool. His eyes closed. You have finally arrived, the elder rasped, his eyes seemingly unable to open any longer. Was this deed you're doing? Ye Suifeng directly produced the leaf, tossing it into the elder's lap. The elder extended a hand that was withered to the point of being unsettling. Brushing against the leaf. A time causality the past. All is fate. All is orchestrated by the heavenly mechanism. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. He had little patience for riddles and obscurities that clouded clarity, but he simply wished to know who had murdered Yi Jingguang and sought to entangle him in the currents of time. Speak plainly. Why have you summoned me? Ye Suifeng pressed again. The elder, however, only shook his head slightly. Young man, it is not I who sought you, but the heavenly mechanism that has found you. It could also be said that you sought it out yourself. Swish! Before the elder could finish his sentence, Ye Suifeng abruptly struck the nearby enlightenment tree with his palm, fingers curling as they plunged deep into the bark, causing white sap to ooze forth. A face of agony gradually emerged upon the trunk. Ye Suifeng turned his head. I truly lack patience. Tell me, who are you? Why did you kill Yi Jingguang, erase his time imprint, and ultimately seek to confront me? Ye Suifeng's tone was devoid of warmth. He had long discerned that the elder by the pool was not his true form. The true essence had long since merged with the enlightenment tree. His fingers applied increasing pressure. The face upon the trunk contorted in pain, finally managing to speak. Do not rush. I shall tell you. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng gradually loosened his grip, but he sought only the truth, not any esoteric nonsense. Once released, the face gasped for breath, its gaze filled with shock as it regarded Ye Suifeng, seemingly unprepared for the strength of the one it awaited. After a moment, it steadied itself and said, My name is the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms. Through his narration, Ye Suifeng began to grasp certain matters that it turned out that when this world was born, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms had also appeared. However, he was not a singular entity, but rather a succession of beings. And the one before him was already a continuation of hundreds of generations. Upon succeeding the previous Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, he had learned of an exceedingly grave matter. This world faced a monumental crisis, one that could result in its demise in a short span of time. Thus, he dedicated his entire life to seeking a means to save the world, yet year after year, he remained fruitless. Until one day, while observing the heavenly mechanisms, he suddenly discovered a dim star. That star possessed the power to save the world. He intended to scrutinize it more closely, but found that merely glancing at it nearly drained him of his life force, nearly leading to his demise. Yet that star was the hope of the entire world. Ultimately, the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms consolidated his life's cultivation, merging himself with the enlightenment tree, plucking a leaf to serve as a beacon, casting it into the vast expanse of the heavenly mechanisms that he aspired for this enigmatic beacon, laden with celestial secrets, to locate that star and ultimately rescue this dying world. He succeeded. Ye Suifeng arrived. Yet this existence, powerful enough to defy the heavens, seemed to have come merely in search of certain truths. So, you did not kill Yi Jingguang? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. I do not know Ye Jingguang. Then the traps of the river of time were not your doing. The old man of heavenly mechanisms sighed in resignation. With my strength, I cannot possibly reach that level. Ye Suifeng exhaled softly, did I in truth. He too realized that the old man's capabilities were insufficient to manipulate the river of time, or rather, in this realm, aside from himself. No one else could accomplish such feats, perhaps only the celestial realm. However, the old man of heavenly mechanisms suddenly spoke again. If someone could indeed enter the river of time, it would likely be those whose power transcends the limits of this world. Ye Suifeng turned his head. Oh, Chapter 91. Above the ceiling aside from the unknown of the celestial realm. Every world possesses its own limits, Ye Suifeng termed this limit the ceiling. Normally, no life form can shatter this ceiling. Yet, amidst the myriad worlds and boundless chaos, formidable beings abound. Should a being surpass the limits of this world and leave behind certain traces, local beings might capitalize on them. Thus, they would have a slender chance to successfully breach the world's limits and ascend above the ceiling. In the world where Ye Suifeng resided, there had always been individuals who reached such heights. Through the old man's elucidation, Ye Suifeng gained insight into the origins of this world. Once, it was merely a desolate expanse. Since time immemorial, powerful entities from countless realms had engaged in fierce battles here. The world was shattered and remolded time and again. Until one day, a seed fell upon this lifeless earth. It drew nourishment from the blood of gods and demons, gradually growing to overshadow the sky. One day, its colossal roots pierced through the void, embedding themselves in the chaos. The power of chaos inadvertently birthed various foundational laws as time flowed. These laws gradually perfected, and this realm finally ceased its turmoil, establishing its own order. Thus the heavenly Dao came into being. The great tree, in alliance with the heavenly Dao, expelled the chaotic energies suffusing the world, purifying the heavens and earth, ultimately beginning to nurture living beings. A world with complete laws emerged. However, the traces left behind by those immensely powerful individuals remained difficult to eradicate. When the beings of the world attained wisdom and gradually grew stronger, someone eventually discovered them. That was power beyond the world. Almost every being coveted it. Thus, a cataclysm of monumental proportions commenced. Amidst this turmoil, the great tree that had fostered the entire world was severed. Even the laws of the heavenly Tao suffered grave injuries. And it seemed the world was on the brink of reverting to the ancient era of eternal chaos and silence, in the face of life and death. The spirit of the great tree merged with the heavenly Tao, forcibly igniting the still-developing will of the world, ultimately uniting the three and obliterating most remnants of gods and demons. Yet, as a consequence, the great tree perished entirely, leaving behind but a single seed. The spirit of the heavenly Tao also dissipated, leaving only the laws of heaven and earth that could never progress further. The entire world was left with but a mutated will of the world, eternally guarding the realm beyond. This seed of enlightenment is, in fact, the seed left behind by that great tree, the old man of heavenly mechanisms remarked. After hearing this, Ye Suifeng fell into silence. He had not anticipated that this world had endured such a calamity in the past. The myriad realms, large and small, twinkled like countless stars. Each world is, in essence, a living entity. The world is the body of a being. The will of the world is its consciousness, and the laws of the heavenly Tao are the techniques this world employs to transcend itself. By continually enhancing and perfecting these laws, the entire world will progress alongside. The spirit of the heavenly Tao refers to the path that enables the world to ascend. Yet this path has now been severed. This implies that even if this world were to persist through eternal time without destruction, it would possess no possibility of further advancement, that if the beings within the world wish to progress, they can only do so through a certain channel into a more powerful realm. For instance, the celestial realm. The celestial realm is the pinnacle of all realms. The old man of heavenly mechanisms continued. All beings from smaller worlds can ascend to the celestial realm, thereby broadening their paths of cultivation. This is the only path for the beings of our world. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed, This was a breakthrough avenue for all beings within the smaller worlds. However, he was not particularly concerned about the fate of this world. He simply wished to ascertain one thing. Who exactly are those whose power transcends the limits of the world that you just mentioned? The old man of heavenly mechanisms sighed softly. Then a disk resembling a palette of colors gradually floated down from the seed of enlightenment. Hovering before Ye Suifeng, it displayed various regions of different colors. After the ancient calamity, the world preserved itself at the cost of its own future, expelling forces that did not belong to it. Yet, some astonishingly powerful existences remain. Some individuals have obtained them, allowing their own strength to surpass the limits. Ye Suifeng gazed at the disk, which featured dozens of areas of varying sizes, each bearing distinct symbols. Some depicted an evil vertical eye, some a crumbling tower, and others a broken short sword. As I mentioned, our world faces impending annihilation, largely due to them, the old man of heavenly mechanism stated. These individuals, after surpassing the limits of the world, have shifted their focus to the will of the world, expanding their dominion through the remnants of gods and demons, thus siphoning the primordial power from the will of the world. The larger the dominion, the faster the siphoning occurs. According to the conditions displayed on the heavenly mechanism disk, our will of the world is about to reach its breaking point. At that time, it is likely that all beings, save for them, will face total annihilation. Once the old man of heavenly mechanisms finished speaking, he suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, observing the disk before him. Several particularly prominent areas, when combined, occupied more than half of the heavenly mechanism disk surface. Are you saying that the ones tampering with the river of time are them? Ye Suifeng pointed at the heavenly mechanism disk. The old man of heavenly mechanism sighed. I can only speculate, for I cannot fathom anyone else capable of executing such terrifying manipulation of time. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, thank you. Having said that, he rose to depart. With a new objective in mind, he would seek them out. Wait! The old man of heavenly mechanisms called out anxiously. Ye Suifeng halted. What will happen to our world if you leave? I know you possess the ability to save it. The old man of heavenly mechanisms rasped urgently. Even if I do, why should I do so? Ye Suifeng replied slowly. But if the world is destroyed, all your kin, your people, I will protect them. Ye Suifeng coldly interrupted to be candid. Even if the world were to suddenly explode at this very moment, he could safeguard all the members of the Ye family, allowing them to survive within the chaos and subsequently find the next suitable world. So, I apologize. Farewell. With that, Ye Suifeng departed without looking back, watching his retreating figure. The old man of heavenly mechanisms sighed heavily. Two streams of blood tears flowed from his vacant eyes, trickling down the trunk of the seed of enlightenment, pooling on the ground. Sigh. A voice of lament suddenly resonated. The old man of heavenly mechanisms opened his eyes to see Ye Suifeng's figure reappear. His overwhelming power had gradually dulled his emotions, rendering him seemingly indifferent to all. However, the sentiments fostered within his original kin were deeply etched into the core of his being. Family, ethnicity, nation, and the land that nurtured him. These were not easily cast aside. This world, in fact, had become his second homeland. Speak, what must I do? Chapter 92. The Method. Do you truly wish to save this world? The old man of heavenly mechanisms asked, somewhat incredulously. Hurry before I change my mind, Ye Suifeng replied, finding the old man competent, yet overly verbose. Ah, yes, it is like this. Subsequently, the old man of heavenly mechanisms recounted the events leading up to this situation. Within the world, some who had obtained remnants of gods and demons began to foster ambitions to devour the will of this realm. However, as the will of the world resided beyond the world's barrier, they found it challenging to reach. Thus, they devised another method. They employed the remnants of ancient gods and demons, those powerful essences foreign to this world, to erode the world's essence, thereby aiming to seize its primordial source. Moreover, some of the most formidable existences were on the verge of success. The only viable solution lies in harnessing the Enlightenment Tree, an entity that rightfully belongs to the world's creator, to thoroughly purify the earth and thereby save the world consciousness, which is already on the brink of extinction. Can planting a tree truly save the world? Then why don't you plant it yourself? Ye Suifeng remarked incredulously, his brows furrowing in confusion. The elder of heavenly mechanisms, his face etched with bitterness, responded, I have long been discovered by them, and their power vastly exceeds mine. This is precisely why I have sought refuge in this small realm. They have been keeping a close watch on me. In the main world, even merely uttering my name would alert them. Ye Suifeng nodded in understanding that it was no wonder that the ninth prince had refrained from mentioning his teacher's name previously. Once the enlightenment tree has been planted, will that suffice? Ye Suifeng inquired. Indeed, the elder affirmed. However, once the enlightenment tree reaches a certain stage of growth, it will inevitably be sensed by those individuals. At that time, not only must you protect it, but you will likely also face numerous formidable adversaries. You must be adequately prepared. Ye Suifeng waved dismissively. You needn't worry about that. Their assault would be quite welcome. Allow me to ask you one more question. To what extent must it grow to genuinely purify this world and rescue the world consciousness? The elder pondered briefly before responding. It would need to reach at least the 18th stage. How long would that take? Ye Suifeng probed further. The elder gestured toward a small tower, hovering above the nearby pool. This is the finest tool for nurturing divine entities. If utilized, it would require 100,000 years for growth. By the way, I forgot to mention, this is called the Tower of Origins, consisting of 9 levels. Ye Suifeng interjected. I'm already aware of what that is. He then produced a similar small tower from his spatial pocket. If I were to use a 9-level Tower of Origins, how long would it take? The elder gaped at the pristine small tower, his expression one of astonishment. How could you possibly possess such a high-grade divine artifact? Our heavenly mechanisms valley expended the efforts of numerous generations to construct a mere 8-level tower. Overcome with emotion, he was unable to suppress a violent cough at Ye Suifeng sighed softly, suppressing the urge to exclaim, We have these things in abundance at home, and asked, Please tell me, how long would that take? After a prolonged coughing fit, the elder gradually regained his composure and, looking at the Tower of Origins, spoke with renewed fervor. Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. With such a divine artifact, it would take merely 1,000 years for the enlightenment tree to regain its former glory. Now he understood why the elder of heavenly mechanisms believed that this man before him possessed the capability to save the world. The elder's spirit was uplifted. Yet Ye Suifeng internally shook his head. 1,000 years was far too long, that he could never remain in this world for such an extended period merely to grow a tree. What if I were to capture and eliminate all those who seek to siphon the world's essence instead of planting the tree? Would that not suffice? Ye Suifeng inquired. The elder was momentarily dumbfounded. That may not be possible. The world has already been corrupted by them. Even if you possess such great power, should anyone choose to perish alongside their adversaries, the world would still suffer irreparable harm. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then if I had 10,000 9-level towers of origins, could I not reduce the growth time of the enlightenment tree to just 1 year? The elder's eyes twitched. How could this immensely powerful individual, who possessed 9-level towers, utter such increasingly outrageous statements? 10,000 towers. That was simply impossible. Cough, cough, such a hypothesis is unfeasible. A 9-level Tower of Origins is already the finest treasure for nurturing the enlightenment tree. Even with more, the enhancement effect would likely be minimal. The elder sensed that Ye Suifeng seemed to lack patience, so he advised, In truth, 1,000 years will pass swiftly. If you prepare adequately, it is likely that within 5 generations, our realm will be revitalized. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng still shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he proposed, What if I were to transform this tree into 10,000 saplings and nurture them simultaneously, planting them in every corner of the world? Would that not shorten the time required? The elder, My dear brother, even if that were possible, could you simultaneously protect 10,000 enlightenment trees? Just tell me, can it be done, and to what extent can the time be shortened? The elder sighed deeply, saying, If such a fantastical dream could be realized, Perhaps we could resolve the world's predicament within a century. Snap! Ye Suifeng suddenly snapped his fingers. Very well. That shall be our course of action. He could accept a timeline of less than 100 years. And if he truly lost patience, he still had a backup plan. To eliminate them all. If they wished for mutual destruction, he was unafraid. The elder watched as Ye Suifeng grew more relaxed, astonished. Surely, he could not genuinely intend to proceed with such a plan. Brother, please reconsider. There is nothing to reconsider. This is the plan. I see that this enlightenment tree can be divided into over 10,000 parts, which can then be cultivated into saplings. Ye Suifeng stated. But nurturing saplings requires time. Moreover, simultaneously cultivating 10,000 trees would necessitate even more 9-level towers of origins. Where will you find them? The elder could no longer contain his exasperation and exclaimed. With a flourish, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and dozens of 9-level towers suddenly floated before them. These were all crafted during his idle moments on the journey. Gazing at the collection of towers, the elder maintained his previous expression, frozen in astonishment. If that is insufficient, I have another 10,000 at home. Or I could forge more right now, Ye Suifeng added. He did not wish to flaunt his wealth, but this fellow was simply too loquacious. After a lengthy silence, the elder regarded Ye Suifeng with extreme reverence. May I inquire, from what esteemed background do you hail? Chapter 93. Planting Trees Together Ultimately. Under the overwhelming influence of Ye Suifeng's wealth ability, the elder of heavenly mechanisms was completely subdued. He answered any question posed without a hint of doubt. After all, an individual capable of effortlessly producing dozens of 9-level towers was a rarity throughout history. If such a person could not save the world, then the world was indeed beyond salvation. Through their conversation, Ye Suifeng also gleaned information about the Tower of Origins. This tower's origins actually stemmed from remnants preserved from the battlefield of gods and demons. Subsequently, the ancestors of the heavenly mechanisms valley dedicated generations of effort to create a version suitable for this world, specifically designed to nurture the enlightenment tree and restore the world to its original state. However, they never anticipated that knowledge of the Tower of Origins would spread beyond their domain. Those who had acquired remnants of the gods and demons, upon discovering the immense power of the Tower of Origins, began crafting them independently, surpassing the progress of the heavenly mechanisms valley. Consequently, many powerful factions in the outside world now possessed 9-level towers, while the heavenly mechanisms valley, as the originator, had only managed to create 8-level ones. Why did you not continue crafting? Ye Suifeng inquired. The elder sighed. The heavenly mechanisms valley, due to its unique circumstances, has faced a united assault from nearly all other factions, making resource acquisition exceedingly difficult. Moreover, treasures such as the heavenly array stone only manifest during the world's genesis. They cannot be naturally produced again. When all the heavenly array stones in the vast natural world are combined, they likely would not suffice to forge a single 9-level tower. Ultimately, our ancestors devised a method to transform the heavenly array stones, which resolved this issue. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the Tower of Origins still floating in the air. These must require trillions of heavenly array stones to construct. How on earth did this individual acquire them? Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng was inspecting his wallet. After counting, he nodded in satisfaction. Well, I still have 35.5 trillion heavenly array stones left. That should suffice. Very well. Let us proceed as such. Ye Suifeng declared he originally sought to trace the shadowy figure behind the scenes. But who would have thought he would inadvertently take on a mission to save the world? Life truly is full of unexpected twists. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng was not without gains. Having learned the truth about this world, he was now certain that the individual manipulating events across the river of time hailed from a higher realm. The celestial realm stood out as the most suspicious target, that if he were to pursue this matter further, it might necessitate ascending to the celestial realm. Damn it, he had severed ties with his own celestial sect and had yet to devise a plan for how to proceed. Should he sneak across the borders of another sect or bring his entire family along? He would decide on that later. Moreover, since that individual chose to take action, it was likely that this world was intricately connected to him. Fully understanding this realm might lead him to uncover the origins of the shadowy figure. Come forth quickly. I intend to destroy this tree. Ye Suifeng declared. The elder of heavenly mechanisms paused. Realizing that Ye Suifeng was about to begin nurturing the saplings of the enlightenment tree, he shook his head and chuckled. Feel free to proceed. I have completely merged with it, and upon leaving, I will perish instantly. Do not be concerned. I have long anticipated my fate. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The countenance of the elder of heavenly secrets was adorned with an expression of serene acceptance. Yet, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, questioning, "What nonsensical words are you uttering? I am concerned that your blood and soul may taint the purity of the enlightenment tree, thereby significantly diminishing its ability to purify the heavens and earth." The elder of heavenly secrets replied. "Well, perhaps I have overthought," he conceded. "Hasten back to your original body. I will ensure you have 3 more years of life, that if there are any unfulfilled wishes, now is the time to act upon them." Ye Suifeng gestured dismissively. Despite the elder's incessant ramblings, Ye Suifeng held a measure of respect for him, recognizing that he had devoted his life and even risked his existence to safeguard the spirit of this world. The elder of heavenly secrets paused momentarily. Before bowing deeply in gratitude, he refrained from inquiring how Ye Suifeng would accomplish such feats. The mere fact that he could produce dozens of 9-layer origin towers left him utterly convinced. Such a figure had no need to jest with him. Subsequently, an ancient consciousness detached from the enlightenment tree and entered the body by the water's edge as he departed from the enlightenment tree. The flame of his life began to extinguish rapidly while Ye Suifeng activated the heavenly path ring, channeling the complete life principles along with the supreme essence from the origin tower into the elder's life core. Like adding oil to a lamp, the flickering flame began to glow brighter once more, eventually stabilizing. Moments later, Ye Suifeng withdrew his hand. 3 years means 3 years. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder of heavenly secrets awakened. Bowing respectfully to the ground, I have concealed the aura surrounding you. You may now depart from this small world. Enough, be off. Your presence is irksome. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. The elder rose, bowed once more, and trembled as he walked into the distance. The 9th prince, Yu Hong, observed this with astonishment and hurried to support him. Shortly thereafter, they departed the small world accompanied by a group of great celestials. "Uncle, are we not leaving?" At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao leaped forward to inquire. "Wait a moment. I've taken on another perplexing task," Ye Suifeng replied. "What task?" Ye Suifeng shrugged, "Saving the world." Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My elder is actually saving the world. How magnificent! Uncle, what should we do?" she exclaimed while Ye Suifeng remained silent, facing the enlightenment tree, and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the massive enlightenment tree exploded silently, its branches and leaves scattering across the sky of the small world. Then, through the lens of life vision, Ye Suifeng divided them into tens of thousands of portions, ensuring each portion of the source of life could nurture a seed of the enlightenment tree. After this series of actions, countless white seeds formed in the sky, arranged in neat order. These seeds were not a product of nature, but rather artificial creations that in a sense, Ye Suifeng was akin to their progenitor. As they were artificially created, they required meticulous care to properly germinate and grow into seedlings while Ye Suifeng extended his hand, gathered them haphazardly, and cast them all to the ground, with a firm step. Every seed sank into the soil. Then he waved his hand, causing the 9-layer origin towers to soar toward him as they hovered over the buried seeds. He pointed, and all the origin towers descended, haphazardly stacked upon one another. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as mere construction debris. Next, Ye Suifeng opened the internal space of the origin towers, and countless supreme essences flowed forth, nourishing the seeds below. All done. After completing these tasks, Ye Suifeng clapped his hands, turned around, and playfully ruffled Ye Xiaoxiao's hair. "Do you wish to save the world? Then let us plant some trees together." Chapter 94. A snap of the fingers. 5 years after planting all the seeds of the enlightenment tree, Ye Suifeng departed the small world with Ye Xiaoxiao and the others. Outside, the elder of heavenly secrets had vanished, leaving only Yu Hong and a few bears awaiting their return. upon seeing Ye Suifeng emerge. Yu Hong hurried forward and bowed deeply. Elder, do you truly intend to plant thousands of enlightenment trees in this world? Yu Hong's eyes were filled with disbelief, for when his teacher had mentioned this earlier, he had thought his teacher had lost his mind. What? Are there other enlightenment trees? Ye Suifeng inquired that if there were, he could plant even more. No, there are none. Only the one in the small world remains. Yu Hong hastily waved his hands. Ye Suifeng sighed in mild disappointment. I say, are you incapable of planting trees? Clearly, they are malnourished. With better quality, they could perhaps yield 100,000 seeds. Ye Suifeng lamented. Meanwhile, Yu Hong stood dumbfounded, his eyes sparkling. This elder was simply too extravagant. An enlightenment tree, its ultimate form, could nurture worlds. Yet he spoke casually of 100,000, however. He soon considered that if those who siphoned the world's origin saw a sudden influx of 10,000 enlightenment trees in the main world, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Hey, what are you dazed about? As Yu Hong's thoughts wandered, Ye Suifeng called him back to reality. Oh, esteemed elder, what commands do you have? I, Yu Hong, shall do my utmost. Yu Hong swiftly composed himself, dispelling the dazed smile. You must be the only disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Valley, correct? Ye Suifeng asked, at why Yu Hong nodded. Indeed, the lineage of Heavenly Secrets Valley is singular. After my teacher, I have become the elder of Heavenly Secrets of this era. Ye Suifeng acknowledged this. Every lineage possessed its own methods, and he refrained from passing judgment. The seeds of the Enlightenment tree required approximately 5 years to grow. During this time, he needed to ponder his next course of action. After a brief pause, Ye Suifeng inquired, You seem to harbor little respect for the Eternal Winter Emperor. At the time when Ye Suifeng had shattered the Great Formation, the Eternal Winter Emperor lay on the brink of death. And yet this ninth prince had remained detached, like a mere passerby, to why Yu Hong chuckled softly. The ruler of the Eternal Winter Kingdom is ostensibly the Eternal Winter Emperor, but in reality, it has always been the Heavenly Secrets Valley. His position is only due to my becoming the heir of the Heavenly Secrets Valley. Over the years, he has grown complacent in his high position, and we are just preparing to replace him. Ye Suifeng remained silent. The dynamics of royal families could not be understood through ordinary perspectives. Yet this outcome was precisely what he had surmised. Then you must possess a way to procure the top-tier techniques of fate mages and beast spirit warriors. Ye Suifeng inquired. During his time at Pingyang Pass, he had perused numerous techniques and manuscripts regarding these two cultivation paths and found certain aspects to be quite valuable. 5 years would be just the right amount of time to refine the subsequent stages of his primordial skill. Absolutely no problem, Yu Hong replied confidently. From this moment on, should you command, as long as it exists within the Eternal Winter Kingdom, I will do everything in my power to procure it for you. This had been the instruction given to Yu Hong by the Elder of Heavenly Secrets before his departure. Ye Suifeng nodded. Then bring forth all the high-level techniques you possess. Additionally, he glanced at Gu Yulan beside him. Prepare various ingredients daily for her to practice with. 8th and 9th grade demon beasts will suffice. I am not picky. The corners of Yu Hong's eyes twitched, but he still responded respectfully. I shall comply with the Elder's instructions. At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao interjected. Uncle, are you going to read again? What shall I do then? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before replying. You should continue your cultivation diligently. In about 5 years, we should be returning to Yunxiao City. Make sure you don't allow your siblings to mock you then. Ye Xiaoxiao patted her chest confidently. Uncle, rest assured, I will demonstrate to them that following you is the most promising path. Ye Suifeng was speechless, thinking to himself that bringing along one was already quite sufficient. Any more, and he would truly become a professional nanny. Elder, suddenly, Yu Hong remarked with a smile, if your little princess wishes to train, I happen to know a few excellent places. The Eternal Winter Kingdom may lack in many things, but there are plenty of secret realms, all very suitable for young people's training. Ye Suifeng nodded. This was indeed favorable. Sparing her from seeking trouble, that he then cast a glance at Yu Hong's cultivation level, in his 20s. He was at the mid-stage of the integration realm, a true prodigy surpassing Shin Tianming and Zhang Dong. Just right. Ye Suifeng pointed at Yu Hong and said to Ye Xiao, I am assigning you another task. By the time I emerge from seclusion, you must at least be able to contend with him without defeat. Otherwise, I shall not take you back to Yunxiao City, lest you bring shame upon me. Yu Hong was momentarily stunned, wondering why he had suddenly been pulled into this. However, he chuckled inwardly, knowing that this little girl was merely at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly compete with him within 5 years? This was undoubtedly the elder's motivation technique. Little princess, you must strive hard. Yu Hong said with a smile that Ye Xiao scrunched her nose. Just him. Just wait. I will definitely defeat him. All right, do your best, huh? Yu Hong laughed heartily. Finding the little girl utterly adorable, Ye Suifeng observed Yu Hong's delight, hoping he would still be this joyful in 5 years. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng remained within the eternal winter imperial city, under the leadership of Yu Hong and the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. The grand formation of the imperial city was re-established as if nothing had ever transpired. However, for the denizens of the imperial city, this day was nothing short of a nightmare. First, the so-called indestructible grand formation shattered. Then, the Everwinter Emperor was vanquished in a single blow during his campaign, causing even the celestial warship to explode into fragments. They believed it was the end of days. Yet, who could have anticipated that the following day, the grand formation would rise anew, the former Everwinter Emperor would descend from his pedestal, and the Crown Prince would ascend, becoming the new Everwinter Emperor. The order of the imperial city quickly returned to its usual state. As if the terrifying time of yesterday had never existed at all, that it was akin to having endured a horrifying nightmare. However, as time elapsed, the populace began to notice subtle changes. For instance, there was a sudden surge in the collection of martial arts manuals within the imperial city. Additionally, the royal guards frequently ventured out, returning each time with a plethora of different monstrous beasts. Strangely, some claimed to have spotted a group of bears that bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial deities, frolicking above the palace. Moreover, a mysterious squad had emerged within the imperial city, fearlessly traversing various perilous locales, and each foray yielded substantial rewards. The leader of this enigmatic team appeared to be a young girl with flowing crimson hair. Time passed swiftly, in the blink of an eye. 5 years had elapsed. 2 tall figures appeared at the entrance of the imperial city. Father, are you truly going to confront the new emperor? Perhaps it would be better to let it be, remarked the younger of the two, a hint of resignation in his voice. Of course I must go, retorted the middle-aged man, his face etched with indignation. I devoted my life to the celestial deities, only to discover that the revered figure was nothing but a wretched bear, mercilessly beaten by an outsider. This time, I shall demand clarity on this matter. With that, he strode purposefully towards the city gates. The young man gazed at the majestic imperial city, letting out a soft sigh. 5 years ago, you came with the celestial deities. I wonder if you have grown stronger since then. With that thought, the young man quickened his pace to keep up with the strides ahead. Should someone from Pingyang Pass be present, they would recognize that the middle-aged man was none other than the past lord, Shi Haojie, and the young man following him was the now-grown Shi Chong. Chapter 95, The Celestial Gathering in the Imperial Palace of Everwinter. 5 years had passed since the new emperor's ascension, and considerable changes had taken place. That a complete overhaul of the administrative ministers had occurred, a tradition in Everwinter. However, for those outside the imperial city, it merely signified the arrival of a new emperor, with no significant alterations to overarching policies. Some city lords had encountered multiple generations of emperors. Shi Haojie, the lord of Pingyang Pass, was one such figure. Were it not for urgent matters, he would never have left Pingyang Pass, regardless of the upheaval in the imperial city. Yet this time, he chose to take the initiative to come. The Divine Bestowal Conference 5 years prior had shattered his faith completely. He needed to come and clarify this matter. In the Grand Hall, Shi Haojie stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the new emperor seated upon the throne, his expression unwavering. My emperor, I demand an explanation. The new emperor lounged lazily, rubbing his temples as he perused the memorials before him. Lord Shi, you did not attend the Divine Bestowal Conference at Pingyang Pass 2 years ago, despite your position as lord. How could I attend? Shi Haojie exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. The celestial deity I revered since childhood has turned into a pitiful bear, impudent. Before he could finish, palace guards surged forward, their formidable presence directed squarely at Shurhaojia. Even though he was a practitioner at the fusion stage, he struggled to withstand their oppressive aura. His upright form began to bend under the weight of their power. The new emperor raised a hand, prompting the guards to step back, alleviating the pressure that loomed over Shurhaojia. Yet they remained vigilant, prepared to suppress him should he utter any further blasphemous words. Within this palace, no one dared to disrespect the Everwinter Emperor. The new emperor regarded Shurhaojia with a faint sigh. Everwinter has its own rules. Regardless of what you have heard or seen, it is your duty to preside over the Divine Bestowal Conference held every 3 years. The commands of the imperial city are indisputable in light of your long service at the border. This time, I shall consider it as though you were never here. Shurhaojia clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming aura surrounding him, and eventually exhaled a long sigh. My emperor, after witnessing the truth, I may no longer be able to continue as the Lord of Pingyang Pass. His visit was meant to resolve his inner turmoil. Yet he had perhaps overestimated his own strength. Since time immemorial, the majesty of the imperial city had been an inviolable presence within the Everwinter realm. They had no interest in providing explanations. Resigning from his position as lord had been a decision he had made on the way here. After a brief silence, the new emperor spoke slowly. Shurhaojia, have you truly made your decision? I can offer you one final chance. Shurhaojia, wearied, bowed his head. My mind is made up. Very well. The new emperor paused before continuing. 3 days hence, the new lord of Pingyang Pass will arrive at the border to assume his duties. And you may return with him. If you have your own plans, you may depart as you wish. The choice is yours. Shurhaojia bowed once more. Thank you, my emperor. After Shurhaojia departed, a young man clad in simple garments appeared behind the new emperor. It was Yu Hong. You are more merciful than my father, Yu Hong remarked. The new emperor sighed, rubbing his temples again. I have only just realized that in this position, mercy can sometimes be detrimental. Take your time. You will be the most outstanding emperor Everwinter has ever known, Yu Hong assured him. Emperor? The new emperor chuckled softly. Upon control by others, Yu Hong fell silent. Elder brother, there are matters beyond our control. The new emperor could not deny this, offering a wan smile as he turned to Yu Hong. Have you still been guarding the tomb of the heavenly wisdom deity? Yu Hong shook his head. Since my teacher's passing, various responsibilities have fallen upon me that I could only guard it for a year before I had to step away. What troubles you lately? You appear quite haggard, the new emperor observed, while Yu Hong sighed deeply. A vision of a girl with crimson hair flashing through his mind. This world is rife with peculiarities that weigh heavily on one's heart, leading to nights plagued by nightmares. Fear not. If I calculate correctly, those nightmares will soon come to an end. Shurhaojia left the palace in despair. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, he found it difficult to reconcile his feelings upon returning to the inn. He locked himself away, drowning his sorrows in drink day and night. Shurchong, witnessing his father's state, felt powerless to intervene. Yet, one must continue to live regardless of circumstances. After several days, Shurchong left the inn, determined to seek a means of livelihood. After some contemplation, he entered a bustling tavern, a locale known for its vibrant exchange of information, hoping to uncover a promising opportunity. Once inside, he found a spot to sit and listen to the conversations swirling around him. Some spoke of encountering a 6th-tier beast during their recent excursions, having to exert considerable effort to escape with their lives. Others recounted tales of stumbling upon a cave filled with treasures during their explorations of secret realms, resulting in sudden wealth. There were even tales of meeting a snow mountain fox demon that had transformed into human form, possessing an enchanting figure and innate allure. This lively scene began to alleviate the heaviness in Shurchong's heart. Youthful vigor was indeed what young people yearn for most. That moment, a conversation among a group of patrons caught Shurchong's attention. I hear the War God Guild is recruiting. Indeed, I'm considering applying as well. It's the largest adventurers guild in the Imperial City. Perhaps you should reconsider. The War God Guild seeks true prodigies. You wouldn't even make the cut for cleaning duties. Upon hearing this, Shurchong's interest was piqued. The War God Guild, with a name so imposing, seemed to be comprised of exceptional individuals. While he did not consider himself a top-tier genius, he certainly believed he ranked among the elite. Joining the War God Guild should be well within his reach. Especially as a 7th-tier beast spirit warrior in his early 20s, a rarity indeed. With that thought, he approached the group to inquire about the process of joining the War God Guild. However, at that moment, a group of powerful, transcendent beings strode into the tavern, their presence commanding attention, with each member adorned with an embroidery of a peculiar celestial flower on their attire. The War God Guild. It is already waning. Their entrance silenced the once boisterous tavern. All eyes turned towards them. Shurchong halted, gazing at this group with curiosity. The celestial flower seemed oddly familiar. Upon hearing this remark, those discussing joining the War God Guild turned to face the newcomers. Scoffing, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Regardless, the War God Guild has enjoyed a resounding reputation in the Imperial City for decades, far beyond what a newly formed celestial gathering could hope to compare. Clearly, he was a staunch supporter of the War God Guild. Is that so? In response to the provocation, the celestial gathering member sneered. Do you know why the War God Guild has begun recruiting? The Celestial Gathering has recently welcomed many new members. Care to guess where they all came from? As this statement hung in the air, the patrons exchanged glances, realizing that the two most prominent guilds were now at odds. It appeared the War God Guild was indeed at a disadvantage. So what if that's the case? The supporters of the God of War Gang remained unfazed as one stepped forward and declared, no matter how strong the celestial sect becomes. I will never join a bunch of whimpering females, he continued. I heard your sect leader is merely a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet. You seek death. The members of the celestial sect were instantly filled with rage. The two sides faced off, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the tavern's door was kicked open from the outside, that a tall figure strode in, and an icy chill swept through the entire establishment. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Shurchong's pupils constricted in disbelief. It's actually her. Chapter 96. An acquaintance, a slender silhouette, entered the tavern, clad in a short shirt that left her flat abdomen exposed. Seemingly indifferent to the cold, several black markings spiraled around her body, extending up to her neck. Her icy blue eyes scanned the room, causing the temperature to plummet. After a brief pause, she approached the tavern counter and, with a flick of her hand, laid out a gruesome display of severed heads, each reeking of blood. Oh my God, is that one of the Western Demon Kings, the Ice Gold Leopard? That's an 8th-grade beast. And that one seems to be the Bloodthirsty Eagle. Also an 8th-grade beast. In the center, could that be the leader from the Black Fiend's secret realm, the 9th-grade beast, the Great Desolate Snow Lin? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The aura emanating from the severed heads was overwhelming. Even in death, the oppressive force made the extraordinary beings present tremble. The tavern keeper, trembling, produced a glowing stone tablet. Etched upon it were dozens of names, all notorious gangs from the eternal Winter Royal City. At the top, the God of War Gang held the first position, with the Celestial Sect trailing closely behind. The keeper took a pen and inscribed the names of several great beasts, placing them behind the Celestial Sect. Instantly, the name of the Celestial Sect radiated with dazzling light, gradually surpassing the God of War Gang to claim the top spot. The woman then turned to the earlier group from the Celestial Sect and coldly remarked, strength and respect are earned through action, not through idle chatter. Instead of squabbling, why not go out and hunt some beasts? With that, she stood and departed. The gang members, heads bowed, ceased their disputes and armed themselves, following the woman out. After a long while, the tavern buzzed with conversation once more. Incredible! It seems the achievements of the Celestial Sect will remain unchallenged for quite some time. An elderly man beside Shurchong remarked. As Shurchong regained his composure from the shock, he eagerly inquired, Elder, was that woman also from the Celestial Sect? The old man stared at Shurchong in surprise. You must be new here, right? You don't even recognize the leader of the 5 great champions of the Celestial Sect? Shurchong quickly clasped his fists in respect, saying, Please enlighten me, Elder. The elder then recounted the history of the celestial sect. It turned out that this formidable gang had only been established 5 years prior. However, from its inception, the celestial sect exhibited extraordinary strength. They ventured into various secret realms, repeatedly slaying powerful beasts and achieving remarkable victories. Soon, they garnered fame within the royal city, attracting a significant number of young, extraordinary beings to join, even if they had developed for 5 years. Such achievements would not have been possible had it not been for the events 6 months prior, when the sect leader challenged the Divine Mansion as prodigies and effortlessly defeated each one. That was the Divine Mansion. Its inhabitants were personally recruited by the great deity from across eternal winter, their power and talent being the Army de la Army of genius. Yet, they all fell before the sect leader's might. From that day forth, the celestial sect's reputation soared, drawing countless powerful individuals eager to join. Ultimately, it formed the top-tier gang of 1 sect leader and 5 champions. Among them, the Wolf Lord was the first to follow the sect leader, serving as the second-in-command of the celestial sect, an 8th-tier peak beast spirit warrior. After the elder finished his explanation, Shurchong stood in stunned silence. The woman he had just seen was indeed the Wolf Maiden, who had participated in the Divine Gift Assembly 5 years ago alongside him. She had now ascended to such heights. He had once thought his mid-7th-tier strength was sufficient to stand proudly among his peers. Moreover, he recalled that the Wolf Maiden had arrived with Ye Suifeng. Could it be? Shurchong reminisced about the girl who had defeated him in the final round 5 years prior, her methods embodying countless representations of nightmares. The Celestial Maiden. 5 years had passed, and they had both reached a level he could only look up to. Furthermore, according to the elder, they had not chosen to cultivate within the Divine Mansion. How had they accomplished such feats? Shurchong was left in deep thought. Kid, you look tall and strong, which is quite pleasing to the eye. Let me share a secret with you. The celestial sect is preparing to expand its ranks again. Seize the opportunity to forge your future, or else this chance will soon pass. The elder patted Shurchong on the shoulder. Shurchong managed a strained smile. Thank you, elder. Moments later, Shurchong arrived before an opulent building. The words celestial sect were inscribed in an elegant, commanding script that struck on the heart. At the entrance, people were bustling about, the majority adorned with an emblem of a white celestial maiden on their chests, exuding an aura of vigor. This was the headquarters of the celestial sect. Taking a deep breath, Shurchong stepped forward. Upon realizing that his former rival had left him far behind, his confidence took a significant hit. His past pride crumbled into dust. Yet, that pride paled in comparison to a heart determined to grow stronger. After much contemplation, he concluded that the celestial sect was indeed his best option. Shurchong strode boldly to the entrance of the celestial sect. I thought you wouldn't come. A voice suddenly called out from the side. Turning, he saw a familiar figure leaning against the wall, casually playing with a delicate dagger. It was the Wolf Maiden. You recognized me? Shurchong exclaimed in surprise. The Wolf Maiden approached, her 5 years of transformation having rendered her into a true beauty. Tall and graceful, with a hint of mischief in her expression. I recognized you back in the tavern, she smiled. It has been 5 years, and you've already become a mid-7th-tier beast spirit warrior. Truly, the most outstanding genius from the Pingyang Pass. Shurchong's expression turned bitter. Please don't mock me. I am not mocking you, the Wolf Maiden replied. With your talent, even in the royal city or the Divine Mansion, you wouldn't be considered lacking. But I am different, she chuckled. We are old friends now. Come, I'll take you to meet her. Shurchong's pupils dilated. To meet the sect leader? Don't let the rumors out there deceive you into thinking she is a violent and cruel demon. How should I put it? Besides her strength, she hasn't changed much since 5 years ago. The Wolf Maiden patted Shurchong on the shoulder. Relax, perhaps you too can achieve the same heights as me. With that, she walked toward the entrance. Shurchong's expression was complex, but ultimately, he took a deep breath and followed the Wolf Maiden inside. Chapter 97. Unexpected defeat at the Celestial Sect headquarters. Shurchong followed the Wolf Maiden as they ascended. Along the way, greetings echoed, and several extraordinary beings passed by, their presence sending chills down Shurchong's spine. They were undoubtedly beings of 8th tier or above. Yet, they regarded the Wolf Maiden with utmost respect. Witnessing his former rival reach such heights left Shurchong feeling increasingly complex. Was all of this due to Ye Suifeng and that individual who had so easily defeated the great deity? Lost in thought, Shurchong suddenly spotted a bear emerging from a room. Instantly, a chill coursed through him, rendering him immobile, his expression one of horror. The great deity? 5 years ago, he had witnessed that battle, although the great deity had been defeated. Its terrifying power had been fully displayed. How could such a being be part of the celestial sect? Fuguei, what are you doing? The wolf maiden approached and affectionately patted the bear's fluffy head. Shurchong felt as though the world was spinning. How could the great deity allow a mortal to pet its head? The wolf maiden would surely be in danger. Oh, the sect leader asked me to go to the small world and deliver something to Uncle, came the nonchalant reply. However, the outcome was not as Shurchong had imagined. The great deity not only showed no sign of anger, but appeared quite accustomed to the affection, even turning its fluffy ears away. All right, then you carry on, the wolf maiden said. Fuguei nodded, standing upright, and with a swaying motion, made its way to the window, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. He is now part of the celestial sect, the wolf maiden remarked, observing Shurchong's stunned expression. Moreover, he is one of our 5 core members, known externally as the Bear Lord, the Black Bear. Since he ranks second, we sometimes call him Bear 2. Shurchong remained dazed, still struggling to process the situation. His great deity had become a subordinate of the sect leader, given the name Fuguei Bear 2, and was being petted. No wonder his father no longer believed in the great deity, no matter what was said. Moments later, the two arrived at a large room on the top floor. The decor here is splendid, yet the style is somewhat peculiar, adorned with strange lines as if one were wandering through a dream. Within the room, 3 formidable figures are busily engaged. Shurchong does not see the familiar young girl. She was just here, the wolf girl remarks, shrugging her shoulders as she inquires, "Where's the master?" At that moment, a figure clad in a 7-colored cloak lifts his head, but he possesses a sharp nose, with eyebrows that are also multicolored, and an aura of a great demon subtly emanates from him. Where else could she be but seeking Yu Hong? Lao Chi replies, his voice hoarse and shrill. I figured as much, the wolf girl says, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, Lao Chi leaps forward, positioning himself before the two and gazing intently at Shurchong's face. I seem to have seen you somewhere before, he states. Shurchong is momentarily taken aback. He has no particular impression of this eccentric individual. A familiar face from Pingyang Pass, the wolf girl interjects. The master knows him as well. His talents are quite impressive. Let us see if we can recruit him. Lao Chi still cannot recall where he has seen Shurchong. Turning away in disinterest, he says, you can judge for yourself. If she agrees, then fine. You know her well enough. She never concerns herself with such matters that it's always us, her subordinates, who bear the burden. You know how it is. Lao Chi, do not forget that esteemed senior has long wished to taste the wan bird. The wolf girl's words nearly provoke Lao Chi's ire. Heh, I was merely jesting. The master entrusting me with these matters only highlights my significant role. Lao Chi forces out an unappealing smile. If you wish to find her, she is most likely in the royal garden. The wolf girl snorts, gazing at the distant palace before ultimately shaking her head. Forget it. I shan't disturb her in completing her task. We can discuss it when we meet again. In the Eternal Winter Palace. Within a uniquely elegant garden, there lies a pavilion where Yu Hong sits, gazing at a complex formation before him, rubbing his temples. Weariness etched across his features that as time progresses, the fatigue intensifies, and his eyelids feel leaden. Refusing to open, just as he is on the verge of slumber, Yu Hong suddenly jolts awake. No! Upon uttering this, he collapses face down on the table, plunging into a deep sleep. When he regains clarity, he finds himself amidst a sea of flowers. The fragrant air is intoxicating, and he sighs in resignation. You return and do not rest. Yet, no one replies. Suddenly, the surrounding flowers morph, each bloom exhales a dense black mist, and the paradise transforms into a realm of darkness. As this realization dawns on him, countless flowers wither, morphing into grotesque demons, saliva dripping as they roar and lunge towards him. Dabo Yuhong sighs softly. Raising his hand to trace patterns in the AI, in an instant, a colossal 8 trigrams formation materializes beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light as it rapidly expands, reducing countless demons to mere dust. Within mere breaths, all malevolent beings around him are obliterated, none able to approach Yuhong's side. Just then, a vast eye appears in the sky above, captivating his very soul. Simultaneously, a gaping abyssal maw slowly opens beneath him. Lined with blood-soaked fangs, Dabo Yuhong furrows his brow and waves his hands again. Soon, 2 script characters emerge from thin air, swelling in size, forming a colossal beam of light that pierces through heaven and earth. Yuhong then directs the scripts towards the eye and the gaping mouth. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberates throughout the realm, creating ripples in the void. Xiao Xiao, that's enough. If you don't come out, I will shatter this dream. Yuhong declares. A soft sigh echoes through the world. Suddenly, the scene shifts, all evil gradually fading away. Dabo Yuhong finds himself back in the pavilion within the garden. Yet a small figure now occupies the table before him. She still possesses long, purplish-red hair, her small arms bare, swinging her legs in midair, that a string of beads adorns her slender ankle. Should any powerful beings be present, they would recognize that these beads are all miniature beast cores, and each one belongs to a 9-ranked demon king. Boring, it's still missing just a little bit. Ye Suifeng lies on the table, resting her head on her hands, her face full of melancholy. The task assigned by her uncle indeed proves somewhat challenging. Dabo Yuhong feels a twinge of embarrassment. 5 years ago, when that senior assigned this task to Ye Suifeng, he thought it was a mere jest. Who would have thought that in just 4 years, she would soar from the pinnacle of foundational cultivation to the phase of spirit transformation? Ever since entering the spirit transformation phase, she has begun to challenge herself. In the beginning, it was manageable, as Yuhong was already a peak integration cultivator, armed with the cryptic and potent techniques of the heavenly mechanism valley. Though Ye Suifeng's methods were peculiar, they posed no real threat to him. Yet, her growth in strength has been astonishingly rapid. In less than a year, she successfully broke through to the spirit transformation phase, becoming a formidable integration cultivator. And then, Yuhong found himself in dire straits that he could no longer easily evade Ye Suifeng as challenges. Each time, he had to exert considerable effort to escape from that bizarre dreamscape. Today's encounter has been relatively mild. Perhaps it is due to her recent perilous return. This place is becoming increasingly dull. You're the only one who can keep me company for a while. Ye Suifeng gazes at the sky, speaking wistfully. Aren't there still the battle bears? Yuhong suggests. The ancient battle bear family possesses strengths beyond tribulation. They only enjoy sleeping. Even in the dream realm, they sleep on, which is utterly tedious. Ye Suifeng flips over. Are there any more exciting secret realms? Yuhong grimaces, eyeing the beads adorning her ankle, muttering, You're on the verge of wiping out the demon kings of eternal winter. Or you could seek out the senior. He surely has a solution. At this moment, Yuhong simply wishes to rid himself of this troublesome individual. Look at you. Ye Suifeng jumps off the table, her long hair cascading like waves, brushing against her heels. 5 years have passed, and she seems to have only grown about 5 centimeters, still resembling a young girl. Do not worry. Once those saplings mature, we will depart. At that time, I will present you with a gift. With that, she skips away. Dabo Yuhong shakes his head slightly, picking up a talisman brush to continue his study of the formation before him. However, as soon as he touches the formation, a burst of colorful light erupts from the brush's tip. Spiraling upwards and rapidly entwining around his body, Dabo Yuhong is alarmed, realizing that he cannot move within the binding of the flowing light. Soon, the colorful luminescence condenses at his chest, slowly blossoming into a 9-colored flower. Moments later, it blooms dramatically. Yuhong's eyes widen as he sees a comically peculiar yellow face within the heart of the flower, staring at him with a sly grin. Suddenly, the flower explodes, dispersing into colorful specks of light. As the surrounding environment begins to shimmer, it appears as if a transparent membrane is lifting. Once the membrane dissipates, he finds himself back in the real world. Ye Suifeng leans back in his chair, colorful specks of light gently descending around him. After a long while, he chuckles and shakes his head. I actually, truly lost. Chapter 98. Awakening. This is a small world. The ground is carpeted with lush green grass, and in the center lies a shallow pond. Beside the pond, a man dressed in white sits quietly in meditation. Suddenly, his eyes slowly open. A flicker of gray light flashes in his gaze. At last, it is complete. Ye Suifeng exhales gently. 5 years. Do you know how he spent this time? Not much, really. He has essentially been in seclusion within this world. Under his direction, Suifeng has gathered nearly all varieties of top-tier cultivation techniques from the eternal Winter Kingdom, even acquiring the secret arts of the Heavenly Mechanism Valley. After studying various pinnacle texts, Ye Suifeng began to extrapolate the subsequent developments of the Yuan Shigong. Previously, while in Yanxiao City, he had only extrapolated the first 2 parts, the meridian opening and the Dan Mansion, corresponding to the traditional cultivation stages of qi refinement and qi transformation. Now, he has completed all stages: qi refinement, qi transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit transformation, integration, and tribulation crossing. After tribulation crossing, one ascends to the Great Ascension, allowing passage through the immortal gate to soar into the immortal realm, in terms of Yuan Shigong. These stages correspond to meridian opening, Dan Mansion, Dao platform, Dharma image, core condensation, spirit awakening, spirit manifestation, heavenly mandate, divine union, and 9 trials. After the 9 trials comes immortal ascension, stepping onto the immortal platform and entering the immortal realm. Compared to traditional techniques, the most crucial aspect of Yuan Shigong is its universality. It does not consider spiritual roots or attributes. As long as one possesses a heart to grow stronger, one can embark on the path of cultivation. Moreover, while the early stages of Yuan Shigong are relatively easy, the subsequent stages grow increasingly challenging. However, correspondingly, those who cultivate Yuan Shigong become more powerful than their peers of the same realm. Ye Suifeng extends his hand, tracing the air. Moments later, a volume of scripture descends, revealing the complete Yuan Shigong, that if implemented, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it could elevate the cultivation levels of the entire world at least 10-fold. For the beings of this world, this is a blessing, a transformation. At the same time, it is also Ye Suifeng's objective. Previously, he had encountered a passage in an ancient tome that suggested when a person exerts a significant influence over all living beings, the chaotic heavens would bestow upon them a profoundly mysterious primordial power. Ye Suifeng found this power to be of great interest. After a brief moment, he extracted a verse from the primordial technique and cast it into the void. Such a supreme art, of course, necessitated a few small white mice for experimentation. Feng Zhi and his companions remained his subjects for these trials. Over the years, with each progression he made, he would directly impart insights into their consciousness through the laws of heaven. Occasionally, he would check in on them to address any minor issues that might arise. 5 years had passed, and they had not disappointed Ye Suifeng. They had all reached the pinnacle of destiny, the peak of the transformation stage, becoming 8th-tier extraordinary beings in the eternal Winter Kingdom. The 4 of them, practicing the primordial technique in conjunction with the extermination sword array, could even effortlessly hunt down great cultivators in the integration stage. During these years, they had become some of Ye Huang's most formidable assistants. Sigh. Ye Suifeng suddenly let out a soft exhale. It is time to return. Calculating the time, he realized it had been nearly 6 years since they had departed from Yanxiao City. He wondered how things had fared there, and how Ye Huang and the others were doing. Pondering this, Ye Suifeng stood up. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. At that moment, a slender, fair-faced woman approached, crossing her arms as she stood before Ye Suifeng. It was Gu Yulan. Over the past 5 years, she had predominantly remained in the small world, assisting Ye Suifeng with various tasks. However, her primary duty had been to prepare meals. Every few days, Yu Hong and Xiao Xiao would deliver fresh ingredients for her to work with. Naturally, Ye Suifeng took on the role of culinary judge. The years of using high-quality ingredients had elevated Gu Yulan's cooking skills to an extraordinary level. Moreover, having stayed by Ye Suifeng's side, Her cultivation had also made remarkable progress, successfully breaking through to the transformation stage. Her knife skills had even garnered the admiration of Yu Hong. Perhaps this was the intention behind Gu Wanxin's decision to place her here. The Ye Suifeng acknowledged her with a grunt and turned towards a patch of small, yet dense thickets. The pile of debris resembling construction waste, the origin tower, remained conspicuous. Yet, it did not hinder the vigorous growth of the Enlightenment tree seeds. Tens of thousands of saplings had already broken through the soil. Emanating an unusual charm in this realm, the Ye Suifeng had long discovered that the tree possessed the miraculous ability to alter the environment and enlighten all things. Had this world not suffered from the great calamity, with the essence of the heavenly way intact, it would likely have evolved to an inconceivable state under the influence of the Enlightenment tree, perhaps even becoming another celestial realm. However, at present, their primary task remained the purification of the remnants of divine and demonic beings that did not belong to this world. Ye Suifeng examined their growth conditions and anticipated that it would not be long before they developed into true individuals, ready to be transplanted across the globe. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "Miss went to the Black Shah's secret realm today. She should be back by now," Gu Yulan replied. "I'm here." Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Following that, Ye Xiao Xiao materialized from the void and landed beside Ye Suifeng. Now, she could enter and exit the dream void realm without needing to open a portal. She chuckled, then gazed at the lush saplings of the Enlightenment tree, saying, "Uncle, can we go back now? Are you homesick?" Ye Suifeng asked why Ye Xiao Xiao nodded. "I've never been away from home for so long, and I wonder how my parents are doing. And what about my sister? I wonder how much she has changed." Ye Suifeng smiled and said, "Are you not afraid of being bullied by them when you return?" "Not at all." Ye Xiao Xiao wrapped her arms around Ye Suifeng's, extending a finger to draw a colorful bubble in the air, then pop, she burst it. "I am very confident in my current strength." Ye Suifeng paused and asked, "Have you completed your tasks?" Ye Xiao Xiao snapped her fingers. "It's a piece of cake. Brother Yu Hong is no longer my match." Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. This little girl had worked hard for 5 years and finally surpassed the goal he had set for her. Upon returning, she surprisingly did not flaunt her success before him. It seemed that despite her outward appearance remaining largely unchanged, deep within, she had indeed matured. "Your celestial association has been quite impressive, vibrant, and colorful," Ye Suifeng remarked. "Just a bit of fun," Ye Xiao Xiao said, kicking a small stone at her feet. The Ye Suifeng chuckled as he ruffled her hair and said, "Go settle things. If there are people you cannot bear to part with, bring them along. In a few days, we will return to Yunshao City together." Ye Xiao Xiao immediately beamed with delight, looking up to ask, "Really?" Ye Suifeng nodded. "You are truly wonderful, Uncle." Ye Xiao Xiao stretched her arms and tightly embraced Ye Suifeng. Moments later, she released him, leaped back, and vanished into the void, leaving only her voice echoing in the small world. "Then I will bring more helpers to plant trees together when we get home." Chapter 99. Arrangements at the headquarters of the Celestial Association. In a room at the top of the attic, 5 figures sat together, seemingly awaiting something. "Why did the Celestial Master suddenly call us over?" "I was just about to seek out the war goddess help for a fight," one large, burly man bellowed. His name was Quang Dali, the 5th champion of the Celestial Association, also known as the Mad Master. This name was self-given, for the beast spirit he had fused with was a remarkably powerful and volatile creature. The Rampant Hound, Quang Dali himself, was an 8th-tier peak beast spirit warrior. "Lu Ming, do you know what's going on?" Quang Dali directed his gaze toward a frail-looking youth sitting nearby. This youth was Lu Ming, the 4th champion of the Celestial Association. Known as the Disaster Master, he was a powerful 9th-tier fated mage, with the Star of Calamity as his fate star, leaving desolation in his wake. "How would I know? Shouldn't you ask the Wolf Master?" Lu Ming replied, casting his gaze toward the Wolf Lady. The Wolf Lady shrugged. "I also received an urgent message." As she spoke, she turned her attention to the 7th member, who shook his head in response. Looking at the wealthy one, that fellow was obliviously munching on a large piece of honeycomb he had somehow procured. Well, it would be futile to ask him. However, The wolf lady had begun to form some suspicions. 5 years had elapsed, and suddenly, a figure dropped from the void, taking a seat at the head of the table. Celestial Master. The others quickly rose. Ye Suifeng waved her hand and said, I called you here today for just one matter. I am going back to the southern region of Jailing. Anyone who wishes to accompany me may do so. She stated plainly. The wolf lady lowered her head, lost in thought, while the wealthy one continued to nibble at his honeycomb. Quang Dali and Lu Ming both looked stunned. Only the seventh member seemed to have anticipated this situation. Bowing and saying, Wherever the Celestial Master goes, I shall follow. Very well, one. Ye Suifeng raised a finger, then turned to the wolf lady. Sister Wolf, what about you? The wolf lady smiled broadly. I will always be by your side. And I have long wished to go south. Ye Suifeng nodded, then turned to the wealthy one. Xiong, pack your things in the next couple of days. We are going on a journey. Oh! The wealthy one blinked and resumed his work with renewed focus. Meanwhile, the other two were still in a daze. This decision was far too sudden, and they had made up their minds far too quickly. Celestial Master. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said, Why the sudden desire to go to the southern region of Jailing? Because my home is over there. As she spoke, Ye Suifeng leaped down from the table and continued, This time, I am giving you complete freedom of choice. If you do not wish to leave Yongdong, you may stay. However, if you wish to join me in conquering the southern realm, then pack your belongings, and we will set off in a few days. Bang! A heavy fist slammed down on the table. Quang Dali glared, exclaiming, Yongdong is nothing, but are we really just going to abandon the Celestial Association? Lu Ming nodded in agreement. For the Celestial Association was the culmination of their efforts. Sigh. Ye Suifeng leaned against the table, her arms crossed over her chest. I understand, but have you considered whether there is any room for progress for the Celestial Association here in Yongdong? This statement rendered everyone silent. Indeed, the most formidable force in the Imperial City, the war goddess Help, had already been trampled beneath their feet. Beyond that, all that remained was the ambition for royal status. But how could that be possible? After a moment, Ye Suifeng spoke again. As long as we exist, the Celestial Association will never cease to be. The world in the southern region of Jailing is vast and exhilarating, filled with strong individuals like stars in the sky. I admit, I primarily wish to return home. Yet even without this matter, I would not want to remain cooped up in Yongdong. The great world of the south is our true stage. After Ye Suifeng concluded, the two remained silent for a long while. They were, after all, still young, filled with aspirations as vast as the ocean. To reign supreme in Yongdong would certainly not be their future choice. Finally, Lu Ming spoke. You are right. Our Celestial Association should indeed ascend to a larger stage. However, this decision seems rather hasty. There are many matters that cannot be settled in time. For instance, if we were to head south, how many people should we bring and who should accompany us? Ye Suifeng waved her hand dismissively. I've already made up my mind. This news shall be conveyed to those who initially fought alongside us. Those who wish to stay may do so, and those who wish to leave may depart. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. But if the upper echelons all leave, the Celestial Society will likely collapse immediately. The Celestial Society is still rather young, relying solely on the formidable strength of its leaders to sustain itself, that if they were to depart, it would likely disband within days or be consumed by other factions. However, Ye Suifeng asserted, before we leave, I will inform the Eternal Winter Emperor to ensure the continued existence of the Celestial Society. Lu Ming felt a surge of surprise. The outside world had long speculated that the Celestial Master shared an intimate relationship with the Eternal Winter Royal family. But it now seemed that the identity of the Celestial Master was even more formidable than previously imagined. With the royal family's involvement, matters would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Then we are left with just one final question, Lu Ming said. If the core members depart, who will preside over the normal operations of the Celestial Society? I certainly cannot place my trust in that group that recently joined from the War God Gang. His words caused Ye Suifeng to frown as well. Indeed, the situation was too urgent. Achieving a flawless outcome seemed nearly impossible. I happen to have a commendable candidate in mind. The wolf girl suddenly interjected. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Who? Half an hour later, Shi Chong emerged from the inn, pulling along his father, Shi Haojie. After a few days apart, Shi Haojie appeared somewhat dispirited. Having been the Grand Lord for a lifetime, his abrupt dismissal had struck him hard. Chonger, there's no point in worrying. I have no thoughts on the matter at present, Shi Haojie said weakly. This is truly an opportunity, father, Shi Chong exclaimed eagerly, when the wolf girl and Ye Suifeng approached him. Expressing their desire for Shi Haojie to manage the Celestial Society, Shi Chong was utterly taken aback and rushed back in a flurry. Yet his father seemed devoid of any fighting spirit. An opportunity? Shi Haojie shrugged off Shi Chong's hand, gazing at the palace in the sky, and chuckled softly. In this world, only those who stand atop the pinnacle are entitled to discuss opportunities. Then make yourself strong enough, Shi Chong shouted passionately. Drawing the attention of passers-by, he stepped closer to Shi Haojie, lowering his voice. Father, 5 years ago, we witnessed that person strike the great celestial down from the heavens, rendering it utterly powerless. Though it was a bear, it was still a 10th-tier powerhouse. I recently learned that after that, the individual arrived at the royal city and shattered the so-called indomitable royal city's grand formation with a single strike, subsequently obliterating the 9 heavens battle vessel with ease. The entire royal city, with its tens of millions of souls, trembled beneath his feet. To such a being, what does the royal family amount to? Shi Chong fixed his gaze upon his father, who had grown half a head taller than Shi Haojie over the 5 years. Observing the shift in Shi Haojie's expression, Shi Chong sighed. Father, the Celestial Society was established by that young girl from back then. Coincidentally, they are heading back to the Southern Highlands, which presents a tremendous opportunity for both you and me. An opportunity to become powerful enough. After speaking, Shi Haojie fell silent for an extended period. The awe-inspiring figure from years ago flickered repeatedly in his mind. Eventually, a flame reignited in Shi Haojie's eyes. Chapter 100. The return, can he truly handle it? After meeting with Shi Haojie, Ye Suifeng said to the wolf girl, he is the lord of the Pingyang Pass, and his own strength is quite formidable. Managing a gang should pose no problem. The wolf girl replied. Ye Suifeng nodded. Is he trustworthy enough? The wolf girl smiled. Don't forget, his son is with us. Upon confirming Shi Haojie as the acting leader, Ye Suifeng also included Shi Chong among the candidates heading south. In the world of martial arts, certain methods must be employed, and they could hardly find a more suitable candidate than Shi Haojie in such a short time. Then it's settled, Ye Suifeng declared. A few days later, in the small world, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the verdant enlightenment saplings before him. An enigmatic aura began to coalesce above them. It was a presence capable of awakening the innate wisdom of all beings. Should an ordinary person incapable of cultivation find themselves here, in the span of a tea ceremony, they would transform into a genius. Those other beings, lost in confusion, would also awaken their intellect and soar to great heights. As time passed, the aura above the enlightenment trees grew increasingly dense, gradually transforming into a mist of emerald green. At a certain moment, the entire small world suddenly shuddered. The myriad enlightenment saplings had finally completed their metamorphosis, each now possessing the potential to grow into a pillar of the world, the emerald mist. At that moment, transformed into countless droplets of water cascading down. Given the sheer number of enlightenment trees, the green droplets began to converge, forming a gentle stream. What a waste! Ye Suifeng produced a jade bottle, drawing forth the green liquid, which soared into the vessel. After collecting several cubic meters of the liquid, the stream gradually dried up, with the remainder seeping into the earth, nourishing the newly sprouted enlightenment saplings. It is time to depart. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng uprooted all the enlightenment trees, gathering them in the sky. Their crystalline roots glimmered with a brilliant emerald light. According to the description of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, the enlightenment trees would only turn white upon reaching the 6th stage. Prior to that, they resembled most other plants, remaining green. After extracting all the saplings, Ye Suifeng opened his spatial pocket and placed them within. Several origin towers that had been deemed refused followed suit. Before transplantation, they required the nourishment of the origin towers and grew at a painfully slow pace. Only upon being replanted in the main world would they absorb the power of heaven and earth, purifying the land. "All right, let's go," Ye Suifeng declared. Subsequently, he and Gu Yulan departed the small world together. In the outside world, upon a grand platform, a multitude of people gathered, seemingly awaiting something. At the forefront stood Ye Suifeng and the 5 formidable leaders of the Celestial Society. Opposite Ye Suifeng was the rejuvenated Yu Hong. Ever since their last confrontation, Ye Suifeng had not sought him out again. "Rest assured, I will take care of everything regarding the Celestial Society. You hurry and prepare your belongings. We must not delay our departure," Yu Hong said with a broad smile. This little ancestor was finally leaving. Ye Suifeng beamed, replying, "You are too kind. Not only have you provided us with ample food for unforeseen circumstances, but also a plethora of spirit stones, beast inner cores, beast souls, and rare treasures that I cannot thank you enough." Yu Hong's mouth twitched. It seemed that, aside from food, none of the latter items had actually been prepared for her. Seeing her crescent moon-like eyes, Yu Hong slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. I had everything ready for you long ago." With that, he hurriedly communicated with the Eternal Winter Emperor to expedite the transfer of a portion of the royal treasury. As long as this lady could depart, nothing else mattered. Soon after, the two engaged in a playful exchange reminiscent of a festive occasion, one insisting, "Oh, I don't want it," while stuffing their pockets, and the other insisting, take it," not taking it as a sign of disrespect, while covertly reclaiming some for themselves. Observing the absurdity of the two, the wolf girl couldn't help but facepalm. "Fugue, are you not going to bid farewell to your family?" the wolf girl asked the small bear beside her. Fugue rubbed his eyes. "I already said my goodbyes." The small bear wore a sorrowful expression, prompting the wolf girl to crouch down and gently pat its head, offering comfort. "Do not be too disheartened. There will surely be time in the future. They said that if I don't bring back a ton of delicious food, they'll band together and beat me to a pulp." Fugue pouted, looking forlorn. The wolf girl, what extraordinary comrades she had. Perhaps only Lu Ming and Quang Dali could be considered somewhat normal das for Lao Chi. One could never expect anything from a foolish bird that moment. Shirchong approached the wolf girl. "Feeling nervous?" The wolf girl raised an eyebrow. "A little," Shirchong replied bashfully. "I've only ever heard of the Southern Highlands. I never imagined I would have the chance to visit. I've heard that geniuses abound there, and powerful individuals are plentiful. Is that true?" The wolf girl rolled her eyes. "How would I know? You have spent quite some time with the Celestial Master," Shirchong said with a smile. The wolf girl glanced at the small figure, chuckling softly. "If the prodigies there are anything like the Celestial Master, then we should be content to remain as mere foot soldiers." Moments later, the two figures landed on the platform. Ye Suifeng rushed to greet them. At once, everyone fell silent, their expressions filled with respect. They understood that she was the parent of the Celestial Master, an existence of unimaginable power. "Are you ready?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded, gazing at the hundreds of individuals on the platform. Ye Suifeng smiled. "With so many people, how will you manage?" "There's little Kai." Ye Suifeng transformed the colorful phoenix into a human form and swiftly grasped it in her hand. It is now ascended to the 9th rank of demon beasts, capable of transporting hundreds of people at once. The colorful phoenix appeared feeble, seemingly resigned to becoming a burdensome chariot. Once more, Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. "Just look after your own. Well then, let us depart." Subsequently, the colorful phoenix reverted to its original form, its wings spanning over 100 meters as it landed atop a high platform that a multitude of individuals gradually boarded. Naturally, Ye Suifeng did not join them. Instead, he plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tree and tossed it into the air. Instantly, the leaf expanded dramatically in the wind, transforming into a grand flying vessel that he then ascended alongside Ye Suifeng. Gu Yulan and Fugui Yu Hong observed them, wearing a serene smile. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng turned to him. "Yu Hong, you should come as well." The smile froze on his face. "Ami?" Ye Suifeng nodded. Your teacher entrusted me with a request on his deathbed, asking that you witness the enlightenment tree blooming across the land, fulfilling the ultimate destiny of the heavenly machine valley. Yu Hong's expression grew solemn, and he bowed deeply. I shall heed the edicts of my predecessor and teacher. He then cast a glance at the burial site of the heavenly machine elder before turning to board Ye's vessel. Moments later, a leaf soared into the sky, ascending to the heavens, followed closely by a colorful phoenix that blotted out the sun. They sped southward, one leading and the other following. Chapter 101. The Eastern Territories conquered in the southeastern region of the Nine Cities Alliance. Beneath the walls of Linjiang City, a plump figure emerged in a state of panic, scrambling through a narrow dog hole. Though his appearance was disheveled, the quality of his attire suggested he was an exceedingly wealthy man. Yet, it remained a mystery why he found himself in such a predicament, glancing back as if fleeing for his life. Suddenly, a long sword materialized from thin air, embedding itself in the ground before him, its hilt trembling and emitting a low hum. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, his face a mask of despair. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud that a pair of black boots appeared before him. The middle-aged man slowly raised his gaze, and standing before him was a tall figure clad in black attire, her back adorned with an already faded purple cloak billowing in the wind. The blinding sunlight streamed from behind her, obscuring her face, revealing only strands of long hair dancing in the breeze. However, the middle-aged man recognized her immediately. Bowing his head, 2 streams of murky tears fell to the ground. For a long time, there has been a faction in Linjiang City that vehemently opposes the establishment of the Tianwan Hall. The one who instigated the conflict was you, Feng, was it not? Speak why. Her voice was low and emotionless. Devoid of any warmth, Feng managed a miserable smile. You of the Tianwan Hall are merely vassals of the Ye family from Yinshao City. No matter what, I could never submit to the greedy hands of Ye Suifeng. Feng was agitated, his anger tinged with profound fear as he spoke of Ye Suifeng. Have you encountered him? She appeared somewhat surprised. Of course, Feng whispered. I once conducted business in Yinshao City. After Ye Suifeng unified Yinshao City, he employed the most despicable means, using merely a low-grade spirit stone to forcibly acquire my assets worth trillions, driving me out. He does this to everyone. The woman before him stood silently, not uttering a word. Feng, his expression shifting, suddenly knelt forward, declaring, I tell you, Ye Suifeng is a malevolent spirit. Collaborating with him will yield no benefits. Even if you carve out a kingdom for him, you will undoubtedly meet a tragic end. You, your companions, your subordinates may not even be able to preserve your own golden core. I am a living testament to this. He pleaded fervently, his sincerity evoking tears from those who heard him, compelling them to ponder just how brutal Ye Suifeng truly was. It seems you have made similar claims about those who oppose the Tianwan Hall and the Ye family, the woman suddenly inquired. Feng was taken aback, lowering his head as he replied solemnly, What I said is the truth. You may disregard it, but when the time comes and Ye Suifeng discards you like a spent tool, do not regret it. The wind picked up, growing stronger. Suddenly, the woman laughed. Do you know who I am? She asked. Feng nodded. I know. You are the illustrious leader of the Tianwan Hall, a legendary figure unmatched in recent years. The woman gently shook her head. I am Yi Huang, daughter of Ye Suifeng. I believe my father would not resort to such treachery against me. Would he? Feng abruptly raised his head, the sunlight flickering, and in that moment, he finally beheld her face. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet it plunged him into an abyss of icy fear. The glint of a sword flashed that a head was sent soaring into the air. The white Yi Huang stood poised, a golden core cultivator reduced to the status of an ant before her. Killing him was effortless. Her presence here was merely because Feng was a key figure in the opposition in Linjiang City. Little did she anticipate that this individual had ties to her father. Gazing into the distant sky, 5 slender rays of color shimmered like half-bloomed flowers, flickering with faint light at her brow. They represented the colorful heavenly light she had captured in the heavens above. Each ray embodied a supreme sword intent of the universe. Over the years, None who had encountered that sword intent had survived. "Father, where are you now? Are you always watching over your daughter?" A longing expression adorned Ye Huang's stunning visage. She believed her father had always been watching over her. Even if they were separated by 1,000,000 miles, he would surely manage to do so, with the passage of years and the defeat of formidable foes at her feet. She had long grasped the extent of her father's strength. Even now, as a formidable cultivator in the integration stage, with the aid of the Nine Heaven Sword intent, she had the potential to slay those in the transcendent stage. Yet, she still could not grasp even a fraction of her father's power. She wondered how her cousin, who had accompanied her father, was faring now, whether she had matured or remained as playful as before. And what of Ye Long heading to the southwest, Ye Qian staying in Yunshao City, and Ye Qingyao joining the Tianfu Academy? The five of them had been personally nurtured by her father, yet she had no idea of their current circumstances. Nonetheless, Ye Huang had faith that they would reunite soon, for Linjiang City was the last stronghold of the Nine Cities Alliance in the east. She was about to fulfill her earlier promise, conquering her way to the southernmost point of the Nine Cities Alliance. Wherever she tread, all would bow in submission. Further south lay the Panlong mountain range, the location of the Tianfu Academy. Deep in thought, Ye Huang was suddenly aware of several figures rapidly descending from the sky, landing behind her. Feng Zhi, Lu Hong, and the four great guardians were among them. Alongside them were several others, each exuding extraordinary valor and an imposing presence. These were the most formidable warriors of the Tianluan Hall. "Master, all remaining family heads in Linjiang City have willingly pledged allegiance to the Tianluan Hall." Feng Zhi knelt on one knee, and all others followed suit. "Congratulations, Master!" Their voices thundered, reverberating to the heavens. A gentle breeze stirred the purple cloak behind Ye Huang. The battle robe her father had personally draped over her at that time. "Good! Now we shall purge the remaining rebellious forces. Let the banner of the Yi family and Tianluan Hall be raised throughout the eastern territories of the Nine Cities Alliance." Ye Huang declared. "Understood," came the resounding reply from all present. Moments later, Feng Zhi approached Ye Huang. "Master." Ye Huang acknowledged with a slight sound. "What is it?" The four great guardians were her most trusted and relied upon allies. Feng Zhi paused before speaking. "Linjiang City has submitted. The remaining opposing forces are but remnants, incapable of stirring significant trouble. Their eradication is merely a matter of time. However, Haishi City remains the last bastion of resistance." As he spoke, Feng Zhi's gaze fell upon a striking young man in the crowd. His skin dark, yet exuding an extraordinary aura, the Mi Feng had emerged as one of the most outstanding subordinates in recent years, aside from the four guardians. His identity was gradually becoming known. He was the son of the Haishi City Lord, the sole legitimate heir. Yet Haishi City was the most proactive in opposing the Tianluan Hall and the Yi family. "Let him handle it for now." Ye Huang averted her gaze. "When my father returns, I will not permit a single voice of dissent within the Nine Cities Alliance." Chapter 102. Yunshao. Under heaven, boom, boom, boom. Three resounding chimes echoed throughout Yunshao City. Everyone within the city understood that this marked the commencement of the monthly contemplation conference at the Academy of All Under Heaven. Yet this bell also signified something of even greater importance. The spirit rain was about to descend. 6 years prior, the Yi family made a grand effort to rebuild Yunshao City at that time. Many were oblivious to the implications of this endeavor. However, when the first spirit rain fell, everyone was utterly astonished. On that day, the sky was adorned with auspicious clouds, and ancient trees swayed with the gentle drizzle. Rejuvenating with life, countless birds circled above Yunshao City, while beasts knelt in reverence towards its direction, as if in pilgrimage. The earth thrived, teeming with vitality, as creatures reveled in the heavenly dew. People felt a deep sense of awe. Was this a blessing bestowed by the heavens upon the common folk? Yet they soon realized that this spirit rain fell solely within the realm of Yunshao City's influence, gradually dispersing from the city as its center. People gasped in astonishment, wondering if this spiritual rain was the doing of the Yi family. The following day, such speculations were confirmed that a colossal decree for rain materialized above Cloud City, detailing the monthly spiritual rains, the transformational rains every 3 months, the soul rains annually, and the life reigns once every 3 years. Among others, this decree was signed by the patriarch of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. The inhabitants of Cloud City finally comprehended that the architect of all this was indeed that legendary figure. Gazing at the decree radiating with resplendent light, the people bowed down in reverence that it was not a blessing from the heavens, but rather a divine grace. From that day forth, the title Ye Suifeng began to circulate among the masses. In the realm of Cloud City, this name represented both faith and taboo, an entity that none dared to offend. It was also from that moment that the Tianxiao Academy flung open its doors wide, welcoming apprentices and becoming the most influential entity in Cloud City, aside from the Ye family. The sound of 3 chimes gradually faded away that a gentle, persistent drizzle arrived as expected that a slender figure clad in a pale blue long robe stood by the edge of a shallow pond. Observing the lotus flowers swaying gracefully in the rain, colorful little koi darted around the lotus roots, occasionally surfacing to peek out that a few daring ones, with round eyes, stared intently at the figure on the shore. The rippling water mirrored the person's face, featuring sharp brows and bright eyes, yet exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Director, at that moment, a young woman dressed similarly approached the shore, holding a small umbrella made of banana leaves. The man turned to face her, a sense of familiarity washing over him that it was Yi Qian, the founder of Tianxiao Academy. Teacher Xiao Yi. The woman was indeed the little girl Yi Qian had rescued, now grown into a graceful beauty. Xiao Yi helped Yi Qian hold up the umbrella and softly inquired, "Are you thinking of Ye Suifeng again?" Yi Qian chuckled. From now on, do not address him so openly. He never considers himself a saint nor enjoys being called as such. Xiao Yi, puzzled, replied, "But his deeds are indeed those of a saint." As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, with raindrops falling upon her fingertips, transforming into a rich spiritual energy that danced above them. For 6 years, the monthly spiritual rains have completely turned the realm of Cloud City into a sacred land. The population has increased by hundreds of times. Even beyond the borders of Cloud City, throngs of admirers have come, nearly establishing their own small nations. Yi Qian remained silent, having witnessed the flourishing scene of Cloud City over the past few years. That it was a splendor he had never envisioned. Cloud City had truly transformed into a sacred land, with the Yi family at its core, and his uncle Ye Suifeng as the lord of this sanctified realm. Director, do you know how much the quota for entering Cloud City has been raised? Xiao Yi suddenly laughed. How much? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yi extended a single finger. 10 million spirit stones. And that is merely the price for the outskirts. They are nearly frantic to experience the heavenly rains. Xiao Yi shook her head. That's understandable. Yi Qian replied, the spiritual rains, transformational rains, soul rains, and life rains are all rare opportunities for breakthroughs for cultivators. Even if one were to exhaust their entire life, they would seek this chance. Pausing for a moment, Yi Qian asked, there hasn't been a similar situation in the core area within 1,000 miles of Cloud City. Has there? Xiao Yi shook her head. No. Only those who have made significant contributions to Cloud City are eligible to enter the core area. This has always been strictly controlled by the family. Yi Qian nodded. The hierarchy was clear, with the core as the focal point. This was a rule left by his uncle, as well as the foundation for Cloud City's long-standing stability. The core of the Yi family. The direct descendants, those who have made substantial contributions to the family, and then the entirety of Cloud City, followed by the area within 100 miles, and then 1,000 miles beyond. Finally, there were the realms beyond. The allocation of resources would be strictly categorized according to this hierarchy. The core area within 1,000 miles was firmly under the control of the Yi family itself. Thus, the Yi family's status remained transcendental. Unassailable. Never mind, the family has elders to manage that. Our task is to gather talented individuals and, while educating the masses, to grasp the exceptional beings from the outside world in our hands, Yi Qian stated. By the way, have the 3 innate children been found this year? Prior to his departure, his uncle had not only left the decree for rain, but also 3 divine mandates. Each year, 3 innate stones would descend, every 3 years. 3 sacred stones, and every decade, 3 stones of creation that in the first 5 years, the realm of Cloud City had already seen the emergence of 15 innate children with innate bodies and 3 sacred children awakening their divine abilities. All of them had been welcomed into the gates of Tianxiao Academy, now distinguished figures within the institution. And this year, the innate stones had already fallen, with the sacred stones soon to arrive. No need to search. They came to the academy on their own after acquiring their innate bodies, Xiao Yi said with a smile. The reputation of Tianxiao Academy was second only to that of the saintly Yi family. However, Xiao Yi suddenly furrowed her brows and said, "The news of the divine stones descending has gradually spread. Perhaps this year, due to the sacred stones, a fierce competition will arise." The divine mandates had not been made public, but nearly 6 years had passed, and many had deduced certain information that Ye Suifeng chuckled. After all, it is a supreme divine artifact. Only through competition can the most suitable talents be selected. Correct? Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Let us not cause too much of a stir. Yi Qian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked toward the courtyard. The patriarch could return at any moment. We must not let him feel that we have left the family in disarray. I still wish to ask him to personally name the academy. Xiao Yi gently pursed her lips, watching the tall figure with admiration, respect, and a hint of deeply concealed affection. After achieving the late-stage integration, is he truly still in need of requesting Yisheng? What kind of being is the patriarch? Truly. Chapter 103. The curtain rises in the Panlong mountain range. The Tianfu Academy stands. The description that all the world's prodigies converge here is the most accurate portrayal of Tianfu Academy, perhaps within one's own family or sect. One may be considered an unparalleled genius. However, upon entering Tianfu Academy, one soon realizes that there are always greater heights to aspire to, that it is possible that one may not even gain entry into the Junzi Academy. Above the Junzi Academy lie the Four Seasons Academy, the Star Academy, and the Heaven and Earth Academy. Those who can enter the Heaven and Earth Academy are none other than the most extraordinary among the extraordinary. If they were to mature, they could become rulers of their realms. The student body of the Heaven and Earth Academy is not large, yet it is always bustling, with countless individuals eager to forge connections with these future dominators of the world. However, today, the Heaven and Earth Academy was eerily quiet. The once elegant and exquisite courtyard, shrouded in ethereal mist, now emanated a faint dark red glow, sending a shiver down one's spine with a mere glance. One dared not gaze too long. It seemed that the dark red light resembled a strange vortex, capable of drawing away one's very soul. Suddenly, a figure rushed in hurriedly. She surveyed her surroundings and, upon catching sight of the faint dark red hue on the walls, her pupils constricted in horror. "No, Qin Yao, no!" She extended her hand, pressing against the wall. In an instant, the faint dark red began to spread along her arm, enveloping her entire being. Soon, the scene before her shifted. The courtyard was no longer empty. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Observing their attire, they were indeed the distinguished prodigies of the Heaven and Earth Academy. The woman's expression turned to one of terror as the crimson mist continued to consume her. The scene became increasingly vivid, and distant cries of anguish echoed. She turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a figure clad in red standing calmly. That figure glanced in her direction, like an ethereal being yet reminiscent of a wicked spirit. It was none other than Ye Suifeng cast a fleeting glance at the woman before turning her attention away. Before her, a person knelt on the ground, their face contorted in agony, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Their body was curled up, exuding a foul stench, having evidently lost control of their bodily functions. "Spare me! Kill me! No! You spare me! I beg you," they struggled to speak, though their consciousness appeared to be fading. "Did you truly believe that under the protection of the Heaven and Earth Academy, you could remain unscathed?" Ye Suifeng spoke slowly, her gentle voice imbued with a chilling coldness akin to that of a hellish realm. All the fallen figures around were the result of her actions alone. The so-called prodigies, the so-called geniuses, the so-called unmatched talents were utterly insignificant in the face of true power. They strutted about with unbridled arrogance in their daily lives, yet when confronted with death, they knelt in supplication, pleading with Ye Qinyo for mercy. Ye Qinyo offered them no such opportunity. Guanmu, take a look at this. Suddenly, Ye Qinyo produced a piece of parchment. Placing it before the kneeling Guan Mu. It was a letter addressed to the Academy's director. A plea for mercy, signed by Zhang Dong. Yet the one he sought to save was not himself, but rather Guanmu. You have committed such a grievous error. Zhang Dong merely sought to teach you a lesson. Yet afterward, he remained resolute in his desire to protect you. But what did he gain in return? Ye Qinyao's expression was cold as she fixed her gaze upon Guanmu. Betrayal. You disregarded everything and chose to betray him in such a manner. You personally wielded the knife, plunging it into the very essence of Zhang Dong's life, shattering his soul with your own hands, condemning him to eternal unrest. Guanmu gazed at the letter, tears of blood streaming down his face uncontrollably. He trembled, sobbing, yet found himself unable to utter another word. Zhang Dong is dead. Ye Qinyao continued. He perished by his own hand, succumbed to his foolish sense of justice, and fell victim to his own sense of responsibility towards us. I had warned him long ago not to place such trust in others. But he was indifferent, always believing that a sincere heart could summon a reciprocated sincerity. In Tianfu Academy, I held respect only for him. Thus, Guanmu, I shall never forgive you. After speaking, Ye Qinyao gently lifted her hand. Countless crimson threads entwined around her jade-like fingers, the other ends piercing deeply into Guanmu's body. As her fingers moved, his form was lifted. Guanmu let out a wretched scream. Each thread plunged deep into the recesses of his soul, and he felt everything being torn asunder. Ye Qinyao, Guanmu bellowed. You have killed me, murdered so many illustrious students of the Academy. You shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. The principal will never let you escape. Ye Qinyao's demeanor remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Is this your final farewell? Upon finishing, she tugged at the crimson threads, and numerous slender pillars of blood erupted from various corners of Guanmu's body. The blood, staining Ye Qinyao's already red gown, rendered it even more enchanting. That moment, a woman finally entered this realm, rushing over in a flurry. She clasped Ye Qinyao's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Qinyao, the principal and the others have arrived with sacred artifacts. You must flee. Now, the woman urged urgently. Ye Qinyao raised her hand to wipe away the traces of her tears, smiling as she shook her head. Yin Shi, they have already come. Just as her words fell, a brilliant divine light cleaved through this crimson world, and the white rays of heaven finally illuminated the scene. The onlookers outside beheld the tableau within the courtyard that a group of individuals clad in azure robes stood in the void, their expressions shaken, eyes wide with horror. At the forefront, an elderly man with hair as white as snow held a silver bell that glimmered faintly in his grasp. That was the essence of a celestial treasure, a sacred artifact. Ye Qinyao, the elder roared, his voice resonating throughout Tianfu Academy. The terrifying might of the tribulation period surged towards Ye Qinyao. However, a dark red glow manifested before her, shielding both her and Yin Shi. The elder's expression flickered slightly as he exclaimed, Ye Qinyao, you have actually slain all the prodigies of the Academy. Ye Qinyao's expression remained unperturbed. They shielded those I sought to kill, thus I had no choice but to eliminate them. The elder's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. You could have resolved this matter through the Academy. Zhang Dong thought the same, and thus he was obliterated. Ye Qinyao replied, Principal, I do not wish to waste my breath. The lives taken were mine, and I shall not sit idly by, so let whatever is destined to come come. The elder's eyes widened in fury. Ye Qinyao, do you truly believe no one here can subdue you? Ye Qinyao remained silent as the crimson mist before her thickened. Behind her, a mirror slowly ascended into the air. The two sides stood poised, the battle on the verge of erupting. Qing's song ceased. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure descended from the heavens, exuding an ethereal presence as he traversed arriving at the center of the two. Lord Hunk Suzy, the principal exclaimed in astonishment. Hunk Suzy did not respond, but instead fixed his gaze upon Ye Qinyao. staring intently. "Spare her." After a prolonged silence, Hunk Suzy finally spoke. "My lord, she has slain all the prodigies of the academy," the principal gasped in shock. "Prodigies?" Hunk Suzy regarded him with a look of derision. "Those who are slain are also deemed prodigies?" He then turned his head. "The time to determine the fate of this chaotic realm of the 9 cities is swiftly approaching. Our Tianfu Academy requires true prodigies if we are to stand a chance of prevailing. Ching Song, do you understand?" With that, Hunk Suzy soared into the sky, departing without another word.